Well, hello everybody. Greetings from Denver, the Wild West Shootout. We are in the final day, so every match now is a very important match. And today I have the pleasure, by the way, I'm Phil Simborg. I wear many hats. I'm wearing one that says New York right now because I spent a lot of time in New York. I split my time between New York and Florida basically and then travel the world. I'm a representative of Backgammon.com. I'm also a representative and partner of the Backgammon Learning Center, and I'm very proud for the last maybe 20 years to be the official teaching pro of the U.S. Backgammon Federation. So all three of those are very much involved in sponsoring the Backgammon Learning Center, provided he's got Trencher coming.
Trencher's coming, okay, no worries.
But I'd love to have you.
Yeah, next time.
And Backgammon.com is sponsoring the streaming and a lot of other stuff for the USBGF and the World Backgammon Federation. And if you haven't been to their website, I encourage you to go and look around. I think it's one of the best and biggest things that's happened to backgammon since I've been involved. They're going to do a tremendous amount to promote the game, not just at the tournament level as they are doing here with tournament play, but also establishing clubs at schools and social clubs like Remy does in New York and Rosemary's doing in Florida and other people around the country. They're going to be helping and supporting that. If you go to their website, you'll see a lot of really great informational material that's going to help beginners and intermediates in particular learn the game. They have brought on a very incredible staff. I advise and help, but the majority of the work is done by Adelaide Bailey, who is really very a sharp person when it comes to putting together educational materials, very well organized. And you'll see that there's a Roll for Good program where we're going to start clubs in schools all over the world and support them financially with boards and money. So I'm really very, very proud to be an ambassador for Backgammon.com, and I want to thank them for all their support for tournaments and for backgammon in general. If you go to the website, you'll see they have a playing site. It's not great. It's pretty good. It's fun to play on. I played on it, but it's going to get better and better. They have a lot of really top talented people improving it. It's a work in progress, and it will be an incredible place to play and have tournaments, and there'll be special places for students to play and get coaching and help. A lot of free coaching and help, by the way. So I don't know of anything that I've seen of any group that's putting as much into in terms of talent, money, and resources to improve the game. Okay, the match we're going to show you today is the in the undefeated bracket. I believe this is the finals of the undefeated, and this is the undefeated finals. These two folks have not lost a match. Charlie Rakel from this area, from Denver, is going to play David Kettler. David Kettler is here partially because I lost to him in the second round, and he played very, very well. David Kettler's an old friend of mine from Austin, Texas, and a very fine player, and so is Charlie. They're both very good players. They deserve to be here, but I must tell you that the competition here was incredible. I mean, I'm afraid to name too many names because I know I'll leave somebody out, but John O'Hagan, Kit Woolsey, Ray Fogerlin, a lot of giants and a lot of really, really top players. Dennis Culpepper, Chris Trencher. I had the pleasure of beating him in the first round, but after you lose in the first round, you get to buy back, and he did and didn't make it. But I mean, it's just amazing the quality of players here, and these two guys have made it to the undefeated finals, and that shows you backgammon does have some luck. And by the way, I don't care if your name is Mochi, you don't win a match without luck. You got to have some luck involved, or else it just doesn't happen. What can I tell you? The fighters bracket is going on the other screen. The semifinals of the fighters bracket. If you lose once, you can fight your way back and still get into the finals and win the tournament. On the other screen, we have Richard Stubbe, who just beat John O'Hagan in a really exciting match last night, and Jonas Seawald, another very fine player from this area. He's a great teacher, player, great poker player, just a cool guy. I really have a tremendous amount of respect for Jonah in many ways. So I wish them both luck too. And the way it works is the winner of the fighters bracket will play a single match for the championship. Even though the other player never lost a match, it's still going to be a single final. But what they do to even it out is the one who went undefeated will get a little bit bigger share of the prize pool, which is significant. And I think I like having a single final instead of having to beat them twice, because it makes it more exciting. But there's another reason why I think it's fair. The winner of the fighters bracket has to win, even though he lost once to get there. He or she lost once. I'm sorry. The fact is that player had to win a lot more matches to get there. So I think it evens out. They've done the same thing in Monte Carlo. It used to be the winner of the fighters bracket had to win twice, so that you didn't really know if you were watching the final in the first match, and it wasn't as exciting. So I like the format. Some people like the old way, but I love it this way. I posted on my Facebook page. If you're not a friend of mine on Facebook, go to Facebook and search for Phil Simborg. You'll see the trophies are unbelievable at this event. I think they spend more on trophies than they spend on the rooms here. It's just incredible. And they're beautiful, so that's really something to take home. And I'm sorry that I'm not going to have a chance to take home one of those trophies because I'm here. I guess I could maybe win the seniors or one of the side events, but I have been lassoed to do commentary instead. The finals will be later in the afternoon. So we're guessing around 3 or 4 o'clock, and I have the honor of doing the finals commentary with Kara Schultz, another really great player that qualified for commentary by getting beat. So there's no shame in being beat. I think Chris Trencher is supposed to join me today in the commentary. I'm waiting for Chris. Chris is my good buddy from New York and fellow teacher at the Backgammon Learning Center. And I got hot and beat him. By the way, I also beat Roberto Litzenberger along the way. So even though I'm a 2-time loser and out of the tournament, 3-time loser when you count consolation, I still had some fun in playing some really top players and winning once in a while. So that's what it's all about. You don't come to a tournament expecting to win. I guess maybe some people do, but I'm not that good. And even the ones that are that good, I think Mochi wins 1 out of 7 tournaments that he enters, something like that. Although he gets in the super jackpot and the Masters and these other side events, and he usually walks away with something. So, but most people cannot expect to win or come out ahead in these tournaments. You come because they're fun, they're challenging, and I think one of the main reasons I come is for the friendships. Going out to dinner and the time between matches and enjoying friendships is the best. Hey, he showed up. Here's my buddy Chris Trencher. Good to see you. We're going to have a great match here. Do you know these players, David Kettler and Charlie Rakel?
I think I do.
Yeah, and aside from me,
move a tiny bit left.
Aside from me, who else beat you? Why are you sitting here? Did you lose?
I lost one of the worst matches, the match I've ever lost to Mario Savan.
To Mario?
On the second of my 3 attempts in the Masters. Hey, it's just been a bad weekend.
But you got to give Mario credit. He was my student for 3 years, and I taught him everything
none of which would have helped him in this particular match.
There was a little luck involved, huh?
Whatever. You guys don't want to hear. You guys don't want to hear these stories. But this one was pretty good. I was 99.7%. But whatever.
I have a little card that says it lists the 9 most typical bad beat stories, and I tell people just give me the number. I don't want just don't bore me.
Does it come with a fee schedule? So what are we commentating here?
Okay, we're doing David Kettler and Charlie. This is the finals of the undefeated, and I've already done the introduction of the players. I lost to David in the second round after I beat you. I think I'm going to repeat that I beat you about 7 times before it's over.
That's fine. just be prepared to share the stage with a lot of people.
By the way, when I beat you, I had such bad dice. I can't believe I won.
No comment.
Okay.
No. I refuse to be baited into these things. I see these traps coming.
All right, let's talk about this game
right,
now.
So
take it away.
All right. So Dave.
Charlie has the lead here, but
I don't love that play because Charlie's got a lot of good numbers on both sides of the boards. He's got double hits, he's got pointers, he's got blitzers, and he had a bunch of fly shots. And Charlie was already a mile ahead of the race. I think I would have just remade the 24, come down with the 4, and if you're fortunate enough to not get hit, you could counter prime, with a huge racing deficit, which is good in a prime versus prime. and if you get hit, you'll just fall into some sort of game against Charlie's structure, which is not great. So I think I would have played the 1-4 differently. But anyway, he's hit with double twos. I think just make the 5 point here, right?
It's hard to give up the 7 point for the 5 point, but good play.
It's not hard in this type of position because you've got some blitzing potential. If Charlie or if Dave doesn't roll an ace here, well, he did roll the ace, but had he not rolled the ace here, you've got a massive racing lead. And sometimes people say, oh, well, how I can't blitz because my opponent has an anchor. That's not really true. You can absolutely have running blitzes against a single high anchor, and that anchor has so little defensive value that it basically functions almost like a regular blitz. I mean, sure, the opponent's on your 4 or 5 point. You can establish a big read and close out a bunch of checkers, and it's not materially different than if they were completely closed out.
But when he makes the 2nd point, the blitz is over.
When you make the 2nd point, now Charlie's playing or rather David's playing a backgammon. This is an easy play. Just play. I would have played 6-5 and then either 6-4 or 13-11.
What do you think of a 1-4 back game? Does this have enough timing? Is the first question. He's a little short on timing.
The 1-4 back game, you want to be. Mochi has put out a sheet on this of what's your
70 pips
minimum racing deficit to play a back game, and it's like 70 or 80 pips for 1-2, and then as the anchors get higher, you don't need as much because you're not losing as many gammons. So a 2-3 I think was 40, so a 1-4 is going to be similar to that, or maybe a little less, so call it 35-40.
So he's got enough timing
so
for this
he
game.
has enough timing if he doesn't roll too bad. He's not hitting with any 4s here.
When do you double?
Except maybe if he had rolled 4-4.
My big question is, when do you double? When should Charlie double a 1-4 timed back game? I don't think he doubled it for a long time.
When he's clearly won the timing battle, such that if he gets hit, he may not lose.
I see.
Okay, so
pretty much you have all your checkers in.
David should not hit here. Well, he could hit and just slot the 4. I think you're playing 13-4 either way. The question is, do you hit that checker in the hopes of getting it back? All right, he decided not to. That's a close call for me because
I like this play.
Because there's a decent chance that he could have forced Charlie to hit him on getting out of there.
But I think you could get overtimed in this game too.
Yeah. One of the things is when the anchors move up in your opponent's board, an increasing part of your equity is against your opponent's 7 and 8 point. If you're playing a 1-2 game, you normally will want to hit on your opponent's 6, 5, or 4 point. Ideally, the 6 or 5 point. Hopefully, it doesn't get to the 4 because they've gotten a lot of checkers off. But when you're playing, for example, a 2-3 game, a significant chunk of your equity is against his outside 7 and 8 points. Okay, so here, what's going to happen in this position is Charlie's going to probably volunteer 1 or 2 shots to the high anchor. But he doesn't always lose when hit, and not having the 7 and 8 point here could actually be an asset.
I think he has to volunteer here. Yeah. I think you got to play 13-6.
Yeah, you're not playing them both to the 2 points, so 13. He can do this. Maybe he brings stuff down, so you forced Dave off the 21.
Oh, yeah, that's a good play. If he gets hit here, it wouldn't be fun to give up your 4 point to hit.
Yeah, all right.
He doesn't have the choice.
This is an easy play, 4 down and 3 slot.
So it's still not a double. I agree with that.
Dave's in pretty good shape here. What's going to happen is the spare and the 10 and the 9 are going to come in. Dave's going to make his board next roll, and he's going to have enough of a structure that he can hit off the 21 in the outfield against the last checker and be in good position to win the game if he does so.
And I got to give Charlie credit for being patient with the cube, because he really would have been wrong to double, but before now.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't even double now because he's highly favored to leave a shot.
Slot the bar here with the ace.
Yeah.
I don't know why he did that.
Yeah, the bar is the next point you want to make, so slot it.
Dave's got plenty of time here. This is an easy take. The question is whether it's even
I wouldn't double. I wouldn't double.
Super easy take.
Your only market losers are if you clear and don't get hit, and I'm not even sure you lose your market then. You probably do. If you don't get hit on the next
double
one.
5s and 5-4 are great. Double 4s clears, but stacks a bunch of checkers on the deuce point. So.
But am I right? If you leave a shot and don't get hit, have you lost your market? I think you have. So it might be right to double for that reason. Let's say you leave a shot and you don't get hit. Isn't it double pass after that?
Depends how big Dave rolls in the meantime. Let's see. Right, this is not a good shot because
It stacks.
it stacks on the deuce point.
Yeah.
And that means that Charlie could have both fours and ace problems later. As you can see, the ace, he's got stacks on the 5 and 2, blocking aces.
Oh, this is a terrible roll for David. This really hurts his timing terribly.
Yeah.
I think he has to come out.
Yes. Yeah, he.
Okay, that's probably better than coming out. Now that I see it. I like this cube. I love this cube now because the timing's suspect, the 2 blots in the inner board. Even if he leaves a shot and gets hit, he's got life after death.
Yep.
I love this cube. I'm not sure I take. That's the reason I cube.
No, I would still take because of the
You still
structure.
take?
Yeah. The 2 piles of spares on the 5 and the deuce are going to lose a significant amount of time just to, even if this just morphs to an ace
Well,
point game.
that's where you and I differ. I pass and you take, and I'm willing to bet you're right. How's that? I'm a gambler. I'll bet you're right, but I would have passed.
We should put this on so we can
I
see
know.
this.
I mean, Dimitri's busy with something else. I'll take care of it. Let's see if I can get it.
All right, he passes.
I would have passed it too. It's not there. I would have passed it too. I don't blame him. I didn't like those 2 blots and the lack of timing.
Well, don't forget though. I mean, he still had his board, so there's times where Charlie leaves a shot, Dave hits it, Charlie comes in on his board with a number like 1-4 or 2-4 that leaves another blot. Okay, there was a lot of residual exposure from Charlie's awkward spare structure. Okay, if he has, if you move around the spare, so there's 1 spare on the 6 and 1 on the 3, or even maybe just 1 on the 3, I think it becomes a much easier decision. But there's a lot of residual game there for Dave from Charlie's awkward
Good point. Good point.
spare structure.
Yeah, I would have gotten it wrong. I would have passed.
I don't know that you got it.
Oh,
wrong. We don't know the answer.
I know the answer. I know that you're right 90-something percent of the time.
No, I'm not right anything close to 90.
Oh, you are. That's why you're sitting here.
So I'm sitting here because I'm not right close. to
I need somebody intelligent next to me, and I got one.
90. All right, well,
You don't.
meanwhile, if that was a big pass, all of them are sitting out there laughing at this conversation.
Well,
all right. Anyway,
way
we'll,
before.
we'll have to figure out. We'll have to figure that one out later.
Yeah. Well,
right.
The beauty is.
I like unstacking.
For
here.
those of you who haven't played a lot of backgammon, we will know definitively if it was a take or a pass by putting it into the computer later on, and we'll be able to tell for sure.
Well, if we could get the comments up, somebody would tell us.
Maybe I can do it.
No, they don't have our board up here.
Yeah, I got to get.
You can tell because it's on the
Dimitri
black
will-
and not the green. Yeah.
Yeah, Dimitri will help us with that. We can't see the comments as yet, but we'll look at it later. If somebody would run that or tell us if it was a take or pass, that'd be interesting.
Well, they have no way to tell us.
Now you come in and keep hitting. You have to keep fighting. You don't let your opponent have their full roll. You have to hit here off the 5 point. I like this play a lot.
The question is, do you come in on the 1 and hit with the 3 because you'd rather have that spare on the.
Yeah, but I'd rather
trading
make
you're trading off the higher anchor versus.
I'd
the
rather have
proper
the high
spare
anchor. I
structure.
like this play.
Okay, all right. Well, now Charlie is likely playing some sort of anchor holding game.
Yeah, we're
come
gonna-
in with the 2 and hit the 3. Clearly, you don't want to give Dave the full roll here.
Right. You always fight for your high points, the 4 and 5 point in the early game.
Well, at this point, that
Sure.
battle has been largely lost because Charlie's got too low in the zone. What you're doing now is fighting against Dave, consolidating his position on the other side. Okay, here I hit on the deuce. You want the tempo play. That will allow you at a minimum to probably make the bar next time. And if given the whole roll, you may roll something that makes your 5 or 4 point. And to me, this is an easy play hit on the deuce, yeah.
Oh, he made it. He made that play.
And Charlie's likely to be playing some sort of back game here.
I'll
so
bet
having
you a
to check
lot of people would have missed that play, and I'm not sure I would have gotten it.
Okay. All right, so Dave, looking for something to make the 5 or the 4. At a minimum, he can make his bar, hopefully. All right, there's a 6.
It's interesting. One of them's using the baffle box and one of them's using the cup, and that's fine. That's according to the rules here. By the way, on the rules, we're playing legal moves, and dice on checkers do count. We're USBGF rules.
Now, Dave has 2 clear conceptual approaches to this. He could play something like 8-2-6-1 and try to knock Charlie out quickly with the blitz potential, or he could just make the bar and break one of the rare out on the 5, concede some sort of back game and try to outtime it. He goes for the blitz potential.
I like that play.
I do too. I'm not sure if it's correct. I would have probably done that. But there is a risk now that if Charlie makes a second anchor, he's going to have a strong game because you no longer have structure if you're Dave. All right, so this time you play 8-5 and continue to the
I
ace.
heard you.
We wanted to see the
Yeah,
chat.
yeah, I heard you.
Thank you.
Good. All right. If Charlie brings in one checker on the 4 or the 5 this time, Dave should double this. All right, clear double now.
It might be too good. That's the only
I
question
don't-
I have.
I don't know.
It's clearly a pass.
Yeah,
The
this
question,
is a
the
big
question
pass.
is whether it's too good.
I don't know.
Too good means
He
that
only
you
has
don't
5
double.
He only has 5 in the zone on those 2 points. Yeah.
Too good means that you wouldn't double because you think you might get too many gammons and you don't lose too often. So that's what we mean by when we say something is too good to double. I thought that was too good.
Okay.
But an undouble gammon at this score isn't worth too much, so I understand. I don't fault him for doubling there, and it might be right. We have our friend Dimitri here working on our, so we'll be able to see the chat soon. Thank you, Dimitri, for all you do in setting up the streaming and the comment in the BMAB work. Even though you're such a strange guy, you're a good guy.
All right, there you go.
All right, let's see this.
It's a minute late, so
Okay. Eric Peterson is in the audience. Hi, Eric. How you doing? I hope to see you soon. From here, I'm going to Vegas, then to Jamaica for a little event down there.
If anybody put in the back game that Charlie doubled David out 2 games ago after the double 5s, knows what the proper cube action was there, let us know because we were curious about
Yeah,
that.
Alex Shinian is watching. He's really
Alex-
good at that.
Yeah.
Alex, help us out. We'd like to know if it was a take or pass. I'm betting that I'm wrong. That you should take it because here's a good double, very good double. Because clearly he's got a major advantage plus a 6 shot. He's going to hit and continue. And it's huge whether or not he rolls a 4 here. This is very, very big.
There you go.
And he hits him with the 3. That's good. Coming in and hitting was critical for Dave. I like the double and I like the take.
Oh, it was a small double and a huge take in the first game.
Huge take. Okay, good. Thank you. Dana Nazarian, what do you know about the game? Gosh, why aren't you here?
Dana knows a lot of times you go and you play people that you're better than and you just keep losing. And he's probably out enjoying the sun. That's what Dana knows.
Yeah. There's ways to have fun other than playing backgammon?
I know, it's heretical.
It
It is heretical, I know.
Heretical, that's too big a word for backgammon. We can't use words like that in commentary. You're getting lexiphanic.
All right, Dimitri says he's fired if we don't get 100 likes. So for those of you watching, let's get busy here. You know what you need to do. We don't need to tell you.
All right,
2 and 6.
here we go.
don't
I like this
I
play.
don't think he had anything else. There was nothing
Yeah.
to accomplish with the 6.
You know, that illustrates a very important concept about backgammon. Sometimes a really bad-looking play is right because it's still better than anything else. So no play is right or wrong. It's only better than the alternative. So sometimes you have to make a really ugly play, like sliding the bar there.
No, you don't mean to say no play is right or wrong. You mean to say no play is always good or bad. Sometimes you just have to choose between the best of a bunch of bad options. And you should not overthink
Well
it.
said. Well said. You explained it very well.
Thank you.
You're trying to pick the best option of what's available, and that's what makes it the best play, but it's not necessarily a good play. And by the way, isn't that true of life?
I covered that. I covered that in the most recent Primetime magazine, actually from my own match against Pete Heskett in the McGreal, where he had a very tough double 5s, and the correct play was very ugly looking and went against all the rules, but it was the only one that actually plausibly answered the question of how am I going to win this game, okay? And when you're looking at, sometimes you're just choosing among a bunch of plays that make you 40% to win the game, but you still ought to sit there and say, how am I going to win this game, and choose the play that gives you the best chance to do that, even if it's not a great chance.
Now, that illustrates another great concept. When you ask, how am I going to win this game, you're really, in another way, saying, what is my game plan? What's my overall strategy? How am I going to win this game? And that's the one, I think, the single biggest thing that separates really good players from beginners. Good players are always thinking, how am I going to win this game? And beginners are just looking at the dice and saying, what move looks good?
Right. Well, sometimes people will reject a play because they say it doesn't win that often. But maybe you're just inherently in a position that you're only going to win 40%. But finding 40% versus 35 is just as valuable as finding 65% versus 60.
Yeah, and I actually am very, very skilled at what play gets me gammon-less because I'm usually in that position.
Ooh, look at this. Charlie's blot there cannot move.
Yeah. Just,
Or rather, Dave's blot. Charlie should look at a double here. Well, stop. Take a look. Check the racing lead. No.
he's already doubled.
Oh, he's already doubled. Okay.
Yeah.
I should pay attention. Sorry.
Yeah. No, what we have to say is more important than what they're doing on the board. Come on.
Right, of course. All right. Had the cubit in the middle, it might have been a double, given the shots. But of course, it wouldn't have worked.
Oh,
out.
this is a great shot.
Yeah,
this is a
great
very,
shot.
very big shot.
Yeah. Charlie finds the two. That's good.
You definitely hit, don't you? Sure. Why not?
Yeah.
Take away half his roll. You don't care about him.
Did Charlie play all
another-
four?
Huh?
Charlie didn't make Charlie made a illegal play there. He played 3 and then didn't play the last
No,
one.
he had a 2-1.
Oh, do you have a 2-1 or
He had,
1-1?
he had a 2-1.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I
He
saw
played
1-1.
played
Sorry.
legal.
My bad.
And if you make an illegal move, both you and your opponent are supposed to correct it. But if the other player rolls, then it's too late.
I saw 1-1. That's my bad. Okay.
Well, you're getting old. You know, those things happen.
All right. Well, this is a double hit, right? This is a 6-5. Let's hit with a 6 and let's hit with the 5.
Right?
All right.
And hope he doesn't roll an ace or double twos or double threes and anchor again. We're seeing lots of back game play
Okay.
here.
Now this is an
Yeah.
example of a good structure to defend against a 1-4 game.
Yeah, you want to make an outside prime
Yeah.
so that his board
Right.
crushes.
Right.
But this is your worst roll when you're trying to time the guy.
Yeah.
Although he doesn't have much timing anyway. This is not a great game for David, time wise.
No.
But this helped a lot. It helped his timing a lot. I'm slotting the 3-point.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter much what Charlie does here because Dave's not hitting this roll. Dave's more interested in getting a 6. If Charlie slots a 3, Dave's looking for a 6, not a 2. All right, bring that 6 out and then slot the 3-point. Good. So what's the race here? 48, 65, 87, 92. Charlie has 118. Dave is 115, 141, 165, 170. All right, so Dave's down about 60 pips now, so he's in fine shape if he comes up with a 6 before he rolls some awkwardly high number.
I would not hit here. Oh, the wrong guy on roll. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
I would not hit because it wouldn't be legal. All right, he would like to get out with a checker. Come down. That's not bad to make that board.
Well, the points are slotted, so they got to
Yeah.
be
I'm
made.
going to a good breakfast spot. Can I bring anyone back anything? Place called Hashtags. Look it up online. Ask someone for my number. Everyone here has my number, actually.
Why not slot the bar? Slot your bar. That's where you want to
Seriously,
be.
it's a great place.
No, we should have brought them both down, so you have 2 checkers bearing on the 5-point. The 5-point's the point you want to make here.
Oh, see, I would have made his play. Good point.
The bar is not the 5
The
points.
5 points your key here. Okay.
Yeah, and actually it's going to cost him a little bit because he could have played 11-5 here.
Uh-huh.
This was not the 6 he wanted. This is too big, so he's got that error last time actually makes a big difference now because these checkers are poorly placed.
Now, do you make the ace point or come out with both? I give up and come out with both. I give up on the game. Play an ace point holding game. and
No,
make
I
sure-
think he's got enough time.
You do?
Yeah,
Okay. I would have come out. I would have said
because
okay.
because I think Charlie's most likely going to have to break the 8 or 9 point before Dave runs out of timing, and there is a chance that Charlie doesn't make the 3 smoothly or rolls some bad number like double 3s, okay, for example, or double 4s that leaves a shot. So I don't think Dave's sort of risk of getting stuck back there is huge, but he did just roll a big number. And
I would've come out.
Charlie makes the 3 here.
I would have given up on the
All right, but here's a bad number.
yeah, but not horrible.
Not horrible, but if Dave goes with 1 checker here and Charlie rolls a 5 or a 6, it's starting to get ugly for him. He doesn't make it. All right, so Dave goes from the front. Okay, good. Now Charlie doesn't make the 4 here. It's a mess. Any 6 or 5 is bad. And there's the 5. So he could stack them both on the deuce, but I think he's got to make the 3 point.
three.
He's got to make the 3 point. If
Sure.
Dave can roll a 4, cover the blot, and roll 2 3s and get those checkers out before Charlie comes in, you just got to tip your hat. He's looking at this play, but he's not going to do it.
I hate it.
Just
I
make
hate
the
it.
3.
Make the 3.
Yeah.
Risk and reward. There's a risk here, but the reward is great to have this structure.
Yeah.
If you get hit, it's not the end of the world. It's not great.
Well, we'll find out.
We're gonna
Well,
find
there's
out.
the hit, and
And
he's
the
going
2 comes down to
13-11 comes down.
comes down to cover.
Now, even if Charlie fans and Dave rolls a 6, Dave has got to roll 1 3 before he recubes here.
Oh, big roll.
Big roll 5.
Big roll 5 and 7 6. It's forced by logic. FBL. He did not want to come in on the ace. He wanted to come in on the 4. It's a real timing problem now. The 2, I don't think matters that much, but you give him fewer shots by going 4 instead of 6 away.
It's a few less numbers to jump, though, so I don't know.
Do you hit or not? I think you do.
Yeah.
Get more gammons.
Why wouldn't you hit it?
Yeah,
It's
why
more
wouldn't
gammons,
you?
more gammons, and
Yeah.
more wins getting home.
Four is very good. He wants to come in on the 4.
Yeah, this should just be an ace point game now in which
Yeah.
Dave's got decent timing and will lose a few gammons, but not always. He will run off of it sometimes. And Charlie does come in awkwardly sometimes. Okay, this is a switch and 1 down. You got to switch for sure here.
Play 3 checkers from the 6 to the 4, and then you don't have to worry about clearing the 6 later.
He's
and
leaving.
You don't
He's
have
leaving.
to worry
He's
about
leaving
it.
a couple immediate
Yeah.
shots, but this fixes a big structural problem.
Yes.
And it also, Dave could roll a 3 if you don't hit him, okay, and reestablish a 1-4 game with just enough timing. So
Where's the last 2, though? I'm curious about that. Do you come down or not?
sure.
You give him more shots by coming down.
6-5 and 6-2.
You're giving him
versus
more shots.
Just 6-4.
But it's easier to bring home. I'm really not sure what you do with the 2. I don't like playing off the 5 point, though. I like having that spare on the 5. So for that reason, I would come down.
I would come down.
Yeah, I would too.
I don't think this is a horrible error, but I would come down. I think the extra 2 shots are worth.
3 gets hit more often later when you're
Yeah,
backing off
yeah.
because you lose flexibility. And you can,
Oh, look at this. Dave rolls the magic number.
Yeah.
He's going to need to roll a lot of 5s before Charlie rolls 1 5. Fortunately, with the high open point, Charlie doesn't have any breaking numbers here. All right, that's Charlie's worst 5.
No, the roll doesn't count. He got stuck.
That's why it's his worst 5.
Yeah. Oh,
All right, he comes back with a legit 5.
come out. Even though you get hit.
This is a come out, dupe the 5.
Come
No,
out.
no, please don't do this.
No. Every checker you have on the 2 point when your opponent has the ace point hurts your game a lot.
Right, and by stripping the points, you're also increasing the chances that you roll the dreaded
Yeah.
double shot number later. And Charlie's not going to lose this game, most likely getting 1 shot hit, if particularly if Dave's board is broken. But now
Yeah.
he's set himself up for some bad numbers. 6-4 is bad, 6-5 is bad, double 5s is a double shot.
That's a good one that's a very good roll to hold his board.
Yeah,
That's big.
Now Dave's going to have a decently timed base point game with a little bit of extra there. It's a 6-5
There's a shot.
right now.
Yep.
Yep.
That's what happens when you lose your spares.
Yep.
You put too many checkers down low on that 2 point. You pay later.
All right.
But he didn't pay.
No.
When you don't get hit, you're not paid.
Just take the back checker.
What's
out.
worse than leaving
No,
a blot?
no.
Ooh.
No, come out.
Ooh.
Now, the big mistake by Dave, if he rolls the double 4s, double 3s, even double 2s next time, pretty much anything that doesn't escape,
Peel.
he's going to pay, okay? There's no reason to have taken that risk because
Take 3 off. Do you peel here or do you play from the back?
I generally don't like to leave a gap when the opponent has
Okay.
an extra checker.
I
back.
was tempted to
But
peel.
here, he can't maintain that extra checker back.
I
So
was
there it is.
tempted, yeah.
That's why Dave had to come out last time.
He's
Big mistake, and he got punished.
usually you don't get punished for a mistake. It works the other way.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what game you're playing. I get punished for my
You-
mistakes.
well, but your opponent doesn't. One of the comments: legal moves where you help your opponent beat you. I tend to agree with you there. I prefer non-legal moves too. But it's more of a gentleman game or gentle ladies game by playing legal moves. I can't think of another sport where I help my opponent when he makes a mistake. Sport or game. Uh-oh, big roll here. Could be very big because he can actually still win this game. Not if he doesn't hit, though.
Not often.
Okay, so he probably will get off the gammon, but you can play the 1 first. That's why you don't have to leave a blot here. You have to play both checkers, but you can always play the smaller number first. A lot of people would have missed that and left a shot. Not open players, but lower level players don't understand that rule. Run like a bunny. Don't waste any pips from here now.
So is Charlie? I can't see from that stack. It looks like Charlie has 7 checkers left.
Looks like 6 or 7, probably
It
7.
looks like the 2-3 stacks on the bottom
Yeah.
and then 1 loose checker. Yeah.
And with 8 checkers or less, you're supposed to run. Plus, even if he gets a shot and hits it, he doesn't always win. So you just run here. Just go when you have a chance.
There's an interesting note here. If he had not crunched with those double threes, he'd be out 6 points away from the board. He wasted 12 pips.
Yeah, Dennis Culpepper pointed out that not running.
And if Charlie rolls a double here, it's going to cost him the gammon.
Yeah,
Charlie's going to get 2 rolls to roll double here. Yep. All right. He's off next roll, except for double 5s. Charlie rolling for the gammon.
Okay.
Got it right there.
Anything but double 5, but you watch. You said it out loud. It's going to happen. They're going to blame you. Oh, almost double 5s. He got off. Okay. It would have been your fault.
It's okay. Blame me.
You're saying it. You're not supposed to say it out loud. In the Shooettes, especially when I'm Carter's partner, I always say the worst roll I could roll, and it drives him crazy because I'm totally not superstitious, but I love to tease people who are. Part of the fun of this game is teasing people. Okay, that was a very interesting game with a couple of technical mistakes by both players. But I have to tell you, playing and defending back games is one of the hardest things you can do. And I don't think either player spent enough time on some of those plays. I think that's the biggest fault I can say. They both should have taken a little bit more time on some of the plays that they missed. And they might not have missed them.
Singing from my iPad, probably. From my phone.
I agree.
It's not supposed to be singing.
There's a lot of time on that clock, and especially when you're playing a game where you could get gammon, you need to slow down a little bit. I guarantee you David would have run out if he'd have thought about it a little bit more. He's a very fine player. He just didn't think about it.
But that is part of the discipline. Sometimes you'll have a string of 3 or 4 or 5 plays in a row that truly are automatic, where there is no second play, and you get into this kind of almost like cruise control. And part of the discipline is not allowing yourself to get to the cruise control, so you're alert to when something happens that you need to put some thought in. And that roll he had, I don't remember the exact roll, but he had a 5 or a 6 where he should have come out before the double 3s.
Yeah, he was playing on automatic. You're right.
He was playing on cruise control. Yeah,
He was
or
playing automatic.
Yeah.
And by the way, that same thing is what causes you to miss doubles too. You're just rolling and not thinking every roll is an opportunity that you might be doubling.
Yeah, and it's a huge deal. I mean, I think in my own game, I'm pretty good at that, not doing that with the checker plays, and very poor at not doing that with the cubes. I mean, I still will go through streaks where I just forget that Backgammon's played with a cube for 3 or 4 rolls. So if he leaves the shot, it's 4-3, 6-1, 5-3.
I would leave the shot.
I would leave it. I think he needs to build the 9 or the bar. I think
Yeah, Chris and
that's gonna be his game plan more often than attacking.
Plus, if
And-
he gets hit, your opponent's board is not that strong. He's only got a 2-point board. Run with the front checker.
And this variation is pretty common, where Charlie runs with the 4 and the 6, and then
Yep.
Dave is left priming the rear checker on the deuce.
He would love to make the bar here. That's his good. That's his real goal, or a roll of 6-4 and hit outside. And then you got to make the 9-point now. Or do you split? I like the 9-point, but
Well, he does have 4 builders. He does have 4 builders working on the 5-point, and one of those 2 numbers that doesn't work, the 5 comes out. So there was an argument for splitting, but you do activate those guys on the bar.
I would have made the 9. So I'm not sure what's right.
Well, the 9 is 7 away from the blot, and we tend to favor attacking over priming with a single checker, and particularly when the point you're making is 7 away, it's not as valuable. So what does he do here? Now coming up to the 20 is really dangerous because Charlie's made an extra point.
Yeah,
in
it's
his board.
About 8-7 and hitting.
16 pointing numbers if he comes up.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Dave got what he wanted there.
After the skate, you want to come
No,
in? After the skate.
No, you guys go ahead.
Okay. 2 comes down. I would bring the 2 down, but I don't mind playing 8-6. I think you want to leave the slot on the bar in case he comes in with the ace, so you can make it with a 6. So I would play 8-6 or 13-11 here. I don't.
Yeah, this is a really good example
don't
of
like
risk
that.
and reward.
That one I don't like.
Yeah.
That I think is a mistake. I would have played 8-6 or 13-11.
Yeah, that's the point you want.
Now if he comes in on the ace, what's your follow through? All right. Still no double for Dave because Charlie's defensive structure is too strong. If he gets one of those checkers up, which he did not do.
No,
All
but
right,
he makes
now-
the
now-
8.
Now what do you do? You're making the 8, and
Make the
again you have
8
the choice
and
if
slide.
you could put a checker back on the bar, or you can play 5-4. Or he's going to play 5-4.
Going to the bar was not on my list. That looked a little too scary for me.
Well, it goes back to the question we had last roll, which is do you leave the bar slotted?
Well, the roll before I would have, but to leave the double lots would have been tough for me. He finally gets out.
All right, just go.
He finally gets out. He's been looking for that roll. Just happy to do that. Hitting off the ace was not a good option compared to that.
The duplication of 2s is nice. That helps a little bit. There's your 2. Obviously, he's hitting. He came up, he wouldn't have an ace anyway. But obviously, he's hitting. Yeah, this play's basically forced. I think you got to come in on the 20 and play 8-6. You're playing coming in on the 23 and leaving a blot out. Coming in on the 23 is just too.
Yeah, and by the way,
I come in on the 20, play 8-6, and take the cube if he doubles me.
and if you don't come in on the 20 and he makes the 5-point, you're cooked anyway.
Yeah, I would just play 8-6.
Good
there.
play. Good.
I don't like it. I would have played 8-6 there.
You play 8-6.
Yeah.
Yeah, that checker on the 2 is out of play now. It's what they call a dilly builder. Was that Mary Hickey's
I don't know who.
country?
developed
I think it was Mary Hickey came up with the dilly builder idea, or it might have been Marty Storer, who's another great player that's at this tournament that's out.
I think Charlie doubles this if he's behind in the match. Maybe this is one of those positions that's good enough to double if you're behind, but not if you're leading.
I'm doubling.
He's making it with 5s, 3s, 2s, and 1s. He can blitz with the 4s, and
He hits with an 8 also.
but Dave's going to have some quick turnarounds here, and 6-5 is a good number. So if he does roll a 4, and he winds up blitzing and Dave hits the ace, it's a quick turnaround. But on the other hand, he just kills him a lot when he makes the 5-point, and it's a massive market crash to make the 5-point.
I love the cube action. I think it was a double take.
Yep.
I think it was a very good choice by both players.
So now I think he has to play 6 down and hit.
Well, I know I'm hitting. I wasn't sure about the 6 down or out.
Oh, I
Definitely
you
down.
just want to do this. If you
Yeah, you want the
make
builders.
if you make the prime, you'll have time to
Yeah.
get that guy out.
Yeah. His 2s and twos and sixes come out. This is a very big roll right here. This could be a huge roll for the match. And he flunks. The odds of covering are so strong here. And he, of course, does. The 4, you just come in to the 3, or do you? Well, you got a 6 prime. You might slot. I might have slotted there.
You know, there's a little bit of risk that he hits and you roll an ace and get stuck back there. I don't mind letting Dave play here.
I wasn't sure about the slot there. That's interesting. So you would not have slotted? Huh.
Don't think so. I think there's just enough risk in this position
Uh-huh.
that you get hit and you come in on the ace, because Dave's forward game is not quite totally cooked yet. I'm not sure. I wouldn't have.
I would have slotted with the 6. I would have played it
You
big.
went with the 4.
Oh, yeah, okay. Ooh, well, that's a nice roll, making the 2 point. Nothing wrong with that. You'd like to get out of there. You're always afraid of cracking in these games when you got a nice prime. You're always afraid of rolling double 4, double 5, double 3 is okay. Double 1 works. This activates a lot of gammons too. He doesn't get hit. It's a lot of gammons. 2 on the bar is 40% gammons if all the other checkers are inside. So you add those checkers on the outside, the gammon count gets much, much higher.
Okay. All right. Charlie prudently comes out now. The way you lose this game is Charlie's get that back checker stuck, so he takes
That was smart. A lot of people would have covered there.
Yeah, no reason to take that chance. You cover and then you roll, you know,
Yeah.
double 5s, double 4s.
Nice play.
4
Now
fives.
you cover. You don't need the 3rd checker for the gammon. You solidify the win for sure. Because you're pretty well. If you don't leave a shot, you're going to win a gammon. So why gamble for the 3rd checker?
This is a little bit of a dangerous.
Oh yeah,
structure
2
for
high
Charlie.
numbers is a blot.
Yep, and there it is. He's got 2 on the roof, so he might as well peel the 5 and leave it on the 6.
Right,
There you
same
go.
number of shots. The 2 on the roof, there's 6s and 5s are the same. Gets away with it. That would have been a big shot to hit. Huge. We had some huge rolls in this game. That's a nice roll. Oh, I'm not sure what you do with the 2. I would play to the ace.
Yeah, I would play the ace also.
Why
I
take-
think he's got the gammon. If he
Yeah,
doesn't get
so
it.
why take any chances?
Yep, I agree.
You don't need to peel. There's a couple of great books on bearing off by my good buddy Bob Wachtel, In the Game to the End. He wrote it in 1993. It was very accurate, and then he did a follow-up that's even more accurate. How to play these bear-off positions. That pretty much solidified the gammon. That double was big because the gammon was still in question. It still is now. He might get off this gammon, but not very likely. That double was a big roll just then for Charlie. Can he get off this gammon in 3 rolls? No, but you certainly come into the 6 point. That's just an automatic play. Because that's your most efficient way to get off gammons is to come into your 6 point. Now you don't leave that checker back there. Oh, double 5. He is going to get off this gammon unless he rolls doubles probably. That's a huge roll.
Well, he still could
Big
roll an ace.
swing.
He could still could roll an ace
Yeah.
next time.
But still, that's a huge swing roll.
Yeah.
5 out of 36 rolls here, and he got it. Is that a double 5? Yes. Yes, he got it anyway.
It's 7-1.
That's a huge, huge gammon. That's a big difference there of winning 4 instead of 2. As far as your equity of winning the match.
Charlie is defending his home turf.
Yeah. You should have seen the match
Sitting
that
there
Charlie
saying,
won.
Not in my house.
You should have seen the match that Charlie won against John O'Hagan last night to be here. John was way ahead in the match, and Charlie really played great to catch up.
Yeah.
So he's 4 away from winning, which is a great score to be at. If the cube gets turned and you win a gammon, the match is over. We're always thinking about that gammon value. And that's what I love about, part of what I love about match play over playing heads up or money games. The gammon value changes, and also the take points depending on the score. And you love to be 4 away from winning. And you're not really happy about being 10 away, are you?
No, I
Given a choice, I'd rather be 4 away than 10 away. All right, let's see how smart you are. What's the match equity here? 4 away, 10 away? You got to be like 72%, 73%, maybe more,
let me think
maybe
for a
80.
second. Let me think for a second.
If Neil Kazaros was here, I could use Neil's numbers.
I want to say it's 82 or 83.
82 or 83%. So what Chris is saying, that Charlie's probably going to win this match like 82 or 83% of the time, assuming equal players and assuming equal dice. And we never have both. Never have equal dice, and you never have equal players. Even if you have 2 players with identical
Well, no, it doesn't.
PRs.
It doesn't assume equal dice. If there's equal dice from here, Charlie will win the match. Okay.
Ah.
It assumes that the run out, there's infinitely many run outs of this position, and an 82%, 82, 83, whatever the number is, Charlie will win that. Okay.
Uh-huh.
If the dice are equal, then Charlie will win.
Gotcha.
Because
I think
the-
we said
because
I think we said the same thing different ways. Okay, 84% somebody just posted, so you were darn close.
okay.
And why is it important to know those numbers? Because that will also help you know your risk reward on giving and taking the cube. Because I honestly don't know exactly what the take points are here, but by knowing about what the equity is, match equity is, I can sort of estimate that. And those take points become very critical, especially if you're in a racing position where you don't have to worry about factoring in gammons.
I mean, in general, Dave wants to be late to double anything that's not gammonish because Charlie's happy to, take, with anything over like 30% of not gammonish, but he wants to double early if it is gammonish because once he gives Charlie the cube, Charlie's never giving it back on 4 because then Dave can turn it to 8. Okay, so it's effectively the cube is effectively dead once Dave gives it.
Uh-huh. Good point. And these are thoughts that, again, I said this earlier, last night, I always try and go over these concepts before the first roll because the clock isn't running and I have plenty of time to think about what's going on at this particular score.
One of the things John O'Hagan taught me, which is a good thing he did, that the trailer is always going to be more aggressive with the cube, except in one score, which is when the leader is 4 away and the trailer is 5 away, because then with the leader being 4 away, you do want to double anything gammonish because you're putting your opponent to the test for the match.
Uh-huh.
But in any other score, the trailer is more aggressive.
Interesting.
Six-two. I just don't do anything creative. I would run the back checker. Dave's got a big lead in the race, and I think he wants to consolidate.
Yeah,
That's his
what
plan
other
here.
what other play is there besides?
Nothing. I'm just
running
surprised.
the front
I'm just
checker.
surprised he's looking at this for this long.
You mean you run the checker off the 4 point?
Yeah.
Not the back
yeah,
checker.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, this is.
I didn't see another play. But he stopped and think about it. That's good. Makes the bar point, but leaves a lot of shots.
Well, it's not that many shots. It's 1s and 3s, and the 3s, put the hitting checker in range of the 21 acre.
So
I would make the bar.
Yeah, that was my gut to make the bar.
Yeah. Now what are you doing? Now. I would have made the bar here.
Me too, especially when your opponent only has a 1 point board and when you get hit, it's not that big a penalty. And now you make the
You
9.
make the 9 and come up.
Make the 9 and come up is right, yeah. Okay. So the winner of this match is going to play the winner from the fighters bracket. There's like 6 or 8 players left in the fighters bracket, so he's going to have a rest for a few hours.
And for those of you wondering, in the fighters, we have Richard Stubbe playing Jonas Seawald, and Richard is winning 9-1, and he's also holding a 2 cube in a position in which he looks to be probably about 60%.
This is all on stream too, by the
All
way,
on
if you want to
stream
watch
too,
that.
yeah.
We get to see both streams here, but thanks to a fantastic setup by Dimitri here.
Dave wants to get the back checker out. He'd probably even prefer a 5 to a 6 so he doesn't have to hit. But having rolled the 6, he's now got a hit, so he'll hit and move that same checker all the way to duplicate the deuces. Yep, there we go.
You said a fantastic word. Duplicate is such a huge thing in backgammon. You're always trying to look to duplicate your opponent's rolls so that
Nice shot.
it limits the good rolls that they have.
1 in, 6 out. Dave's got a big racing lead, but it's a very fragile position. So Charlie just wants to put pressure on him with 4 quadrant zone control, and here he does that. And so Dave's got a lot of work to consolidate this. Bowl's a nice shot though. He could safety both blots, which he should do.
And shouldn't Dave be thinking about doubling fairly soon? At this score?
No, well, this is not a gammonish position, and Dave still has
Easy take.
shots. Now, could he lose the market? Double sixes, double fours,
How about 6-1 or 4 or 6-1 or 4-1?
6-1.
I think
Maybe he has enough, and the numbers that clear the midpoint are also
I'm
good.
doubling here.
Actually, I do think it might be a double here.
I would have doubled.
All right. Well, this is one of those bad numbers.
No, it makes the bar.
Yeah, but he's leaving a shot here.
Yeah, but you still make the bar.
All right. Well, he's got to leave a shot. It's the best way to do it is to make the bar. I mean, he could clear the 8-point, but we're not considering that. Okay.
All right. And I like that he stopped and thought about it and looked at the options. The nice thing in backgammon is you can move, look at it, and then put it back. It's not like chess. We don't play touch move. A lot of people think we should. I would have doubled last time. I'm certainly doubling now.
Yeah, this has to be a double now.
Has to be a double. Maybe if
Yeah,
I
he's
said
got numbers where he can move a 5 or a 6 from the midpoint and also break the 11 and set this up where there's only 4 shots and Charlie's got a bunch of blots. Okay. And
Are you taking?
Once he makes the 5-point.
Are you taking? That's the question. See, I'm not sure I'm taking. That's why I know it's a double.
Yeah.
That's Woolsey's law. So if you have to think this long about whether you're taking, you know it's a double. That's what makes Woolsey's law
thinking
so
a while
good.
of whether I'm taking.
Yeah, that's why Woolsey's law is such a genius strategy. Kit's here, by the way. He's one of the really top players that's here.
Yeah, I think I'm taking this.
Well, if
But
you're not going to
you're
get
right. But if you're right, you have to think about it. It's
Yeah.
a double. Okay.
good double. I take it too because you're not
All right.
going to get gammon very often. You win the whole match.
And small point, maybe it's trivial for the beginners out there, but you notice Charlie took that right away. That's not because he thought about the position in those 2 seconds. He used his time constructively while Dave was thinking about double and knew in his head that he was taking, so he didn't have to spend any more
Great
time on
point.
that.
And
So
that's-
sometimes you just want to give your brain a rest for a split second, but at the same time, it's always important to use your opponent's time productively for your own thought process.
That's a great point. That's one of the main things I teach about clock usage is when it's your opponent's roll, you should be counting the pips. You should be thinking about what you're going to do next. Don't just rest. Notice he didn't come up with the double ace because he's staying back because he wants to get
Yep.
more shots that way.
Yep.
Make it harder for your opponent to come in.
And here we go. Oh no, he
No.
can play 2 safe play 2 off the 7-point.
And
but it's,
against that opponent's bar, you got
but
to
this
do
is-
that.
This is Dave's gonna have to perform quite well next roll. Most numbers that aren't a double leave a shot, and the ones that don't leave a shot don't improve the position.
Well, 5-1 doesn't leave a shot. There's not too many rolls
I
that
said
don't.
I said it either takes ugly and if he rolls something that's not a double,
Yeah.
he's leaving a shot or taking ugly and making it even uglier.
Right. Well, 5-1 wouldn't be ugly. I would love to
5-1,
roll 5-1.
5-1 is
That's
good,
his
yeah.
only good roll, non-double, I think.
Yeah, correct.
You'd love to get that guy off the ace point. 6-3.
This just makes the 3-point. He can't do anything else.
Make the 3 and pray.
Yep.
Shooting for a 4.
5.
Oh, 5. A 5 or a double 4.
This
I'm
is why
sorry.
you don't win. You don't even ask for the right numbers.
Well, you're right. And 4 5s, 5s, 4s. No, that doesn't do it.
Stay one more time.
All right.
All right. Dave's improved, but he's still got a little work to do.
Ooh.
Double 6s is a nice shot.
That's actually a good shot.
Okay.
It leaves an indirect, a double indirect, because
Right.
you got 2 ways to come
Right,
in.
he should leave the blot on the 8-point here.
On the 8 instead of the 9,
Yeah.
fewer shots.
Yeah, fewer shots, yeah. And a little bit easier to get in next time.
Right? He did it right. He needs something with a 4 or 5-3. Nope.
All right, so apparently the double was a pass when David doubled, so I got that one wrong.
It was a pass?
Yeah.
I would have taken 2. Which means we were right. Maybe that he should have doubled the roll before too. If that was a pass, he lost his market. 4-3. You take 2 off. Oh, he had 5 checkers there. I didn't know that.
It's 6 checkers there.
Yeah. I don't want to leave it on. I don't think. I think I play another off the 6.
Yeah.
This is where Wachtel's book would help you. But when in doubt, peel. I would have taken the checker off the 6, and so that double 5s and double 6s and double 4s all leave shots now. But he's being more aggressive because of the score too. I kind of like that theory. When you're behind 7-1, you might want to be a little more aggressive and gamble a little bit for gammons. There's not a lot of gammons here anyway, but it's a thought.
All right, now you have to play 6-3.
Yeah,
So it's
has
too many double blotting numbers next roll.
Yeah, you can't leave 3 on the 6.
We're done on the 3.
Yeah.
All right, so
Run with 1.
Dave's got
All
12
right.
blotting numbers here.
6 5s and 4s plus 1s and 2s, and there he is.
That's
There's
one
the
of them.
shot. And you leave the fewest shots here by hitting.
Yep.
Now there's only 11 numbers that hit.
Okay.
4 is big
Right.
here.
All right, Dave goes fewer
is
shots
huge.
there rather than taking off a checker, because with only 2 off the 3rd checker, it's not enough to give him a take
All right.
if hit.
Well, this miss at least gets him off the gammon for sure. There wasn't that much gammon risk. He would have liked to hit there, I think. I would have liked to hit there.
We want to extend the match. I mean, what's more important
It's
than
just something about winning that I prefer. I don't know why. I'm that kind of guy. It is a zero-sum game, so you can't do well without hurting your opponent. So that's what I like about the game. All right, you can give up. I guess you don't give up until it's mathematically impossible, and it is mathematically possible because David could roll a whole bunch of 1s in a row. And now it's over.
This is where they keep playing because for BMAT purposes, if you resign when you have some minuscule chance, even if it's well less than 1%, you'll
see.
get hit with a resign error.
Uh-huh.
And we don't want that.
So what Chris is pointing out is a lot of these players are involved in BMAB, which is tracking your exact PR, which is your performance rating as measured by Extreme Gammon. And this tournament is very unusual because you can play in the division based on your PR history. So there's 4 divisions, and there's a couple people playing in the 2nd division that would normally have to play in the 1st division, but their PR is over 7, so they're allowed to play in the 2nd division. I think that's great. I think it's wonderful. I was just talking to Tommy Tellerico, who's playing in the 2nd division. His PR is 8, so he doesn't have to play in Division 1. If he has a better chance to win, he's happier. He might not have even come if they didn't have that rule. So I think it's a wonderful way to do a tournament.
So now we're 4 away, 8 away. The same logic that we applied to the cubes last time with 4 away, 10 away applies here, though so to a slightly less extreme degree. Again, David's looking to double early in anything volatile, and looking to wait if it's not volatile, and Charlie has got to, have a very strong position to double.
Alex made a nice post here. He said that 8 away, 4 away is a sensitive score, big brother to 4 away, 2 away. It's sort of like the same idea, but half the strength. Alex has written a couple of great books, by the way. I encourage you to go to Amazon, or I don't know where else you can go to get them, but maybe Carol Cole. But very new, good books. I've read them both. I've got an autographed copy.
Yeah, Alex wrote, I'm forgetting the name now, but he wrote a book that has a very detailed study of all the different types of back games and the characteristics of all the different combinations of back games and what types of positions are to be sought after by the defender and which types are to be avoided when you should double and all that type of stuff. And it's a part of the game that is inherently very technical, but Alex did a great job of summarizing it into lessons. So if you are somebody who prefers to understand this stuff on an 80-20 level and have a good qualitative grasp on it without getting, mired in the math, it's very easy to do so. So nice work there.
Yeah, very good work.
Alex, remind me of the name of that book. It's escaping me right now.
He probably doesn't remember.
No, he does, I'm sure. Alex remembers everything. Google. Alex is shaking. Backgammon.
Well, he's right here. He's on our chat. Should be able to answer. We'll get it. There's a delay, by the way. It's a 1 minute delay. That's why you don't have the answer instantly. Melissa Shin just joined us. I had the pleasure of playing Melissa in Chicago. She played a 4 PR plus 1 horrible blunder that she made when she miscounted the pips. Otherwise, she played incredibly well. And I was lucky to beat her because I had good dice.
Yeah, Melissa's
She's really come on. as a
Melissa's
great
improving
player.
fast. She's on my list. If I had to create a list of people who I think will get GM by say the end of 27, I think she would definitely be on that list.
Mm-hmm. Alex's book is called Back Games.
Oh, just back games. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well. So what do we got going on here? Does Dave have the whole roll?
Yeah.
If he hits with the ace, he's probably got to play 10-6 at the 4. I think I'd just make the 5-point here.
Really? At this score, I'm kind of like hitting.
Yeah, but sometimes the most aggressive play is to make a point.
Uh-huh.
I mean, we like having lots of guests, but we want to have a strong house there and keep them entertained too. I'm just going to make the 5-point here.
I would if I wasn't so far down in the score. I'm with David on this one, and I'm sure I'm wrong because you're saying the 5 point.
Well, where's your 4? You're playing 10-6 here.
I'm coming down.
This is not. Dave's going to make the 5-point. I'm calling right now. He's going to make the 5-point. He's going.
Well, you do unstack the 6 point.
He's going to see it. He's going to do it. Thank you. There we go, Dave. All right.
Nice play, David.
You have little faith, Phil.
No, I'm just stupid. I would have made the wrong play.
All right. So
I get oversensitive about
2.
being down in the score and try and get more gammons.
All right, if I'm Charlie, I do not come up here because your defense is just way too weak. Remember, the way you make your journey home with the rear straggler safer is to have a strong home board so your opponent can't hit you with abandon. And what Charlie has right now is not a strong home board. So
For those of you who are not real experienced at backgammon, listening to Chris's explanations, you can see there's a lot more going on, a lot more strategy and technical things in backgammon than most people realize.
Okay, this is what you call a much better home board. A great shot at a much better home board.
And don't you come up?
Yeah, now I come up. Sure, he's on the roof.
Yeah, last one you come up. Coming down is another builder. It's more aggressive, but coming up is, I don't know. Coming down, I like unstacking the midpoint. I'm not sure you come up. I'm not sure I would come up. Oh, he did. Okay. I like unstacking that midpoint
I
too.
don't think coming down is crazy. I think
Oh, there's no good
journey.
three.
The journey home is treacherous enough that you want to try to do it when he's on the roof. Yeah, that's the only 3 he has.
Well, I don't know. I could have played to the 8 point. Not throwing
No,
a checker.
I'm not creating another blot here when you're exposed. Well,
And he would have been hit too.
well, you're exposed to
Yeah.
the 6 over there. I mean,
Oh, come on.
for Dave to stay in this game, he's got to not get a second checker hit here.
You mean? Oh no! I would have made the bar there. I don't like that play. I really hated that play.
Well, I would have made the deuce point, then he would have fanned.
You're the best hindsight player I know.
Yeah, I think I would have made the bar. But I'm not
You
sure.
haven't played my latest variation, backgammon, where you see your opponent's roll before you move.
I can't keep track of all your variations, Phil.
Okay, I like the
There's
double.
probably a new one you created yesterday that you haven't even announced.
Yeah, I
yet.
got one yesterday.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Double pass, clear double pass.
Yeah.
I really didn't like that play though. Hit, pick, and pass.
Yeah. The day there's no new variation of backgammon, I'm going to be concerned you're actually getting old.
So my newest variation is you roll the dice, and before you make your play, let's say you have an opening roll of a 6-5, but your opponent rolls so you see what his next roll is going to be. You might not just run with that 6-5. You might do something else. You might slot your bar because you know you're not going to get hit. It's really a fun game. And Jim Pasco said it might be the best variation yet. He loves it.
Pasco knows variations.
Oh,
so-
but I don't think anybody knows variations better than Jim. Nobody's played them more, that's for sure.
All right, Dave is finding his way back in.
Yeah. Well, he's
4 away, 7 away. I think we're down to 72-ish for Charlie.
Yeah. Well, he had 16% when it was 7-1, and 16% is not small. That means you win plenty of times. You don't give up.
Okay, this is Dave's number. I think you just got to go with the blitz here. I mean, Charlie's got 2 blots outside. I mean, you're making a 3-point to start. The question is then do you follow with the blitz or reestablish a 3?
Well,
And
I
think
blitz
you-
because I don't
think you
see
blitz for
anything
sure.
else. I don't see any
well,
other
the other
play.
play is just to make the 3-point and keep the structure. But I think the blitz is clear here with 2 more blots outside.
Plus, you like blitzing when you're down in the match. There's more gammons when you blitz.
Yeah, if Charlie had fanned there, Dave could actually even consider playing on. That's how strong his position was. So what does he do with the 5 here?
I
swing
come
that
off the
5 around.
14.
I'd swing that 5 around.
Yeah,
14
off the
now.
14.
Yeah.
It reduces the number of shots. It wouldn't have been a horrible thought to double from the bar there. I don't think it would have been. It would have been wrong, but I think it was worth thinking about.
No, I don't think so.
No, way too soon.
Too speculative.
I love doubling
If
from
you roll
the
a
bar.
number, if you roll a number without a 4 or 6 in it, you've given away the cube, and you've got nothing.
Point on him.
Yeah.
Point on your opponent is
so
often the right play.
Charlie survived the attack, and now Dave has a sort of fairly typical classic post blitz position. And Charlie makes the 5 or the 4 here. He's got a strong game.
The problem
Very
with the
strong
post blitz position is you've made your darn ace point. That's not the point you really want to be holding.
What happened here with the dice? Is that cocked?
It's
I guess
cocked. It's cocked.
Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes the dice sit on a corner because of the
Okay,
round.
there we go.
We have rounded corners in precision dice here.
All right.
And the last one down. Great roll.
Yeah.
Great roll. And now, how often are we going to see a double from the leader at this score?
Well, this is a big pass. This is a big pass for Dave.
Is
If
it
Charlie
too good?
doubles. The question is it too good?
Is it too good?
This is a huge pass.
Why isn't he stopping and thinking? He did. Stop.
Oh, he did stop it.
Good.
All right.
Looked like he was about to roll.
He's got 3s. He doesn't fear the 1-2 back game because Dave has made his ace point and doesn't remotely have the time for
Nice
the type of
double.
back game.
Nice double. I'm
So-
passing.
There's no chance Dave's
He
going to
passed.
take this. So you're only doubling if you really think it's a double, not because you're trying to play for a wrong take.
Change the score, 8-4. There we go. 3 away is not a score that's comfortable, but you still rather be 3 away than 4 away. You're going to win more. We do play the Crawford rule. For example, if Charlie were to win 2 points and be at 10, when you're 1 point away from winning, then there's no cube for 1 game. A guy named John Crawford, who is also a great bridge player, came up with that rule, and I think it really improved the game quite a bit.
Now, if I'm Charlie, I like this split. I know people don't like to expose themselves to attack when they're leading here, but I generally really like the split against a stripped 8-point early in the game because you only have the 1s and 8 to hit. Here, Dave did come up with the ace, but I like Charlie's play with the 4 there.
I teach it's an automatic split when your opponent has 2 checkers on the 8-point.
Okay, good. All right, and now Charlie's got a nice lead here. He's withstood the attack. Dave is exposed and underdeveloped. This is going to help a little bit. So he's going to hit, and then what's he going to do with the last one?
The
This
last
is actually
one
awkward.
down.
If he hits, he's got to come down with
Down.
the last one. Yeah, or he could go to the bar.
The bar gets a lot too many shots, I think. I come down.
Yeah, well, if you come down, you're giving the 6s off the roof. So really, 4 is his only class of bad number.
Huh.
If If he goes to the bar, at least you keep most of the missing sixes are bad.
This
All the sixes are bad except for 5, 6. So
Interesting.
I think this could be right.
Wow.
You really don't want to put a checker on the 9 to give him sixes
Wow, I
off
wouldn't
the
have
bar.
found that play. Nice play there.
Well, I don't know if it was correct, but
Well, if it's
I'm willing to bet it's not materially wrong.
Uh-huh.
If it is wrong.
it's a great hit. It's a very big hit for Charlie. And Dave is going to make his bar point. Good structure.
Yeah.
This is an important roll. He'd love a double 2 here.
He'd love a single 2 here.
Double 6. That's not
Nice
bad.
shot.
Make the bar and get out. Come around.
Bar and bring
Front-
the spare to the 8 point.
front
You've
checker, yeah.
You've just consolidated a big racing lead
Right.
with with some priming attacking threats next roll, and you bring that front checker around, and Dave's under enormous pressure to roll a 3 here, or something that will stall for time like double 4s or double 5s. But
Well,
he really needs. There's the 3.
There's the 3, but he can also point on him.
I'm making it. I think trying to detain that rear checker here
That's-
with those
yeah.
9 checkers is just too optimistic. I think he's got to play for the longer term here and lock down the 21 point. I don't like this.
I understand him doing this, though, because of the score. This is a more aggressive play. I understand that play. I agree with you that it's wrong, but I might have done it. I might well have done that play. I can't
Does
see
he
the
have one
dice.
what?
I don't. 1-4. Come in on the 1 and hit with the 4.
No, I just do this now.
Okay.
Dave has the better board, so
Uh-huh.
Charlie's the big lead. All right, so
Got a hit, or oh no, I don't know. I would have hit there. You got him outboarded 3-2.
well, the hit was right last roll. It should be even more.
yeah,
right this
I would have hit. I would have hit there.
because now you've got an extra point made.
Whoops.
All right. Well, now this simplifies the position. Now Dave is just
Uh-huh.
trying to time a 1-4 back in.
And he does have timing. A lot of shot levers on the next roll. So cover that point.
Yeah. Hey, Charlie's got some immediate bad numbers: 6-1, 5-1, 6-2, 5-2 type numbers.
A lot of
And if-
6s,
if
5s,
Charlie-
and 4s.
If Charlie can hit next roll, that's one of them.
Yep.
And if Charlie can hit next roll, he should,
No,
because his
no.
board is strong enough to just go forward.
There's the 1 and slot the 4 point.
That's not the 3 point. Maybe.
3 point. I mean,
Right.
yeah.
Now, if Dave rolls a 2 here, he should hit this shot because I think his board is strong enough to try to win through outfield control.
Yeah.
Indeed, Charlie would have some bad numbers where he comes in on the ace and exposes another blot. Okay.
The 1 is pretty obvious. 6-5. Come on. I think that's forced. No. Why? Fewer shots. 11 shots versus 12. I don't think it's worth
Well, it's
it.
also a little bit better distribution. I agree with you. I would have played 7-3, but I don't think this is crazy.
He would have been hit the other way. I would have been hit. So go no.
For now, he's got to leave a shot again, so just make the 3 point. You want to just
He
make
doesn't have to leave a shot. He can stack the 2.
Oh, we can stack the 2.
It's a hard choice, I think.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should see this.
I'm
know.
not sure.
Is this right
I
or-
like your play.
Is this right, or should just make the 3 points?
I
He's
make
got the
the three-
broken 5 prime.
I would make the 3 point.
I mean, the thing is, if Dave just misses, he's going to close his 5 point, and then Charlie's got a lot of shot leaving rolls next roll, where a hit will likely be fatal. All right, well, Dave helps him by rolling a bad number that doesn't make the 5 point.
Oh, sorry.
Took this on a discount. I thought it was 86.96, and it was 86.106.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, me too.
My friend Marcy Kosar just lost in the fighters bracket, but she gave it a good fight. But I still have a piece of Lynn Ehrlich who's still alive. My roommate, my buddy. Okay, here we go. Point.
Yeah, I think
Point
we
is for sure.
just got to do it. Give him the 6 numbers, and you still can come back with a 5 even if he rolls one of the 6 numbers. No,
No,
wrong
the
7.
wrong 7. It's almost always that way. Isn't it seem that way? You need a 7, but you get the wrong one. Just clean up your blots. This is a very good roll. Where's the cube?
Cube is in the middle.
Where? I don't even see it in the middle. They got a hidden cube here.
Well, it's not Crawford.
Should it be in the middle?
think Charlie's waiting because he still has some bad fives, and
Yeah, but
he's got a gap.
I'm not sure the cube should still be in the middle. It's hard to double when you're winning 8-4. I understand that.
Well, the problem is the structuring. If you took one of those builders on the deuce or the four and put it back on the sixes, it's an easy double in the pass. Okay, because he's got too many numbers to make the 3-point. All right.
Ah,
All right. Now he lost his market.
He
He'll
lost
double
his
next
market.
turn. Or actually, he'll probably play on for gammon.
3 checkers on the ace is 35% gammons, but he came off of it, so. Do you take this cube if you're doubled? No.
No.
He's playing on for the gammon.
No, he's playing for the gammon.
Okay.
No.
So he,
But the 5-1 to make the 3-point was a joker. So
Uh-huh.
I don't think Charlie erred in not doubling.
okay.
I mean, generally, when you're giving a 3-away double, you want a position where your winning percentage is very high and your gammons are very low, okay? And you're somewhere around 80 to 81%, okay? The prototype of that is just a race. That would be a small pass for money. This position, Charlie probably is winning enough here, but now he's going to win enough gammons that he should play on. But I think before the 5-1, when he made the 3-point, he wasn't winning enough.
There's about 25% gammons here, maybe 30%, and he thinks his chances of losing the game are pretty low, so as long as he doesn't roll a 4 here, he's in pretty good shape. And I said 4 out loud, so you can blame me if he does it.
Well, some of the fours were okay. Just not that one. All right, that's the Phil curse in action.
That's me. I did it. It's my fault.
Phil can do it with 4
My
numbers.
fault. And he hit him.
And Dave
wow. Now who's favored? Now David's favored to win the game.
does it. Oh, sure.
10, 5, only
He's
5
only got
checkers
5
off.
off, but he does have a speed board.
I would still double.
Dave should double this right now.
I would double right now if I was David. He's not doing it. He's not even thinking about it. Wow. I'm not sure. I would pass it at this score too. So that's why I'm sure
Yeah,
it's a
this
double.
is not a speed board.
Yeah.
If you took those 3 checkers on the 4-point and moved them to the ace point, that would be different.
Yeah.
But this is not a speed board. So if Dave makes 6 in a row, at that point he's gone well past his market.
Yeah.
So if it wasn't a double before when those two guys were back in Charlie's board, it's certainly a double now. Got to do it here.
I don't know why he's playing on. I
All
would
right,
have doubled.
now he's stopping to think about it.
I
I think he's going to.
would have doubled the second I hit.
I think he's going to do that and do it now when Charlie has a clear pass here. This would be a money pass, and here Charlie's take point is above the 22% because he doesn't have any recube big. Not sure what Dave was waiting for.
Is he trying to weaver him? Weaver is a strategy where you know your opponent will drop, but you want to get him to a take. It's one of the worst strategies ever invented.
I give Charlie more respect on that.
There he goes.
He just waited too long. All right, big pass for Charlie.
It was a pass the second he was hit, my opinion. So when you have 5 checkers off and you have the ace point open, to me that's like you only have 4 checkers off. That's the way I look at it.
Got a little better after you rolled the double 4s.
All right, David is clawing his way back in this match. His equity's gone way up now.
What was the score?
You got to keep fighting. It was 8-1. He's won 4 in a row. He's clawing his way back. Good work. One of my favorite philosophers is Yogi Berra, who said
What?
it isn't over till it's over.
Gammon like Charlie did, or you just cashing?
Sorry, do I think Charlie missed a double?
Well, he's playing for the gammon, but
Right.
he could have cashed.
Correct. No, I think that was correct.
He has right to go for the gammon.
I believe so.
Someone here is questioning whether or not Charlie, in hindsight, it was very wrong for him to go for the gammon because he got hit and lost the game. But that doesn't mean he was wrong. You do the right thing, and it doesn't always work. But in the long run, if you do the right thing all the time, you're going to come out ahead. And that's been proven. People who say backgammon's all luck, why is it that the better players win more? It wouldn't be true if it was all luck.
Okay, good.
You have to like Charlie's position in this game. 5-2 doesn't do anything, but you come up from the back.
Yep. Of course.
And Kettler's 6-5. Ooh, this is not pretty.
I think just 6 out and 5 in. Duplicate the deuces. 2014, 10,
I might have
5.
just gone all the way with the checker off the 20.
But why? Then you're giving him the 6s and you're not slotting a useful point, and you have worse outfield control. This is an easy play. That's 6 and 5 in. No, the slot the 5.
Yeah,
Duplicate the deuces.
he's outboarded 3-1. I don't think hitting's the right idea.
Well, you're leaving the same blots. You're just putting in a less productive place. I'm pretty confident that 14 and 5 was the correct play there.
Well, I'm pretty confident you're right now that I hear the logic behind it, but ahead of time I'm not sure I would have gotten it right. I know I wouldn't have hit though. I would have just run all the way. Not a great roll. What do you do? I think you just run.
Yeah, I don't want to degrade my structure or create another blot, so that defaults us into running.
21 shots, and you get
There's
hit.
the ace, and now the 6 comes out, obviously. We don't want to
Mm-hmm.
leave that there where Charlie could hit us with a 1 or 3 if it's convenient. Okay,
Come out again.
Charlie's got to come out again.
It's so often right to go to the 18. You certainly don't throw a checker away to the 2, and you don't want to leave a blot on your 7. It's automatic to come out. This is very wrong.
I agree. And I don't think it's wrong because Charlie's going to want to hit that 3 very often. It's wrong because it allows Dave to consolidate the position in his outer board or make the 4 or the 5 point. It's sort of, there's a nuisance value. This is what we have. Sometimes in backgammon, there's something called a nuisance play, where you put a blot and you're hoping it's not going to be hit, but you expose it to a lot of numbers because it distracts your opponent from doing what he really wants to do in the position. And this was an example of the nuisance play to come out with the 6 last time.
When are you going to write a book? This is beautiful stuff you're saying here. I mean, I haven't heard it expressed that way before. Very well stated.
I don't think I'm
Get to work on a book. Come on,
A lot of this
I'll
stuff
buy
has
it.
been covered.
It's been covered, but I don't think it's been put together as well as you're saying it. And thank you for being here. Really helpful.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so Dave did hit the 3 last time, and now he's hit another checker. So at this point, he's caught up enough in the race that he just wants to try to get those last checkers home because he's still subject to attack. And
Ooh.
of course, Charlie's going to come in with the 2 and hit him here.
You should hit because you have them outboarded so much.
yeah.
You don't worry about making the defensive play.
Yeah. The anchor would be wrong, very wrong anyway, with Dave having his 9 points.
This is a classic position that, and a lesson I learned from Joe Sylvester when Joe lived with me. Offense, defense, defense. If you're in an offensive position, tend to make the offensive play. If you're in a defensive position, make a defensive play. And clearly you're on the offense when you have your opponent outboarded. So that's why you hit. I love that theory, offense, and I've never seen that in a book.
You missed a double right there.
Did he miss a double? Good question. I think he might have. At the score, though, it's a little tough.
Wonder what they put on there.
He might have. He's thinking about it. I think it's an easy take at the score, though, so I don't blame him for not doubling.
I don't know, it's a big board. You can get gammon.
I don't think this is a tick. I think he has to be playing too good at this point.
Too good?
Good.
Yeah, I think so.
See, at that score, I would be tempted to take. All right, now it's.
But do your basic Pratt analysis. How are you going to win this game if you're Dave? You're losing every aspect of this game.
Pratt
And
stands for.
you have a loose blot in the back where you're outboarded, so you're just either running into a losing race or just sitting there waiting for him to attack you.
So what Chris is talking about when he says a Pratt analysis: position, race, and
This
threats.
has to be a big pass.
If you
Dave just has
you
no
have
way
to
win
have
this
one
game.
of those 3 or a reasonable chance, and one of those 3 to have a take.
It's not too good.
It might be too good, but that's what I'm saying. I said I wasn't sure whether it was too good or a pass. I was 100% confident it wasn't a take.
He certainly missed a double, though. Maybe the roll before or 2 rolls.
Well, we don't know if he missed a double because it might have still been too good.
Oh,
while he was on the roof.
I got you. Okay, 2 away 6 away. And again, I covered this yesterday. When your opponent's 2 away, you're usually afraid to double because if you double and you lose the match. But if you don't double and you lose, you're in big trouble anyway. And so you actually should be doubling faster. John O'Hagan and I did a study with lots of rollouts 20 years ago, and we found out you can double when you're 8%, when he's 8% away from a take. Usually you double when your opponent's 4% away from a take. So if it was a race, you would double twice as fast because your opponent has no recube vig.
Yeah.
And the reward, if winning 2 or 4 points, is worth it, even if your opponent wins the game. So actually, Dave should be pretty fast on the trigger finger here, but not in this position. And again, I cover all this stuff before the first roll of every game. Do you make the 4-point?
Yeah.
I'm thinking. I think I would hit him, and I would hit him.
You would hit him?
Yeah,
And I would have made this play. I'm with Charlie.
but I don't know.
I like the structure.
I
a
would
lot.
have spent more time on that.
Yeah, I like the
I would have
structure a
counted the
lot.
race and spent more time on that.
I can look at too. Like both ways.
I would have spent more time thinking about that. I got 11 minutes here. This was not at all a super obvious decision, so we could have spent more time.
Big roll. You're not going to see a cube from Charlie real fast when you're winning 2 away, 6
Just the
away.
ace, just the ace. I think I just play 6-5 here. Dave's going to need a board to win this game.
So here he has no 6, so he only has to play the 1.
Honestly, if Dave winds up making an anchor in this position, it's not the worst thing, because if he gets a second checker hit and makes an anchor, it's not the worst thing, because otherwise Charlie's just going to come home, make a 6 prime, and then roll it home. And Dave doesn't have any kind of structure to fight back against that.
2 down
So
is obvious here.
I would have played 6-5 there.
Uh-huh. Yeah, why not try and get some structure and unstack? Come down into the 6 point, to the 5 point. Come on, just go to the 5 point. I don't like this.
It's not,
Worst points.
It's not the point you want to
Not
make.
the points you want.
That should be it. He makes the 3, and he can just hit on the deuce. He's got no breaking numbers next
Making
time.
the
He can
3
play
gives
double
a
it.
6 prime.
Just hit on the deuce. Just hit on the deuce. Don't let Dave develop, because this way, if with those 5 checkers out there, Charlie can win a lot of gammons right now. And if you have an accident in the bear off, Dave's not close to winning with this Swiss cheese structure. So just roll it home and close this out right now. All right, he doesn't do it. So play 18-11. Don't. That's it.
So if I'm Charlie, I say to myself, well, I got it 1 now, nothing can go wrong. And of course, that's the last thing you should be saying to yourself. You should be concentrating on making the right play every time, because these things can backfire. It ain't over till it's over, as my friend Yogi Berra said. Nice play, nice roll. You would certainly hit him loose here with a 5. You want to stop him from progressing and win the gammon. Hit him with the 5. Yep. 4 duplicates the 1s. Oh, the 1's big here, and I'll tell you why it's big. He's going to save more gammons by being able to move checkers.
Yeah.
That was a very, very helpful roll for Dave.
And the interesting
Dave.
thing is, if Charlie rolls like a 4-6 or a 5-6 here, would you hit him loose?
I wouldn't.
Probably not,
I
because it's too
wouldn't.
much risk.
I wouldn't if I was way behind and desperately needed a gammon and the cube was turned, I would do it. That's why score matters so much in this game. That's why match play, if you haven't played matches or haven't played in a tournament, I urge you to give it a shot. It's really, really interesting and fun. Much more intellectual than just straight backgammon. Hit. I always hit here. Always. No, why not? Why not hit? Stop his forward progress. I don't understand that.
I think he's thinking that Dave's going to have to leave a blot somewhere, and then he'll hit him next roll, and then that second blot will be in the outfield somewhere for him to pick up.
Would you have hit? You're saying maybe it's right to do what he did? I can't see it.
I could see it.
You can see it? I can't.
I can see it. Now there's 2 blots out there. So now you hit him. Now you hit him with a 5. If you hit him with a 5 or an 8, you can pick up those second blots. Now the plan is,
Oh yeah, it's working.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't see that plan at all.
Well, the 2 outfield points are stiff.
Uh-huh. Okay.
That's good. That's huge.
So you got to look at the whole board, huh?
But you could be right. The other argument was just close him out, and he's got those.
Yeah, stop his forward progress.
He's got those 50 pips outside, so that's more than sufficient to gammon him.
Yeah, it's just
Now this has got a little messy.
So what, he has 9 numbers that crack.
Well, 6-1 cracks in a good way. 6-2 and 2-1.
All right.
Now we could always double him out here. It's still a massive pass.
6-1.
All right, so he doubles him.
I like the double. I like this double.
Really? Just because they're crack numbers?
I like that number, that double. I don't think there are that many gammons, so cash. Get to Crawford. 1 away, 6 away. 1 away, 6 away. What is that, about 12%?
This is what, 9, that's the 6-1, 7 crack numbers.
I like the cube there. But I like to hit with a 6-2. This is a great way to start the game with those 3 checkers on the 9 point instead of look at those 3 checkers on the 10
Right.
point.
So key thing to remember here.
Should I tell him or not? Do we tell him or not?
They'll figure out that, no,
Dimitri, there they moved it. Okay.
Key thing noted. Key thing here with the Crawford game with Dave being even away. That means gammons count for Dave. Dave would love to win a gammon here to get to 4 away versus 5 away. So of course Charlie needs to play. Keeping that in mind, particularly when Dave starts strong with a number like double twos, and so Dave wants to win the game, but he should be playing.
Gammon save and gammon go.
Gammon go. Yeah.
So that's the only thing you should be thinking about at Crawford. Do gammons matter or not? And if you're even number away, they matter, and if they're odd number away, they don't.
Yep.
Then why do they not matter? All it does is take away your opponent's free drop after it becomes post Crawford. We'll talk about free drop if and when it comes up.
Now Charlie's a little bit of trouble here. If Dave could attack those rear checkers, Charlie's not going to have much of a structure to
Yeah.
impede him from having now rolled double 5s twice.
Yeah, double 5's pretty ugly here.
Yeah. So
He wants to hit with a 5.
he should hit with any 5, 8, or 10 that hits. There's the 5.
5.
And now we bring the
And the 4 down.
4 down. Yeah. This
For a
is
6 cover.
This is an easy play. 5 hit, 4 down.
Right. And I'm sure Dave's aware that a gammon would help him here.
Not really sure what he's thinking about here. I mean, I know we said we should use time, but this is an easy play.
No,
Ooh,
no.
Jesus, no. Why?
See, you'd rather have a 6 cover than a 4 cover, and
you just
giving,
don't want to get hit on 1,
and you're-
6,
yeah,
and 2,
you're
6.
giving you more shots.
And there's double hits. I guess he's thinking on a 5 like this. He's slotting the bar, but now he's got to roll a 6. Now he's got to come in and roll a 6. Well, he does it. The variation he was thinking about is what came to pass. I don't think it's the right play, but it worked out the way he intended.
So it proves he was right. It worked out.
So what's? I think Charlie's just got to go into gammon save mode here.
Yeah, you have a game that's
And he's
very,
gonna,
very hard to
Charlie's-
win.
If he doesn't get hit again, he's going to have quite a few rolls to roll boxes if Dave can't make the 9 point. So hopefully, if Charlie just make a point by time to not get
Ooh,
hit.
nice roll.
A little bit more.
That's a big counter priming play.
Yeah.
That's a huge roll.
Dave's
I come up.
I think he's got a.
Come up.
Wow, he played that way too quickly.
Oh, I would have come up there. I don't want to get stuck. Even if I get hit, it helps my timing. I didn't like that
All right.
play.
All right, Charlie's got to just come out here. He can't break his structure. That fragile prime is all he has. 6 out, 4, and don't overthink this.
And the back checker isn't about to be attacked anyway.
Yeah, and if the worst happens and Dave closes him out and rolls the 3s and get everything around, he's got 2 guys closed out, with 4 extra crossovers and a few pips. It's probably 55% gammons, but it's nothing close to 100. He really just can't make any play other than this, because anything else costs way too many wins. Four, and he ought to play 12-10 to unduplicate the 3s, because he's got to come up with a 3. So give yourself 4s and 1s to make it, and the 3s. come
So
up.
just as a duplication is important to duplicate your opponent's numbers, you want to unduplicate your own.
Well, this might have actually been the correct play, not to leave the 6s at all.
Yeah, it turned out right. Not leaving that 6 turn out to be smart.
Yeah.
All right. 4s and 3s hit. 3s come up. 5s and 2s do nothing. Nothing.
Bad roll.
So you give him a 1. I play to the 8 and give him an ace shot.
Get him on the deuce.
Now I give him an ace shot. I like this play. You don't want to get hit. So
It also duplicates the aces.
That's nice, dude.
and dupes the aces, right?
And duplicates it with 4-1 on his side of the board also.
This is a prime versus prime battle.
Yep.
By the way, I think some of the toughest checker plays you can get are in prime versus prime battles.
All right. Well, now it's not a prime versus prime. Dave's just got to come up with some 5s. Yeah, this is where Dave not thinking about that 2-1 earlier coming out is really
Yeah.
may come back to bite him.
Yeah, we both would have done it, and he played fast. And
Well, I
he
would have
didn't.
looked at it. Okay, it's just
Sure.
it was just not an obvious play, and they're in what might be the last game of the match, and you got 8 minutes left. So use your clock. Okay, good. Now Dave just hoping Charlie rolls something very large and awkward.
That's not large and awkward. It's awkward.
It's a little awkward.
Slot.
It's not large.
I think you slot. I guess you're afraid of the gammons, but that's why you wouldn't slot. But I would slot. But I really desperately need that point. But gammon save. Are you really playing totally gammon save here? If you do, I guess you don't slot. But I would slot it. These are tough plays. But if you don't slot it, you're so ugly. It's such an ugly board. Ugh. Ugh.
Yeah, he's still in gammon save mode. I guess.
Ugh.
He's just figuring it's got a prime as ugly as it is. It might hold up.
It held
and
up.
He's right. It might.
Switch. He has to
I
switch.
mean, Charlie's a 5 away from probably winning the match this game.
That double 1s was a monster roll
You bring
for
the last
Charlie.
one in to kill the 6s. Nothing to think
Yep.
about here.
Killing 6s means 6s don't play, which is what you want to do.
There's only
you
one
don't want
6.
to.
There's only one 6 that plays, which is
Yeah.
the one you want to play, which
Yeah.
is 3-6.
5 would be nice. No.
All right.
A 3 is huge here.
Even a 1 to diversify. There's the 1.
The 1. That's very, very big roll. He would love to roll a 5.
Well, Dave's got 8 numbers, 8 great numbers: 3-6, 2-6, 3-5, 2-5. Really needs to come up with one of them right now. 1-5.
No, he didn't get it. This is cracking. That was a huge swing roll. That makes Charlie a big, big favorite, that roll. Even if he doesn't roll a 5, he's going to be a big favorite now. Do you hit?
I do. I wouldn't stack these. I would hit.
I would hit because I like to unstack and I want to take away half his roll.
I would hit. If you get hit back, there's also that blot on the 5 point.
Yep. But I like that he's taking his time.
I mean, if you don't hit, if Dave rolls an ace, he could just anchor up, bury his checker to try to
Yeah.
race off the deuce point later.
Nice play, Charlie.
So yeah.
By the way, I think both of these players have played very well. They deserve to be here. And as I said, the field is really, really tough. These two are not two of the favorites in this tournament, but they're very strong players. There's no surprise that they're here. Cover?
Just make the 8 point. Or the 4 point.
4 point.
Yeah. Don't
Hit,
overthink.
hit and cover.
Don't overthink this.
Oh, no.
No, that's an overthink. Just make
Yes.
5 in a row is good.
Good
There
play.
we go.
You know, 5 in a row is almost as good as 6 in a row. Did you know that? I came up with that years ago. I think that's a new theory I came up with. 5 is almost as good as 6.
All right.
He does not cover. He should not cover.
Bring the 2 in.
Yeah, you don't cover because you don't care that much if he rolls a 1, but you care a lot if he rolled a 6.
Right.
Oh, you have to hit. You got to stay
No,
alive.
This is his worst ace, so it forces him to break the 4 point.
I still think you have to hit. You're desperate here. Gammons don't matter against you.
No, of course not.
How do you win the game?
Well, I don't know. Maybe you wait for a shot later.
Really?
I wouldn't hit here. I just think that this is asking too much of the dice.
I always ask a lot of the dice. That's the only way I can win.
There's a lot, and then there's just too much. I think that was too much.
Well, he agreed with you. But it would have been fun to see what happens. I mean, are we doing this for fun?
That's every when you roll aces. Roll by sixes.
That's a great shot.
So, again, this
Why-
is the
why-
finals of
Dave
the
just pushed
undefeated.
Dave just pushed the clock. He needs to roll. Now they're yucking it up, but it's okay. Charlie does leave a shot with 6-5 here. I think that's the only number.
By the way, if I failed to mention it, I know both of these guys fairly well, and they're really both good sports and nice guys. I'm happy to see them there. Of course, I can say that about most people in backgammon. It's an incredible, wonderful group of people. I can count on one hand the number of people I don't like in the entire world of backgammon. That's a pretty small number.
That is good because we know a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, I know thousands of people on one hand. The number that I don't like, that's nothing. When I was in real estate, I needed
All
two
right.
hands and both feet.
All right, and congratulations to Charlie. Unless something weird happens, he is going to be the undefeated finalist.
Right, and
It's a
that
nice
means
honor.
even if he loses in the finals, he gets some extra cash
He's gonna get
for
some
going
extra cash.
undefeated. It's not fair though. He's a local guy.
Well, he's defending his home court. I mean, how many?
Yeah.
I mean, who's dominated the LA tournaments? A guy you know by the name of Steve Sachs.
That's
okay?
right. That's
and,
right.
You know, Victor's dominated New York. I mean, I think sometimes people.
Wait a
just-
minute, you say Victor's dominating New York. He did it by beating you half the time.
Well, you know, we're
Or is that a sour stomach?
No. I've always said.
It seems like he's always against you in the finals.
I've always said when I win, I'm just a mere humble servant chosen by the backgammon gods to custody his future winnings.
Who happens to have studied real hard and played real well. All right, that's the match. Again, I want to thank Backgammon.com for their sponsorship, Dimitri for setting up the streaming and doing such a good job here.
We could stay interested here. Oh no, he's out. All right,
It's
that's
over.
That's no,
It's-
somebody on the
it's
board.
over.
All right,
Stay tuned.
nothing left but to shake the hands at this point.
Yep. Stay tuned for more matches, more commentary, and then the finals around 3 or 4 o'clock. We're going to see Charlie against we don't know who yet. A bunch of different players that are available.
John O'Hagan is lurking out there, and he won last time.
He's
so-
playing last chance, so that's 7 points.
Oh, that's the last chance. I'm
That's
sorry.
last
Okay,
chance.
All right. John O'Hagan's not looking.
No,
out
he
there.
got
He's
beat-
not going to win 2 ABTs.
He got
in a
beat
row.
by Charlie last night in a very tough match. Great match, guys.
All right.
Thank you, Chris. As always,
Thank you.
love working with you, and I learn a lot every time I'm with you. And stay tuned. We'll have a lot more great matches coming
All
up.
right. All right. I may be back this afternoon, but I'll take a little break now.
I'm gonna take a break until the finals. I think.
Okay.
Rest my voice. I'll be doing the finals with Kara.
If you go to Backgammon News and search under me, I did some pictures. I posted it on Facebook. Okay. Yeah, I highly recommend it. I mean, it's not cheap. It's $800, but it's good board. Well, there's some stiff competition in that pricing class. So. Sure. Sorry. Oh! Congratulations. Are you grandkids? Oh, nice. All right. Congratulations on a good run.
Thank you. I have a question. You watched the match
I did.
last night against Joe.
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
Oh, I watched part of it. I remember that whole thing with his double sixes and the split checker. But it was fixed properly.
Yeah, I was, okay. I was curious about my cube play and four-way, two-way.
I think I stopped watching at that point. But
Okay.
if you want to send me the XG or take a picture of the position, I can look at it.
Well, it'll be transcribed and by the time we get home, it'll be there, but I just, I start off, four-way, two-way, I'm thinking an early cube, any low, it just needed tiny advantage, and yet by the time I finally doubled it, he had a clear drop. It's like, I just felt like I must have missed a cube in there someplace.
If you dropped
No, this is not active, all this mic stuff. What's he got? I can't even see the number. 2-4, it looks like. Shall we hit
this,
or
this
shall
is
we?
the same thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Shall we hit or knit? I'll take it.
It's a 5-point holding game with 2 goalkeepers.
Yeah.
That's the way I look at this.
Six three a blot number. Oh no, it isn't. Clear as 10. 6-1 a blot number. 4-3 not a blot number. If he clears his 10 point. Interesting.
This is not ideal.
Yeah, that's various like this is where you have to look at clearing the 10 point before to count all the numbers and all that shit. Because this would have been you would have had a 3 point and no more 10 point.
No, it's not right here.
Yeah. It might have been that John could have done better with his bare end to make a board. Ah! 2 5s in a row, not ideal. I'll take it. Banana split. Kaboom. Well, you got no choice, really. Get on with it. Take out those dice.
How much does he have left?
2 2s. He's just got to play. He's just got to switch.
He's got two more.
He's got two more, and he's thinking whether 6-2 or 4-2 twice. I would just 4-2 twice is what I would do. Just hope he does not come in. You know, if he comes in, you might contain him. If he doesn't come in, I mean 4-1, 4-2, 4-5. You know, we got another shot on him. John says, I want purity. I want a 9, please. Thank you. 5-3.
Is that 2-6 from Bach?
Holy shit, that cube's at 8?
Yeah, John redoubled to 4
Did it end up
when he
taking
was.
4?
I think it's probably a take. What does he think he's doing? Shall I leave a duplicated 5 and 2 blots? Or shall I just leave a deuce and bury checkers? I'm strongly tempted to leave a deuce. Yeah, I'm not sure of the deuce. I'm pretty sure he should not have left 2 blots.
It's a good number of, it's a good number.
And John could have made a risky maneuver and kept a 5-point board last time, but leaving something like a quarter of the deck. This is where it had us be able to carry. It's not, yeah, I mean,
They're pretty ace.
I would have been slotting that 2-point before this roll.
Did you come out with a 2 and bury the 4?
It's a 5-2.
Making 6, 6. Maybe take 2 to the ace.
I don't think saving the 6 helps much at all. This helps more, but it might have been, it might just have been right to be blot free down there.
5, 3.
Well, this is where he likes to have something saved, but the trouble with saving a 6 is that your sixes will break your board up invariably. Well, this will too. This way, at least he can stay on the 18-point.
Yeah.
He could have done that with 6-1, 6-2 as well, but he's got a faster board now.
He's got in a pretty good position.
There is
Move
a
anywhere?
no.
Nice and good and shit.
Just has to minimize shots. If he comes up from the back,
His linkage.
if he comes up from the back, there are 24, 26, 28, no, not 28, 26, 26, 6 ways. He's got 26 ways this way too, apparently.
But this way he didn't give up his linkage. He gets to lose another shot.
Well, but he gets closer to home also. I think it was the same number of hitting numbers. 5s and 2s is 23, and then there's a 9 over there. There's 3 more 9s, which would be 26. The other way, he had the 4 and 3 would be 24, and then he had a 6-2, which was 26. So it was the same. It was the same. It was the same. What does he got? A 6-5? I think he should move closer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, not even. No. No, this is. No, I don't like this. Now, well, that's, he's got no choice with that.
I had 5 or 6. 6 is dead even. 5 shoots way ahead.
Kaboom! Dueling crashed 4-point boards.
6.
There he is.
See it?
Shall he go 2 to 1 or shall he go 3 to 2?
9s,
12s.
12s are the ones.
8.
Ouch.
There's an oucher, woucher.
Well, big winning chances.
Lurkage.
Gets hit. Ouch. Still in it though. So ahead in the race.
What is that? A 4? That is not necessarily best, but it might be best.
Right. Ouch.
Yeah, there's that.
6, 5 is only 1 there. Ouch. 4, what, 6?
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. That's the one. I'm not paying off to anything. There aren't even any direct blot numbers if he stays on the bar.
He has trouble staying if he comes in. So that's it. He's gonna have to shoot big.
There's the old fatal lozenge. No. Yeah, he doesn't have to leave any blot numbers. I think I'm not sure, but I think he can. I would just go three. I just go three. I just go 3 to 2.
He's on even.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should.
Yeah,
He should be
I think the
If he dances, he's in good shape, and if he
yeah
comes on, he's.
he should not he shouldn't imagine that it's close race because they're not yet.
Go ahead, just not let him come on. I think that's it, John.
That's better than chopped liver. Now all he needs is 3 more of those. I think that's it, yep. Yaker Wikers.
Why aren't you guys talking?
No, there's
What
no
about the game?
John.
He did. He gets out of more jams than Kit.
Yeah.
At least he has this weekend.
Yeah, I think Ed made a critical error bearing in against a 1-5 structure, if I'm not mistaken.
I ain't gonna take a black coffee.
Oh, they're listening. No, we're on it. Oh no, we are. We are live here. We just don't see our own pictures. So I was talking, not knowing that all you people in TV land were listening to me, and I'm sorry about that. I'm Marty Storr. We've got Phil Simborg and Kara Schultz, I believe, doing a lot of comedy duty. I sat down here not knowing that this was a live mic. But I didn't say anything faux pas-ish, I don't think. But stay tuned, smash that like button as hard as ever you can. 2026 Denver Wild West Shootout. We just saw John O'Hagan and Ed Gazvoda finish up their 7th round consolation match in the main event. So John O'Hagan advances. I'm not sure whether he is in the money yet. It almost seems like he should be because there's so many rounds that he must have won to get here. Usually if you lose early enough in a tournament like this, sort of a progressive, I forget the name for the format, it's 3 losses and you're out. It's not a Swiss system where you have a set number of rounds that everyone plays until they lose thrice. But you've got three brackets that advance as the tournament goes on. There's the undefeated bracket, then there's the fighters bracket, those who've lost once, and you probably can't hear me anymore. Yeah, the mic was live and I didn't know it. But I didn't say anything foolish, so
Okay.
I didn't disparage anybody or be foolish about.
It's
So oh yeah, so okay. I'm apologizing for my existence. It's confusing because that comes up, and I'm still talking, but they're not seeing much of anything except. I don't know. I don't know how it works. So.
I'm turning off, but I don't know if it's better or not. Either, we'll have to think about it. We'll have to think about it.
Yeah, sure. It's a good question for streaming in general. You don't want to pick up conversations in TV land that are, somebody like me can embarrass themselves. So, but I'm trying to be.
Basically, you always need to be aware that this might be on.
It might be on. That's it.
Okay.
Assume that it's on. Okay. So I am Marty Storer, apologizing for his own existence. No, not always knowing that we have a live mic here. And Dmitry Ogakhov has said, just assume it's live if you don't know otherwise. Now, I don't know what is coming up here. There's the undefeated bracket and the fighters bracket lost once, and the one who's undefeated. There's only one undefeated player in the undefeated bracket at the end of it all, and then there will be the player in the fighters bracket who's lost once, who will also be undefeated except for that one loss. And those two players, the one who emerges at the top of the fighters bracket and the one who is undefeated, play one final match. Now, why is that? Why doesn't the lost once player have to win twice in order to win the tournament? That's because they want to have only one match. It's sort of easier on the organizer's end to have one match instead of possibly two matches. And the other reason is that the undefeated player is compensated by getting extra money. I think it's 5% of the entry pool. So that is fair enough. So there will be the final happening. I think maybe the redoubtable Phil Simborg and the equally redoubtable Kara Schultz will be commenting on that one. In the meantime, I don't know what is going on. I don't know if there's a finals of the fighter bracket going on. I only saw Ed Gazvoda and John O'Hagan. They were the only ones playing in the room with the cameras that you see, or someone you could. I see a picture of that room in real time. But they were the only ones in there, as well as Dmitry Ogakhov, the intrepid master of the cameras and the sound system. So we might have action very soon. But rather than bore you anymore, I will just give props to this tournament and Ben Friesen, president of the U.S. Backgammon Federation. He's also helping with this tournament, and Dan Minardi, who is the main local organizer. I am not sure who is in the running for. I believe Irina Litzenberger, the intrepid Irina Litzenberger, one of the country's strongest female players. She's a master-rated player. I think she is in the running. The consolation, if you're in the consolation, you've lost twice, and You cannot win the whole event, but you win the consolation. Is kind of tantamount to finishing second. Usually in a tournament of this format, you get the same number of American backgammon tour points for winning the consolation as you do for finishing second in the main event. I know there will be more action. I just don't know when that will be, and I'm going to leave this mic and I'm going to check and see. So hang tight, like, and subscribe, as the Uncle Sam graphic tells you. Yeah, I don't know what's coming next. So.
Dimitri seems to be on top of it.
Yes, I think they're going to fill Cara for the main final. Cara Schultz. Full support.
Oh, I know who they are for.
Yeah, I think they're going to comment on
Oh,
it.
they're done.
I think they're, yeah.
Okay, we're away from that. Because there's two semifinals, and then there's those two will play, and then that person will play the Charlie.
Oh, Charlie's undefeated?
Charlie's undefeated.
Oh, okay.
The last undefeated man standing.
Okay. So I have that the finalist, or one of the undefeated player who will be in the grand final, is a local player, Charlie Reichel. And an interesting part of his last name, Reichel, is that you could rearrange the letters of Reichel to get another name, Charlie. So if you say Charlie, 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 you can be playing with anagrams, even if you don't know it. So there is somebody. Oh, it's Joe. Oh, this is consolation round 8. I guess. So now we're going to have. Looks like we're getting ready to play. All right. Well, in that case, I'm not sure if the Jonas Sewell-Joe Friedman match is. I think they're on a screen that I don't think the viewers see. Anyway, a consolation round 8 matches between Jonas Sewald, who is a local Coloradan, or Coloradan, if they want to say it that way, and Joe Friedman. I remember Joe Friedman from long ago in the dank, dim dens of Manhattan backgammon when I was a young lad. Playing a lot of backgammon, as my parents thought I should not do, but I did not care what they thought. So here I am now, instead of, I don't know where I would be. Cloistered in a monastery. But I am not cloistered, I am here. And I am Marty Storer, and you're not. I'm not Chevy Chase, and you're not either, so. But I am what I am, and that's all what I am. And I will comment on something if there is something to comment on, and if Phil Simborg and Cara Schultz do not kick me away from this table, because I think they are scheduled for commentary somewhere, sometime. Phil, of course, is a well-known player and teacher. And he is a commentator who appears in many times and places. And he is a principal of, what is it called again? It's got a bunch of backgammon teachers, and he is one of them. I am sort of nominally one of them, although I haven't given lessons in a while. And you could look him up online and for that. Now, I'm seeing Jonah Seawald and Joe Friedman on the screen that you probably do not see. But if you do see it, you can follow blindfold. Jonah Seawald opened with 4-2, making his 4-point. Joe Friedman double fours, making his 9 and 20 points. 3-2 for Jonah. Jonah is well aware that he must split his back checkers, and he brought both of them up instead of bringing one of them up and either playing a blot from his midpoint into his own board or moving a checker off of his 6-point onto his 4 or 3-point. Now that is his move is at least reasonable. It might be right. I haven't looked at this in a while. And 4-1, was it 4-1? It looked like it was 4-1 by Joe Friedman. He hit 2 checkers, and Joe replied with 2-6 from the bar, and now Joe has rolled double 5, and he's able to make his slotted 3-point and move 9-4 twice and have an 8-point. And now Jonah has stayed on the bar again, and now it is going to be time to turn that cube. And Joe turns the cube, and the incipient blitz is too much to allow Jonah to take that double. Was it too good to double? Probably not. Now, it is a 7-point match in this constellation. All matches in the constellation are 7 points. So Joe Friedman is up 1-0. So if you grant that they are equal players, then he would be 56-44 to win, according to the robot Extreme Gammon's default table of match-winning chances at different scores. Now we have got, Joe has got the edge again, not the biggest edge, but a clear edge. He opened with a 5-3, and then he followed with, no, I guess he opened with, I don't know what happened, but anyway, Joe Friedman is on a roll. He's got both 3 points made. He's up front. He has his 6 and his 4 and his 8-point. Jonah just had a blot on Joe's 11-point, which Joe did not hit, and he turned that blot into a point by moving a 3-2 to make the 11. So Jonah has his 5, 6, 8, 11, and 13 points. A blot on Joe's 1-point. And what was that he played? A 4-1? Did he play a 4-1, 8-3? Doesn't seem right. He could have played 13-8, which I certainly would have done. Now, Jonah has rolled double 5s, and he's made his 1-point all the way from his 11. And Joe Friedman is still lurking on Jonah's 3-point, and he's rolled an awkward double 5. And he can switch points and put Jonah on the bar, but give up his 6-point, and then he would only remain with a 3-point board, or he could move his last 2 5s to his 8-point. So he's got 4 in his 8, 2 in his 6, 3 in his 4, and 4 in his 3, and 2 in his 22. That's Joe Friedman. And Jonah Seawald has increased his lead in the race with another double 5. It was awkward. He had to play 3 checkers from his midpoint to his 8. Now he has 5 on his 8, 3 on his 6, 3 on his 3, 3 on his 1, and 1 on Joe's 1 point. Joe has rolled an awkward 4-3, and he had to hit him loose on the 1 point, leaving a direct return shot. Joe rolls a 3-2, and that's going to be neither here nor there because we're going to be starting. We've got Richard Stubbe Helen on the visible screen. And Richard, okay, and Scott has rolled a 1-6. Okay, you can see on the screen that Richard Stubbe has 3 checkers back, and Scotty Kelland, nominally from Connecticut, I think, which is a U.S. state in the eastern part of the country. Richard is playing the blue checkers on the bottom of your screen, and Scott Kelland is playing on the white checkers, or the yellowish checkers. I'll say white and blue, I guess, on the top. So now Richard has made an advanced anchor on Scott's 5 point, and Scott says, what shall I do? Shall I escape my back checker, or shall I put Richard on the bar and make 3 points on my board? And maybe he thought that Richard might not come in with a good number like a 2-1, which he rolled, and he entered it on Scott's 2 point, had made his own 5 point. Now Scotty has anchored up on the 18 point or the 7 point of Richard, but Scott had to leave an extra blot, and he played to the 11 point, and now Richard missed the shot, a direct 6 shot he missed. He had a 5-4 and a 5-1 and a double 2 and a 4-2, so he had almost half the deck to hit, but he missed. And Richard had a 4-1, and he slotted his 4 point and brought another spare checker to his 5 point, so he has a good chance to make his 4 point next turn. And now Scotty has a 6-2, and the only safe play is to move into his 3 point. It's not desirable to have a third checker on your 3 point, but it would be undesirable to be hit, and there weren't any great alternatives anyway. Now Richard has tightened up his board. He's got a 3 point board, 6, 5, and 4 points. That formation has been called the rack by the very famous Bill Roberti, the great player and author. And I'm told the rack is a torture instrument versus a pool-like, billiards-like setup of balls. Now Scotty has been able to make his 4 point. He's got a 4 point inner board. And Richard is able to slot his open 3 point, and Scotty says, I am going to run away. No doubt I am ahead of the race, so I'm going to move my back checkers all the way, as far as ever they may go. That is not a bad number with 4-3, and Richard elects to bring a spare checker to his midpoint, because the spare checker on the 20 point, or the 5 point of Scotty, might have trouble moving through the outfields safely. Now there is a blot number, so this roll shows a reason that Richard might have elected to make his 3 point. If he had made his 3 point and Scotty had rolled a bad number such as this one and left a direct shot, then Richard would have owned his 3 point right now. He must hit rather than allow Scott to just escape, but he had a direct shot. Scott could have hit with a 3, which is 14 numbers out of the 36 total, 1, 2, and 1, 1 being combination 3s. And now Richard says, I'm doubling you because I've got, what do I have, 29 numbers to make the 3 point. And that's a 3-1. And he says, I will play safely, I will make a nice structure. And Scotty says, if I come in quickly, I'll have a chance. If I don't come in quickly, I won't have much of a chance at all. Now here's an interesting one. There are three, maybe 4 possible plays. And when you, intrepid readers, or watchers, are sitting at the table, what you should do is you should consider very carefully all your alternatives, because there were and this was certainly one of the alternatives. Richard said, okay, I need to escape my back checker as soon as I can. And I can, with that 5-4, I can escape it into my outer board where it is aiming directly at the open 7 point, which is the key point for Richard to fill in. If he makes a 7 point, he will have a 6 point prime. And now he can say, well, shall I make that 7 point and give him a 2-6 from the bar, as Ray Fogerland would yelp? Or should he, as Ray is behind me, or that is he, the man himself, or shall he not leave a blot at all? But now he's sort of paying a small price for not having made that point.
Pretty big price.
Now the thing is, well, it's a big price with that roll. Now the thing about leaving the 2-6 from the bar and making the 7 point would have been, the 7 point would be 5 points in a row, and even if Scotty did roll that 1 in 18 chance, the 2-6 from the bar, Richard would have had a direct shot right back at him because Scotty had a blot at that time on his own 2 point. Now as for the race, 99 pips for blue and 89 pips for yellow, but there's a smacky wacky. And now it's a real big question whether to slot that 7 point and leave 4 return shots instead of merely 2. And Richard says, I will leave the 4 return shots. If I make that 6 point prime, then I will be happy. And Richard does not rise to the occasion with hitting 5-2 or 6-1. And Richard says, please give me a 3 or 4, and there's or 3 or 2 to make 6 points in a row. And now he's got his 7 point and he's got his 6 points in a row. And I suppose that Scotty ought to have moved into his 6 point with a 4. What is that, a 6-2 for? A 6-2 for Richard. He really has nothing but to move all the way to the 1 point. Doesn't want to break his 6 point prime and leave a blot, vulnerable to anything. So now Scotty has to just move his checkers judiciously, and he says, all right, maybe I'll make my 5 point if Richard is forced to leave a direct shot. And he would have been had he rolled a 6-5, but this just advances the 6 point prime, and Scotty does not want to roll a 1 to hit, and Richard does want to not be forced to leave a blot, and this is the way to not leave a blot. Now he's got 3 ways to leave a blot. He's got 4 ways. He would 6-5 and 6-6 to 5-5 would off a blot. He instead rolled something else. He was able to play safely, and he's bearing off. He says, I've got a slight chance to win a gammon, and I hope to win one, and I don't want to play too chicken. Scotty stays on the bar. Scotty's a big favorite to save the gammon, but Richard is now getting closer because he doesn't have to break a point, and he does get to bear checker off and have a perfectly safe position next time. And he's got double 3s. Now I believe he should be a little frisky and bear 2 checkers off for the gammon. Okay, so now Scotty comes in and he efficiently moves a checker right to a 6 point. Now Scotty's a big favorite to save the gammon, and there's an efficient 2. And now all of the following pips that Scott rolls are going to be in the outer board, and he could get gammoned now if he rolls a 2-1 next turn. Now if he rolls a 2-1, Richard would have to roll a double. There's a 4-1, and he saves the gammon. So it is now, they're rolling on for some reason, and Richard Suby wins 2 points. Richard is from Houston, Texas. Now he has helped us at the U.S. Backgammon Federation in various good ways. He has given editorial help for Primetime Backgammon. I am the executive editor of that fine publication. And Richard is an excellent writer, and he is, I think he does something related to web content. And we might wish that he succeed me as executive editor of Primetime Backgammon magazine one of these years when I get tired of it or get too old or sick. And that, okay, so Richard opened with a 5-2 and he made the standard splitting play, and Scotty made the standard reply with 4-3, which is to hit loose, unstack the 6-point, and unstack the midpoint and bring a builder in range of the slotted 3-point and of other inboard points. And that was a 6-4 reply, which did not hit. And so he ran to the outfield, and Scotty could not hit, but he did roll a 6-2, and he covered his 3-point with a 6, and he split his back checkers with a 2. And now Richard has got an excellent double 2. He's going to make his 4-point with 2 of them, and now he's thinking, shall I make my 11-point, or shall I safety my blot semi and bring it to the 11-point where it is only vulnerable to combinations of even numbers, right? All combinations of even numbers. Is that right? 6-6 doesn't hit, so it looks like he had 6-2, double 4, double 2, and 6-4. So looks like 8 numbers. And now that was a 4-1 by Scotty, and he decided he would hit just so that Richard would not have his full roll to attack or to make his bar or 5-point. And he says, if he hits me with a 1, then so be it. At least he can't use the 1 to make his bar point or whatever it is. So 5-3, not the best reply by Richard Stubbe. Now Scott says, all right, I'm going to make an anchor, and he says, I'm really going to go after that back checker, and I'm going to get hit for my pains. And I guess Scotty's idea was that you don't let that last back checker escape. There's something I call Storer's, that's me, corollary to Pottle's Law. Pottle's Law says always escape your last back checker or run your last back checker out in the attempt to escape. And when I extend that idea and say that if your opponent is threatening to escape the last back checker, you should attack it or put some kind of aggressive restraint upon it. That is what Scotty did, but the drawback of his hit was that Richard was a favorite to hit back, and even if he missed, Scotty was not well set up to keep the attack going. If he had known that Richard was going to miss the shot, he would have hit, but he didn't know that at all. But now Richard just played safe somehow. I guess he had to. Okay, no, he's got a. What has he got? A 6-5. Okay, so he played a 6, and he decided not to play a 5, going behind me. So I'll pay the piper now while Scott is occupied with blots up front. And Scott elected to switch to his own 20-point, Richard's 5-point, instead of making his bar point for some restraint against any back checker that might enter. And I guess Scott reasoned that, well, Richard has a blot in his inner board. He had a blot in his 2-point, which he just covered. And so I'll take the opportunity to advance to a higher anchor in Richard's board. So now we've got a situation where Scotty does have the 20-point, Richard's 5-point. It wasn't clear to me whether the 20-point is even that much more desirable in itself, because the point that he owned before he made Richard's 5-point was Richard's 3-point, which would have been better for containment later. but better for shot equity later. So Richard came out and hit, left a bunch of return shots, and Scott entered with a 5, and he lifted his blot outside with a 3. Now, he could have hoped for 2 or 3 back to hit, but he did not hit. He would have hit if he could. And Richard thought, shall I double this position? I think he should have actually doubled based on the chance to escape. Like this is he minimizes shots now. Scotty can hit with a 2. Scotty's way behind in the race. He can hit with a 2, but if he doesn't hit with a 2, he's just losing the race, right? And now Richard just cashes the game, but he could have had Scott in for 2. And I guess he thought, and if there were better variations, Rich could have rolled an 8 and made his 7-point blot free, or he could have rolled a double 6 and cleared both of his blots safely, And again, if the best Scotty could hope for was a direct shot, and that wouldn't even have been winning. So I think that was a mandatory double by Richard, even given that he was 2 points ahead in the match to 11. This is an 11-point match because it's the fighter's bracket, and anybody who has only lost once, and both Richard and Scotty have lost once apiece. So now we had a 5-1 opening by Scotty, a minor split, 24-23, splitting back checkers, and it looks like Richard played 6-3 by running instead of coming out to the 6 and finding a 3. And now Scotty hit and split, and Richard hit back twice, 1-3 it looks like, and Scotty rolled looks like a 1-6 and missed the return shot, and Richard has got a 3-6 and he can cover his 5-point, and he elects to hit again on his 2-point, put 2 checkers on the bar. Scotty hopes for a double 3, actually. A double 2 would have been nice, but a double 3, he can enter with 2 checkers and hit and make a 10-point. The 10-point is a good point because it's a safe, it's builders for the inner board, and it can't. The made 10-point has no blots. But Richard rolled a fantastic double 4, entering with a 4, making the 9-point, and covering on his 2-point with a 4. So he has a 3-point inner board, and he's got a good outside point blocking the checkers on his own 3-point. And Scotty rolled a 4-3 and hit 2 checkers. He said, I've got 10 checkers in the attack zone. I might as well try to blitz. The alternative play was to move his back checker out all the way to Richard's 8-point, 24-17. But he's made a double anchor, and he has hit again in his own board. And Richard is trying to escape with a 6-5, and there is a 3-2. I believe that. All right, so it looks like now Scotty could hit again, or he could. The alternative is not to hit and to cover his 4-point and slot his 5-point, hoping to make that 5-point next turn. It's a 4-2. No, it's a 3-2. Okay, so that's different. I would have been inclined to make my 4-point, but it's not. I don't really know the best play. And now Scotty stays on the bar, but it looks like he might have a viable back game position. So a 4-1. He's thinking about. He thinks, all right, I don't want to anchor necessarily. I want to get my back checkers moving. And now I believe that Scotty should slot his 5-point rather than playing safe, because more than worrying about safety, he's worried about making an inner board as quickly as he can. So this is an interesting question for Richard Stubbe. He can either make his 10-point, or he can run all the way out to his 12-point, which is what he just did. The rationale is that he's got, he's got a builder for his 8 or his 7-point. Now, Scott has responded with double 6, and it looks like he does not have timing to keep his both of his rear anchors risk-free, so he's advanced one of his anchors out to Richard's bar point, or Richard's 7-point. And instead of making his own 4-point, he slotted his own 4-point, and he left his own 4-point slotted and made his 2-point. I would have been strongly inclined to make the 4-point instead of putting a blot on my 2-point deep. So Richard has safetied the outfield. Now he's got his 12 and 13 points made. He's playing not a back game where you have 2 anchors in your opponent's innerboard, but a holding game. And now Richard has made a decision I think is questionable, because he buries a checker in the name of not leaving any blots. I think with a 5 left, he should have just put a blot on his 8-point, realizing that Scotty has 2 blots at his own board, and to hit and cover, there aren't very many such numbers. There are a few, but even the hit and cover numbers, might force Scotty to break his fine anchor on Richard's 7-point. Now Scotty's busily building his board, and Richard has been forced to, he's elected to strip all of the points in his outfield. And Scotty says, I'm going to build my board, but I'll have a better chance to make my 3-point if I put a checker on my 3-point instead of if I put it on my 5. I'll have 3 direct numbers to cover the 3-point. And some of those can also be used to make the 5-point, such as 3-2. Now Richard is forced to leave a blot, and he leaves it the safest way possible, the most flexible way. He puts a spare checker onto his 6-point. That is a 5-4, and Scotty, don't do that. Scotty has to move the 4 out of Richard's board to his 18-point. Now he's going to see it, because he can make his 3-point just like that. And now he has 2 spare checkers to make his next target point, which is his 5-point. Now it looks like Richard should clear his midpoint and his 9-point. I don't think his 9-point is very helpful at all. It's more of an obstacle to clear. And he says, I know the saying of the great Kit Woolsey, a point cleared is a point not to be feared, and there is the 2-1. Beautiful number. Scotty has now got a 5-point underboard, the best ever, and there's an equally good 2-1 by Richard Stubbe. And the cube is in the center. I can't see the physical doubling cube on the screen. I think it's probably somewhere behind the score card. Sorry? Yeah.
Scotty just blew himself up with the double 3s.
Oh, double 3s. Yes, Chris Trencher says don't think about the past or the doubling cube. Tell the viewers about this horrid double 3. This is the worst nightmare. And Richard can now even consider playing on for the gammon, because I think he's got one and only one way to leave a direct shot right now, which would be if he rolled a double 3 of his own. Well, that was the worst number in creation that Scotty has ever seen in his entire life. Had to break his inner board to, and the correct way to do it is to break from the back. And I see that Richard's clock is updating, and Richard probably says to himself, I'm going to play for the gammon. Unlikely though it may be, maybe I shall make my 1 point like a human, and so my double 6s plays right, and so I have a 5-point on the board. And there is another beautiful roll. I think what Scotty has to do is switch from his 5-point to his 4-point, but he says that in some analyses, the the 5 point is better than the 4 point, or something. But I think that the 18 point is better than the 17 point for containment purposes. And Richard says, all right, I'm going to play for gammon some more. It's not unheard of to lose a gammon. And Scotty says, ha ha, I'm not blocked anymore. The checker is free. And Richard says, now that I have 6-3, 6-2, 6-1, 5-2 blot numbers, shall I cash the game? Are my gammon chances great enough that I should play on for gammon? And he says, no, I will cash. Whether or not he's right, I don't know, but I could count something like 8 or 9 safe ways to clear the 10 point. And something like the same number of ways to leave a shot. So when in doubt, double in a position like that. If you don't know whether the position is too good to double or not, just double. Your opponent might make a mistake in taking or dropping. Taking would be the mistake, and you might lose. If you're not sure, you might not lose much equity, and you give your opponent a chance to make a bad mistake. So 5-3 for Richard. He's leading 4-0, 4 away to 7 away. And that's somewhere around a 71% chance to win the match. Maybe a 72, 73, I forget what, but now what was that Richard did? Did he play a 6-3? He played a 6-3. That was an interesting 6-3. He slotted his 7 point and he split with a 3. And Scotty has made the 5 point, and Richard has been he was unable to make his own bar point or his checkers up on the 4 point of Scotty. So Scotty is now as a 6-2, so he's going to attack on the 4 point. About half the numbers hit back, 18 or 19 numbers hit back. 4-1 is one of them. But Scotty still has an anchor. He's behind in the score, so Richard is not going to send a frisky double over because Scotty will have such green eyes to redouble that Richard will be a little wary. So Richard with a 2, he's just going to make that anchor. It's good to consider alternatives, but he's going to consider and just do it, and he does. And a nice double 5, beautiful double 5 for Scotty. Now he can make his 3 point with the remaining 3s. He's putting his fingers upon the board to remind himself that he can make his 15 point, or he can make his 3 point. Now I'm making the 3 point every time because I'm behind in the race still, I believe. And he says, all right, I'm going to control more outfield territory. But don't forget, sports fans, that a point is a point, and the 3 point is an innerboard point, the 15 point is not. And had Scotty kept his 20 point, or Richard's 5 point, and had he made his 3 point, then he would have had a direct shot at that blot that now sits on Richard's 8 point. Now Richard makes his bar point for a 5 point, broken 5 point prime, and Scotty is able only to play safely 8-2, and Richard says, well, I've got a broken 5 point prime, which one checker is trapped behind, but I am ahead 4-0 to 7, and maybe I should not be so eager to send the cube, especially with 2 checkers back where they cannot get away. So now Scotty says, all right, do your worst, I'm going to advance and try to get out. And Richard will say, my worst is to hit you loose from my midpoint, and I'll keep my defensive anchor, thank you very much. It's an 11-point match. Somebody's it's not 7 away. No, he's so 4-0. He still has to be wary, but not as wary. 4-0 to 11, not 7. I was commenting on a 7-point match just now. Thank you for Bob Zimmerman, the man from Maine, for telling me that. So 4-0 to 11 is a 70% match winning chance. I am almost certain. And Scotty says, well, I will hit thee, and I will leave the blot on my 2-point probably to duplicate a 2 to hit and a 2 to cover. This is another interesting choice. Now, Richard can be very aggressive. He says, I've got a 4-point board, and I've got an anchor in Scotty's board, and maybe, just maybe, Scotty will not enter, as he is a favorite to do. And he says, even if he covers, he's leaving me 5s and 4s from the bar to hit. That is not a hitting number. And he says, well, I can be even more aggressive and go 7 to 1 and leave a 2 to hit, or I can come out and keep my 7-point. And now Scotty says, well, now I'm behind in the match and I've got a triple direct shot out there, and I might not be hit back if I hit you. And now he's got a couple of ways to hit. One of them is to hit, you start with those two, and then you finish by either making your 8-point or your 9-point. And it is not clear to me which was right. Now this is forced. He's got to hit him, I think. He doesn't have to, but I think his best chance in the game is given. Now Scotty's in great pressure to enter, which he does not do. And now Richard Stubbe has got a great chance to, he covers his 1-point. He lifts one blot and he covers the other one. And Scotty dearly wishes for a double 5 or a 5-6 or a 5-4, and he stays on the bar. And Richard doesn't want to give Scotty the chance to take and redouble. And besides, he's got, if he does win this game, he'll win a fair number of gammons. But he couldn't hit. He couldn't even move his back checker. And luckily for him, Scotty doesn't come in. But he's got a real chance not to move one of those points. He says, shall I stop there? I believe the answer is that he should stop there, because if he is hit back in the outfield, especially with a 5-3, then he will have a direct shot. He will have 6s and 5s from the bar to hit. Oh, so that was the 3-2 or something, I guess, or a 1-2 or something. So he played. He didn't stay on the 15-point. I think he should have stayed on the 15-point. But now he hits anyway, and he has his spare 2 in his board. Scotty really wants to come in right now. I guess I don't need to point that out. And now Richard is on a roll, hitting blots. I think he should simply exit. Well, the exiting is good. Payoff to a double 5 hitting. He might hit back. Even if Scotty rolls that 35 to 1 shot, Scotty stays on the bar. And Richard rolls a 6-4. And I think he can, I'm not sure he has to escape, but he will elect to escape maybe. I think maybe he should pay off to double 5s. Or maybe he shouldn't. Equally, maybe he shouldn't. Because he doesn't have to, and he's putting 2 builders in range of his 5-point. I think he made a good play. Now I think maybe he ought to move that checker to 16 to 13 for more ammo closer to the open 5-point. Scotty obligingly stays on the bar. And 6-5, so he says, I will leave myself vulnerable to a double 5 if I go there. But he says, no, I won't. I won't after all, which I think he's absolutely right. It leaves him vulnerable to a bad double six, leaving a direct shot. But that's neither here nor there as he rolls 2-1 to close his board. All he has to do is get the 2 checkers by the obstacle on his own 10-point, and that's he moves. There are no blot numbers. 6-3 comes in nicely to the 5, and no blot numbers again. There's even a small chance to win a backgammon. 4-3 doesn't get any off, but it keeps the spares nicely spread out. Spares meaning third checker on your top of your board. 5-2, the safest play is to break the 6-point. And that's what Richard does. It's hard to argue with that. Now he's allowed to bear 2 checkers off because he might actually still win a backgammon. But he says, no, I'm going to play safely for the gammon. I myself would have tried for the backgammon like a very greedy man. And Scotty enters 1 checker. Richard plays safely with a 5-3. He's only got threes or bigger double sleeve of blot. He rolls a 5-3 safely. And now Scotty brings only 1 checker in. Now there are 12 blot numbers, 4-3 among them. Scotty's not dead. He says, come on, dicey wicey's. Oh, he misses. Okay, now he's just going to meekly be gammoned. He could have resurrected with a 3-shot. But now he's just going to try to save the gammon. I'm not sure if he's even got a non-zero probability. I'm pretty sure he does not have any chance. And now even the most skeptical of skeptics would agree that he has lost a 4-point gammon. To go down 0-8, Richard Stubbe has 8 points. If I remember right, that's about a 10% chance for the trailer in an 11-point match at that score. So here we are. Richard Stubbe is a big favorite to advance in the consolation. No, this is the fighters round 7. The consolation. I'm seeing Joe Friedman and Jonas Love. Is this the final of the fighters bracket? It might be. I think the winner of this might be in the grand final. I think that's, or it could be that this is only the semis. I don't see it on the screen. But let me look again. How do you work this silly computer here? There are no mice, there is only. Okay, someone says, is Kit okay? And Bob Vilheimer says, yes, he's tired. Yes, Kit Woolsey was here, and he is not with me at the table. And Scotty has just cashed a game. I've been trying to figure out, this is Fighters Round 7. I answered my own question. I missed the last game. So anyway, Scotty got a point. And now Scotty's opening roll is a 5-4. He tried to play an opening 4-4 with no doubles, but Richard points out the illegality, and Scotty plays an opening 5-4 splitting, and the loose hit on the 5-point is standard. You must not let that person just have a free shot to make that anchor, especially because with something like 5/12 of the total, he will miss, and you might be able to make your 5-point. And that was a good way for Richard to do so, is to hit and to make the 5-point. Scotty has rolled double 4, a very good reply. He enters, he makes his own 4-point, brings a builder to his 9-point. No real alternative at all. And now Richard is going to hit on his 4-point with a 2. That is a mandatory hit. And he says, rather than hit again, I will try to make my 4-point by bringing a builder down. Scotty might roll such a turkey-like number as 5-3, in which case I will be happy to have brought that thing down. So there is a cover, and here I believe is another hit. If Richard does not hit with that 3, he covers his 4-point. If he doesn't hit on the superior board, he risks giving Scotty a free chance to roll a 2 and anchor, roll a 6-4 and anchor, roll something to hit outside or make a point in his board, and now Scotty stays on the bar. So rather than turn the cube and have Scotty very likely take, Richard will try to win an undoubled gammon. This is not my way to do it. I think I would, instead of doing this, I would hit that 3rd checker. But Richard says, I don't want my opponent to get an anchor, so I'll hit him off of the anchor point on my 1-point and bring a builder down. But when in a blitz, when I see a 3rd checker to put on the bar, I generally will do it. This is, okay, Richard says, all right, I will make a 5-point prime just in case of accidents. Now, he could have spread builders more optimistically, but he's rolled a very good number 5-1, so he can hit and cover his 1-point. Scotty stays on the bar. And now Richard is hell-bent for an undoubled gammon, which will get him to the Crawford game. So there's only one play. I mean, he could bring maximum builders to his inner board by moving 2 checkers off his 8-point, but he wants also to escape his back checkers eventually. So he unblocks a little bit, and he also wants to get yet another checker on the bar if he can at all. So he's got 2 checkers on the bar now. He's made his 3-point, and he's brought a builder in to attack his open 2-point. His nightmare is Scotty rolls double 2s and makes his 9-point and 23 points. That is double 3s, almost. And now a 5-2. Now I believe he should just run and not slot his 2-point. Because now he's not on the bar and he's free to hit with everything except double 6. So he comes out and he plays. It's forced. There's only one legal play. And Scotty can stay alive in this game by making the 2-point, especially if he hits with the other number. And Richard says, all right, I hope to make my 2-point, which I will. I will hit that thing, and I will point on my 2-point, and I'll have 3 checkers on the bar. And my final 2 will be to unblock so I can play a double 4 safely. And Richard is hell-bent for gammon. He'll just go into his 5-point safely. And he's got a teeny-weeny chance to win a backgammon. And I do mean teeny-weeny. And he says, backgammon, schmackgammon. If I win, I'll be ahead 10-1. I don't want to take any unnecessary risks in order to win an ephemeral backgammon. So he says, all right, I am going to be safe for the moment. I will get more checkers off before my opponent ever hits me. And he'll get 2 checkers off. Now he's got 6-5, 6-4, 5-4 blot numbers next turn. Scotty enters 1. He's not unhappy to do that. 6 blot numbers, there they are. And that is a blot for Scotty to hit with a 5. Come on, baby. That is the wrong 5. 4 and 1 does not equal a hit. Richard says, now I am safe. I'll bear 2 checkers off. And this is probably just a gammon, but ooh, there's a double 5, and Scotty can bring one all the way around to his 6-point if he likes to. Doesn't matter much as long as he doesn't move 13-8 or something very silly. Instead, he moves all the checkers in the outfield. It's very efficient to put a checker on your own 6-point because you will no longer waste pips with that checker. So here's a double 4, and he will put 1 checker on his 6-point. He probably that is interesting, but not necessarily necessary. He could have not wasted any pips. And now I think he will cross over twice. The trouble is he doesn't have a 1 to cross over, but I guess that's not going to matter. He needs 4 crossovers right now, and he doesn't get it, and that's a gammon. 4 crossovers would have given him perhaps a few numbers to save the gammon, like high doubles or something. But now he has lost an undoubled gammon. Scotty is now behind the proverbial 8-ball. He needs 10 points to win this match, and in the Crawford game, which is the first game that anyone gets to match point, the doubling cube may not be used. It may not even be illegally used by the leader. It's considered an impossible move rather than a mere illegal move that the opponent may condone. But this is a legal moves tournament anyway. In days of yore, it was, the people did not play legal moves. Legal moves means if you see that your opponent makes an illegal move, you are obliged to point out the illegal move and give your opponent the option to play the move legally. And even if the illegal move would be to your benefit as illegally played, you are not allowed to take advantage of it. There's a variation of legal. In other words, you can play legal moves, or you can play what's called responsible moves, where if your opponent plays illegally, you are allowed to condone the illegal move and roll on at your judgment. But in the old days where they had legal moves rules, a double by the leader at post-Crawford or at Crawford was just considered an illegal move, and the trailer could condone it. And so if I needed 1 point and I mistakenly tried to double to 2, my opponent could say, okay, I accept that double, and then I'll double to 4 next turn, because I have nothing to lose. But that's no longer allowed, which I agree with that. Now the players, Kelland and Stubbe, are taking a break. Now Richards, and meanwhile Jonas Seawald and Joe Friedman are playing in the consolation. And it is 4-4 to 7. Jonas Seawald has just, I think he's just doubled, and Joe Friedman has taken, and it is 3 away to 3 away. And Jonah is the favorite. It was a good double. It might not have been a take. And Joe Friedman is in the game. He has made an advanced anchor. And now we're back live in a moment here with Scotty Kelland and Richard Stubbe. I call him Scotty. I met him as Scotty, but his name is Scott Kelland. He's from the northeastern United States. I think he resides in Connecticut, although he may have residences elsewhere. I had dinner at an amazingly good restaurant, the name of which I forget, in downtown Denver at this tournament. The local Denverian, Matt Patterson, copped us. He gave us the info about this great restaurant, and they had meat which was to die for, goat and beef and lamb, carne asada, the best I've ever had. The Argentinian native Irina Litzenberger affirmed that the meat was good, and in Argentina they do meat very well. So I was happy about that. And And Scotty was there. He was good fun, good company at the dinner table or the backgammon table. Richard Stubbe is a studious Stubbe. He's been improving. His game is getting stronger, and he's now in a late round. He's in the fighters bracket, round 7. That is either the semifinals of the fighters bracket or close to it. I think maybe it is the semifinals. If it is the finals, I assume that the banner would say finals. What I should do if I were not lazy, I could get onto my phone and open up the brackets site. Maybe I will try that. Oh, crap. All right. So here we are. Open browser. Open, okay, search for oh, poof. All right. Bear with me, sports fans, while I try to see which round this really is. It is round 7, but what does that really mean? I am searching, but now the players are here. Draw sheets. Show all brackets. All right, so this is the semifinals of the fighters bracket, round 7. No, it is. Excuse me. No, it is. It is the. Let's see. Is this the right bracket? Stubbe, and. Okay, so if Richard Stubbe, yeah, the winner of this is in the. Is in what? Is this the? This is the. Oh, Charlie Reichel is the other finalist. So I think the winner of this. What do we have? I'm confused. I'm very confused. I'm sorry. My phone is not up to the task. Anyway, we've got a game where Scotty Kelland is favored now because he's got an advanced anchor on Richard's 7 point, and Richard has got a back checker to escape. Scotty rolled a 4-3, and he decided to bring 2 builders from his midpoint. Otherwise, he would have had to leave a direct shot somewhere, but usually 2 indirect shots is less likely for the opponent to hit than 1 direct shot. And now Scotty just says, all right, I'll leave all 7s and most 8s to get hit. He could have left fewer shots, but he decided he would make his 7 point to block Richard Stubbe, and he has been hit for his pains. I think his play was most likely wrong, but to make a 7 point, but they're playing rather quickly. You know, they're experienced players, so they're not going to waste too much time if they're sure of the decision. Now, Scotty is at the disadvantage. It's the Crawford game, so gammons don't count double. They count double for Scotty, but they don't count double for Richard. And Scotty is unlikely to win a gammon. Richard rolls a 6-1 and brings 1 to his midpoint safely. Scotty says, "Shall I?" Oh, he says, maybe. He says, maybe I'll stay back there and maybe I won't. My own feeling is that Scotty should just make his 3-point. You really want a good, strong board quickly. And he says, well, if I stay back there, I might get attacked. And at least I can make my bar point if I come out safely. But
It's also not a given that he can unstack the 6-point.
it's not a given that he can unstack the 6-point effectively, says Chris Trencher. It's also by making the 3-point, he would use one of his stacked up checkers on the 6. And if Richard had rolled something like a 6-3, he would not have been able to go move a checker from his midpoint safely without leaving a direct shot. And he would gladly have done so after Scott came out with a back checker. Notice that Scott has cleared a checker, or his spare back checker around, and he's maintained sort of a broken 4-point prime structure, but he doesn't have an inner board yet. Well, I spoke too soon because now he has a 5-point inner board, but he's got 88 pips in the race, and Richard has 86, but now that Scott has any 6 except 6166 to leave a blot, Richard elected to make a beautiful 5-point board. Now this is sort of a dilemma for Richard. Now, what he probably should do, I'm almost sure, is to just clear his 8-point and take best advantage of any 6 from Scotty, but 6-6, which would give him a direct shot. And most players these days are going to make such a move. Now, this is arguably Scotty's best roll, failing double 5 or double 4 or something, running play. Now, Richard is the one who might leave a blot with a 6. But he rolled a 5-2, and he keeps a 5-point inner board. And it's Scott's turn to roll a 6, but he does not. He decides he will gamble that Richard will roll a 6, and he certainly does roll a 6. Now, Scotty is able to hit with that number and not have a direct return shot. See if you can guess what Richard would like to roll now. Double 6 would hit 2 checkers and cover. 4-1 stays on the bar. Scotty is alive and kicking. Shall he leave a 3-number shot by moving all the way around? Those 3 numbers would include a double 6 to hit him to cover. Or shall he leave shall he leave no shot at all except for double 6? Or shall he, so he pays off to the double 6, but he doesn't, and he also pays off to numbers like this where he could have had a direct shot at Richard. So Richard says, I want that closed board. I don't want to be 8 away in case he. So this is an interesting one. So Richard stays, or Scotty stays 12 pips away. And wait a sec. Okay, he had to leave direct shot, so he left the minimum required. Scotty has risen to the occasion. Now the question for me was, should he have left the blot 11 pips away? In which case he could only be hit with 2 numbers instead of 3 numbers, big doubles. But the doubles were good anyway, so I don't know the answer. I suspect 11 away was best, but now Richard is cooperating with Scotty by staying on the bar, and now Scotty's the favorite in that hit and re-hit scramble. 2 off for Richard. Uh-oh! Are there any undeserved gammons? I guess there are a couple of them in the vast array of future sequences. But there are no gammons anymore. So Scotty will not get to that even away score that he wants to get to. And Richard has a tiny chance to win this game, getting very much tinier as Scotty bears 2 off with the 6-4, 2 off with the 5-4. Unfortunately, Richard has an odd number of checkers remaining. 3-1 is cooperating with Richard's evil. 3 checkers off now. Now he's got 8 checkers left, so he can get off in 2 rolls with 2 doubles, one of which will have to be a double 5 or double 6. and Scotty misses, and there's 2 off. And now this has got to be a 2-1, exactly a 2-1. Now Richard has got a tiny chance, and now Scotty's got to roll another 2-1, which he does not do. And then Richard would only have had 2 winning numbers. But Scotty gets 1 point, better than getting 0 points and losing. Now he needs 9. Now it is worthy to mention that with the trailer needing an even number of needing an odd number of points as here, Scott needs an odd number of points to win this match. He needs 9, and Richard needs 1. Now, Scott is going to double early. Some people say he should double at his first opportunity, and he doesn't really lose anything in equity thereby. But he might lose equity in a sense that our backgammon silicon god, Extreme Gammon, the robot that knows everything or almost everything. Some people say it knows nothing, but it knows far more than nothing. It would not understand that you could wait to double if you needed an odd number of points, and you can try to find a position where your opponent might erroneously drop your double and give you an even away score, and thus reduce the number of games you have to win in the string of games that you must win in order to get your 9 points or however many odd number of points. And now he says, all right, I will double you, therefore I will not make a cube error later, and I will make a nice double 4. Now he's got a choice of making his 9 point, which is the best play to win the game, and it might be sufficiently best even for winning a gammon. But he could have made his 4 point, making a very strong inner board, but leaving a stack of checkers on his midpoint and not making as good a priming structure up front. Because the checkers on the 9 point, along with the 8, 6, and 5 points, form a broken 4 point prime. A prime is a series of points in a row that are closed. And he says, shall I make my 7 point? No, I'll bring my builders and not leave as many shots. Richard says, ha, you should have made your 7 point. I was going to roll a double 6 all along. And it was certainly a big consideration for Scotty to make that 7 point, because then he would have had 4 in a row. Well, he would have given up his broken 4 point prime to get a solid 3 point prime, and Richard might have hit him, but then Scotty would have had a return shot back at a lot of Richard's 3 point. As it was, Richard, as the old joke goes, he's showing why he's in a late round. He's rolled really well. He rolled a double 6, and then they rolled the best following number, double 5. He has 102 pips. I guarantee Scotty has more than that after this throw. 123 pips. So Scott's game plan is to make, or has he played them all? No, he hasn't played them all. So it would be 115 pips. Yeah, 115 and 102 minus 7. 95. Scotty is down. Now he's down 12 pips, and Richard is on roll. Richard is the favorite to win this game and take this match. Richard does well to keep his 8 and 7 points for landing purposes. Now, Scott, I believe, should just go all the way into his 4 point and put some pressure on Richard's midpoint. Thereby, he might force Richard to break his 8 point or 7 point in order not to leave a direct shot. And he's not really too afraid to be hit. A hit would have to come with an 8, with a 1, in order to be very effective. And Richard does not want to leave a direct shot and leave multiple blots so that Scotty can hit him and end up winning a gammon. Now, Richard says, all right, I will not leave any blots. I will make a 4-point board with no blots in it. And Scott says, shall I break my board so that I can move a 6 safely next turn? And the answer is no, you should not do that. You should make a closed board and come into your 5-point and let the dice fall where they may. Because if you break your 6-point, you are decreasing your winning chances in case you get that lucky hit that you need to win. Now, the counter argument is that, well, if you roll a 6 now, if you're Scotty and roll a 6, then you're in doo-doo. Now, Richard says, I want to clear all my points, and I know that I'm safer if I clear my 8-point, but there is a variation where Scotty leaves from Richard's 5-point. And this move that makes a 5-point board might just be best, because if Scott leaves, then Richard will have more ways to hit him and either close his board or bounce away with a hitting blot to safety and only leaving a 17-1 shot return. And there's a 6-2. And I'll bet that right now Richard wishes he had made the other play. And now if Richard does something like hit and from the 7 and bounce to the 4, he leaves 4 numbers to be hit back, 5-2 and 4-3, and also he creates some awkwardness on the following turn. Now, if he had had a 5-point board, he would gladly hit and bounce to the 4-point and only leave 2 return shots. But leaving 4 would have been too many. And the other thing about leaving 2 return shots with a 5-point board is that if you get missed, you clean up your outside blotty position much more easily because you have a whole nother point to land on, or indeed a whole other point to land on. My parents from the Midwest said whole nother, so I say it. Anyway, 5-4, Scotty does save a 6, and Richard says, oh darn, another 2-1, I can't clear from my outside. Now what is going on here is Richard is having to move within his inner board inefficiently. He would rather clear his points in and start bearing off his checkers as soon as ever he can. And Danny Kleinman, the great theoretician of backgammon, called this holding game equity of the third kind. You know, your holding stance forces your opponent to waste pips in the race effectively in order not to be hit. So Richard said, I'm going to fill both of those gaps. And Scotty says, I am going to move forward, and now I'm going to probably bear off the first checker. And Richard has been holding game equity of the third kind. Richard makes a nice play, making his 5-point, smoothing his innerboard distribution, and now Scotty might actually be the favorite in this game. And he's already doubled. And if he did double in this position, Richard would not drop the cube. And by waiting to double, you give your opponent the chance to make an error and wrong drop. And Scotty's not playing any mind games like that. And now 3 off with a double 3. Beautiful roll for Richard. And 4-3, mediocre, decidedly mediocre. And 2-1, at least it takes 2 checkers off and unstacks the 2-point, although it was bad in other respects. And then a mediocre, yucky 4-1. It's a close race, folks. And 5 off and fill the gap. He's got 8 checkers remaining. He might roll 2 3s or 2 1s and miss, Richard. And there is a nice, and I think he should play 5-3. 5-3 is better. He can still get 3 off with the double 5s, and he doesn't cater to low numbers. He wants to get the most out of his higher numbers. 4-2 is not a very high number. Now he's got to bear off. Just bear it off, come down to 4 checkers, and then think about the 1. And he says, I'm going to play to get off in 2 rolls. And that's better if Richard misses like that. And now there's a 3-1, and now Now this is good for Scotty because he got 6 winning numbers right now, and if he does, even if he doesn't get one, he'll move 5-1, 6-3, and if he doesn't roll, if Richard doesn't win the game and match with a that's illegal. He just played too many pips. He's got to play 5-1 and 6-3, like that. Okay. Now, if Richard does not win the match right now, which he does not, now Scotty only has a 2-1 to fail. 4-1 bears off. Just enough. He could have gone 3-2 to off and voluntarily lost the match. That would have been legal, but now it is 10-4. 7 away for Scott Kellum post Crawford. He wants to be on the comeback trail. He has won 3 points since giving up the 10th point to Richard. Now, Scotty could win this match by winning 4 successive 2-point games, or he could win a doubled backgammon and then one more game, or he could win an undoubled backgammon. He could play on for backgammon and then two more undoubled games, or he could win a doubled gammon twice in a row. Those are probably just some of the combinations. And he doubles immediately. He doesn't want to try to confuse Richard, and Richard takes. It's a free take, as they say. And now Scotty has a 2-1. He elects not to anchor on Richard's 3-point. Instead, he plays more aggressively, and he pays a price because he gets attacked with a joker or a very good number. Richard makes his 3-point and 5-point, and Scotty rolls one of those 9 numbers out of 36 that stays on the bar entirely, and Richard rolls a joker double
Marty,
6.
I'm evicting you for a seniors match.
And I have to go and play my seniors match, which is, that's the price of playing, not commenting, is to play backgammon. And this is probably going to be the last game of this match as Richard wins, but Scotty's not out of it. He might roll double 5s, which doesn't, but double 2s would have been nice. Double 4s would have been nice, but Richard will continue to. I think he makes his 8-point. Just make his 8-point, but he says no. I'm gonna. Making the 8-point is nice. You get another builder into the zone.
All right, go play.
And I'll go play. And Ben can talk.
All right, sorry guys, gotta take him for the match. Scotty rolled 5-3, did not come in. Now Richard has a 3-1 to play. In this situation, normally you're only thinking about closing the board and trying to win a gammon, but because he only needs 1 point, he actually has to have a more balanced strategy. It's not just about closing, it's also about getting your checkers home without leaving a shot. 5-4, beautiful closing number, and now Richard can just worry about the back checkers, getting them moving forward, so that way they don't get stuck. You don't want to leave any bad doubles. So this probably is a bad double 4, but it's not the end of the world. Scotty dances 3-1. I think we want to play the 3 from the back, that way we get off the bad double 4. And I'm not sure the 1 matters, so this is probably fine. 2-1 is going to come in, so now Richard is looking to hit that checker in order to prevent Scott from getting an anchor. And 6-2 does that, so the 6 is going to hit. Now, some people might be wondering, why isn't he hitting the checker that's on the 14 point and picking up a 3rd checker? And that's because you don't want to give your opponent a 3rd checker back when all you need is 1 point. If you hit that 3rd checker, they're more likely to be on the bar when you leave the inevitable shot, which most barrels will leave. So in this case, he does hit the 3rd checker. I for the same reason, I think that was a mistake. It's probably close, but because the board's not closed yet, I could just be wrong, not sure. Scotty dances 2-1 now. He's going to close, and he's going to bring this home as safe as he can. He's playing this 6-3, even though this looks a little awkward. Double 5 and double 6 are both okay, and that's what you should be looking at in this position. Now 6-1, I think he probably realizes that 6-5 is bad now, but there's nothing he can do. 2-1, here's where we start getting a little bit cute. what Richard should be doing here is clearing the 6 point. The risk comes in these games from leaving shots, and if you can allow your opponent to come in before you ever leave a shot, then you won't leave it. 6-3 comes in, and he should play from the back. Perfect. Just absolutely the only priority is not getting hit. 3-1 dances. 3-1. I actually think he was supposed to clear the back point again for the same exact reasons, but it's got to be close. 3-2. If it's 3-2, he absolutely should clear. Okay, good. I love that play. Double ones. Double 6 is 4 off. It's getting pretty thin for Scott. 4-6. 5-1. You just play both from the back. Yep. And now it's got a round to 0. All right, 6-1. That's it. Well, congratulations, Richard. He'll move on to the semifinals, or the, what is it? It's the fighters bracket finals, I believe, that he's moving on to. And we probably won't have, or we may not have commentary at the start of that one. I need to go back in and run the tournament. But thanks for watching. I do want to call out a big thank you to our streaming sponsor, Backgammon.com. Backgammon.com is a new backgammon site that we're partnering with. In fact, they're our sponsor for the ABT streaming. And go check them out. Nicely done.
you want to pay for money for whatever, $2 a play, at least one of us wins that. That's true. It's up to you. No, we'll be waiting to see what part of the reverse. Oh, okay, so they're fine, so they go. This is great to see.
Okay.
Is that okay? Oh, that's the street.
Just kids, that's okay.
Okay, thanks.
If there were the older people screaming, it would be a problem. It's okay.
Thanks to be here.
Hey Jason, can I help? Can I get your help for a second?
Sure.
I was just playing it out and I screwed this up. I don't know how to get back.
Oh yeah, so that'll be your right balance.
Yeah. Who's the oh, yeah, this is the ish. Where? I don't know how I did that.
For the family. Main menu, yeah, it's better than
This is the menu. I was trying to get the right. This was what I had before, but I could increase like try to get some more, a little bit more. So I used to know how to do it. Maybe show the screen.
shutter speed will typically only leave that on 150th. So just leave it. Is there like a group menu from the oh here's your ISO right here.
Oh, that, yeah, that's good idea. So
Try 1250.
increase it. Better.
Yeah, that's better. And then white balance you could potentially tweak too. Is your 56 right now?
Or maybe it's like a warm.
Something like that matches this a little more. Looks like it's a little out of focus though.
So for this,
Maybe not.
it was.
No, it looks good now. It looks good. Yeah, that matches with this a little more. I mean, if you really want to match it, you could really come down, right? That might be a little too much, but
This
too much.
no, it should be.
So like 3200 is probably around right.
Yeah, this is better.
Yeah, and I'll leave that up to you obviously. So let's look at what the log on. That's gonna. So this is more like a log desaturated look. I'm assuming that's a built-in log you have.
This looks like it's good.
So what we could do then is because pretty crunchy. Well, AKA really bright and really dark. But maybe that's what you want. Up to you. You want me to turn it off?
No, I'm way too dark.
Let's, out of curiosity here.
And this is overexposed, yeah.
Yeah, it's very contrasty. This whatever this is, but that's not bad right in there.
This could be, I don't know.
Which do you prefer, that one or that one? So this is more of like log. It's going to be very desaturated. I'm assuming this is a built-in LUT that turns this on and off. So I wonder if there's other ones in here.
I don't know. Basically, I mean I know that I didn't put them in. They're probably already there.
So you're extended right now. Oh, I see. Let's see what we get here. That's too much. The one that you were on, I think, is probably the best.
Dimitri,
Yeah.
Dan asked that you spell gunslingers correctly. Oh yeah, it says gun-sinders
Okay,
instead of gunslingers.
I will fix it.
This is pretty close, Dimitri. With
All
what
right.
we have, I think.
This is probably the best I can hope for right now.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
He's the guy that I should look at which one is the thing. The whole
So where is he?
on the right hand side is the bottom one, Brett Hughes.
Oh my goodness, wow.
So he's in,
The gun sunders.
we need to get the spelling right on that thing.
Yeah, let's look at the rest of this.
Well, L,
G.
a BMW.
Your BMW rental.
Yeah. It's a sucker. What's for that grade?
Which one was it?
Well, they didn't have the X3. They had the X1.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
It's parked outside.
Yeah. Maybe heating a section one.
Oh my goodness.
Everything back to okay? You want to comment on this?
All right.
He's coming.
I'll come for the Gus and. Do you want me to commentate on Gus and Stubby or Brett and Will?
Yeah.
Gus and Stubby. Yeah. All right.
I want to see if I'm a cancel game, and if I don't have a cancel, I'll join you.
Sure. More the merrier. Can we? How do I? Do you know which screen is which here?
Yeah, you just put it.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. All right.
Are they about to start?
Yeah, they're both. You're ready.
All right. If anybody's watching, I am about to cancel the, or rather, commentate, not cancel, commentate the Fighters Final. Richard Stubby, who's been on an incredible run. and Gus Contos, who's also been on an incredible run, obviously. This is an 11-point match, and the winner of this will take on, I believe it's Charlie Rakel in the final. And they're off. Okay, Gus uses his 3-1, elects to hit on the bar after Richard opens with a 6-4, playing out and down. I think that's slightly incorrect. It's people normally just make the 5-point there and hope that your opponent's not able to link up on the 18. This case, Richard does hit back. Gus is going to come in now and hit him again on the bar. Richard double threes. I think he's going to use 2 of them to hit, and then probably continue that chain checker out to the 15. Doesn't really make a lot of sense to make his 3-point now with Gus having already forward anchored on the 21. So he's just going to hit, hopefully make his 9-point next roll and try to consolidate a racing lead against the high anchor. 4-6, not a good shot here. Gus's 6s are poor except for 3-6. Could come down again, duplicates the 4s. Gus doesn't want to really run out to the 15 and leave a double shot there. Ooh, not a good roll for Richard. He wanted a 6 or a 4 to make the 9-point. Things like 2-5 and 6-1 weren't bad because he could link up the last 2 checkers. This doesn't do anything. Probably has to play super stiff here and just play 15, 13, 9, 6 because he wants to hold his racing lead, but a very unproductive number, despite that it's safeties the 2 blots. Gus will point on him. And now Richard's got a very stiff position. If he rolls something where he can't play the entire number with the blot from the roof, he's going to have to open up another blot. This is an example. So now he's got to look for the 3. Chooses to play 6-3. Okay, comes with 13-10. I guess this is probably a little better. Loses fewer pips, and if he's hit, it makes a more useful point if he's not hit, or starts a more useful point if he's not hit. Gus has got to just play aggressively, or he doesn't want the straggler to escape, and obviously Richard has no forward position, so I'm just playing 13-9, 8-5 hitting here. He can play 21-14 to give himself a little bit more outfield control, but I just play aggressively against the back checker. I mean, Gus is far down in the race, and Richard has no forward position, so I think this the thematic 13-9, 8-5 makes the most sense. Oh, I don't like this. I mean, I don't really think we're looking to start that point. This also gives Richard some double hitters, some 5x double hitters, which doesn't make sense. And even now that he got away with it, I just think that with Gus being so far behind in the race, I think that last checker is better positioned on the 24 for the zone control in Richard's board. So now he'll make the 4. escapes. And now here we see that back checker being on the 20 instead of the 24. It's severely misplaced because Richard's got a safe space and dunk behind the anchors. Even if Gus ultimately does roll an ace to make the second anchor, or the 4 or 5, double holding game is, without timing isn't really an ideal thing to have. And now Richard rolls a nice shot to point on him. In fact, if Gus is forced to come in on the 4 and maybe even the 3 here, Richard's going to have a double. So Gus needs to come in on the deuce, obviously. Come in 2, slot the deuce. Oh, I don't like that at all. All right, I think Richard can double now. 40, 76, 128 for Richard, 84, 110, 146, 150. Richard's up 22. He can just double this now. I don't like Gus's last 2 plays where he moved the straggler up in Richard's board. That checker should be back on the 24, and failing that, he should have brought it in on the 23. Richard just brings us home now. 5 is down, of course. Question is, does he give him the 2 numbers? And Richard says, no, I can't afford to get hit here, so he brings it in. Probably correct. It's certainly correct now. Okay. All right. Okay. 6-2. Ouch. That's ugly for Richard. I think he's got to clear the 8-point, though. We can't volunteer a shot. Okay, Richard volunteers. Gus hits him. All right. Perfectly reasonable for the 4. Just play 6-5 here. Yeah. 5-4. Interesting choice. He can make the 8, or he can swing another checker into the outfield and just wait for a 2 or 3 next roll. This certainly works better when Richard doesn't roll a 5, but loses everything when Richard does roll a 5. Gus still not quite at a redouble. Hit, and I would not break the 8-point here. Okay, I think he can redouble now. He's got 6s and 1s to cover, 5s and 3s to come out. I think Gus has a redouble here. And if he rolls the 5 or the 3 without covering, Richard doesn't always win when he hits the 2. I mean, look, 2-6 is a disaster. 2-4 leaves another shot or breaks the 10-point. I think he could redouble here. Okay, chooses a way to roll. Certainly he's going to redouble next roll if Richard doesn't hit him. Okay, redouble now for sure. Certainly not too good. Richard has just 4 crossovers outside, and Gus could have an accident getting out. So to me, this is a clear redouble pass. I doubt Gus thinks this is too good, so maybe he thinks it's too good. But you've only got 25 covers. If you're all one of those other numbers, you're probably coming out and he's exposed to a few double hits. And there's not that many gammons with just 4 short crossovers. Okay, there's the redouble and there's the instant pass. Okay. Question is whether Gus had to redouble the prior roll. Also an interesting play whether Richard should have volunteered with the 2-6 or cleared the 8-point. Certainly could be right to volunteer because it's so unlikely to get home, but obviously Gus had a strong board. Okay, it's going to be 2-0 Gus. Okay. It's Gus's 5-3. Okay, there we go. Okay, Richard rolls 5-2. 2 down. Nice shot with Gus. He'll hit that. He's off to a fast start this game. What is Gus? I think he's got to come in on the 20 and just slot the 5. I mean, the coming in on the 24 and stacking another checker on the 8 is too passive. Or he could just split like this. This is certainly reasonable as well. Okay, Gus is going to make the 4, and I think he'll just make the 11. Nice solid structure. Richard's got quite a few numbers to stabilize here. 3s, 4s, combinations of 6s, 5s, and 2s. Make the bar. I think he's got to make the 20 here, and then now I'm slotting the 5 for sure. Richard's a mile behind in the race, so let's just start working on this. If Gus hit him, he'll try to play a 1-5 game for a while. Here we go. I think just 14-6. Yep. What does Gus do here? This is not a good number. He can't come up to the 21. He has no logical ace. Could play to the 23 and the 3, but then you're creating a dilly builder. I might make the 10-point here. Yeah, that's what he's doing, because now you're duping the 6s. This is probably the best way to leave another blot. Interesting play for Richard here. If he hits, he's going to be exposed on both sides of the board. Probably play 7-5 with the deuce, or he could just make the bar and play containment against a 1-back checker, knowing that a lot of numbers Gus can't come up in his board because Gus has got to worry about saving that blot. Obviously here you're coming down with the deuce if you play this 6. Yeah, I think this is what I would do. The hit is just, you want to hit when you're behind in the race, but it's just too hard to clean everything up here. Nice shot by Gus. This allows him to advance on the board and safety the blots. So 2 up and 5 in is clear here. I don't think you definitely don't want to bring your checkers down to the 11 and 8 because that's going to allow Richard to either make a point or configure his builders even more threateningly. And Gus is not trying to block him. He's just trying to get out with his racing lead. Okay, good play by Gus. Richard rolls 6-4. I think you run the straggler all the way for outfield control. Yep. Richard rolls, Gus rolls 6-1, 6-4. You got a little extra coverage. Okay. 6 is in. Richard's going to pound. I'm looking for something without a interesting choice on the 3. The 1 is clear. Richard's going to gamble that Gus is going to fail one more time, knowing that he'll be in great shape next roll if Gus doesn't get out. Gus again does not get out. I think you got to come up with the ace here. Now I would come up with the ace and in with the 4. There's only so many times Gus can give Richard a chance to kill him, and he needs to get out. All right, Richard's just going to bring everything out and play the last one into the 8-point. This is the only logical play here. Okay. Gus still can't get out. 10-5, 8-6, obviously. Okay, we got 41, 77, 99 for Gus. And Richard has 33, 78, 86. Wow, this is Richard's down 110 to 99, 11 pips. So Gus is going to get pointed on, though most likely. And if he doesn't get pointed on, some of the numbers that don't point on the 3 will make the 4. Obviously, Richard's 6s are bad because that's going to force him to hit loose. So I think Gus has a thin take here. This is not ideal, but he is leading by 11 pips in the race, and Richard's 6s are bad, obviously. But even if he rolls a 6, there's no guarantees, because something like 6-5, 6-4, 6-3, Richard could just make the deuce point, and Gus is still not necessarily getting out next roll. All right, so he rolls a 6. Now the question is, what's he doing with the 4? Do you make the deuce? When you come down with the 6, what do you do with the 4? I think you have to make the deuce here, because you don't want to put a blot behind. Okay. All right, Gus still with a slight lead in the race if he can get out. Still can't get out. This is why I think he should have come up with the ace a couple rolls ago. All right. Richard looking to work on him again. 5s, 4s, 2s, some double aces, pick and pass, and now spread the out. I would spread the outer guys now for your 3-6, 4-5, 4-6. I think that's more important than putting the builder on the 7 into the 6. Okay. Good play, Richard. And Gus fans. All right, Richard will either make a point or bring one of those builders into the range to the 6 or the 5 point, or he won't do any of those things. Pretty bad shot. Does he stack him or does he leave the 9? That's really the choice. Do you stack him or do you put a builder on the 9? Right. Looks like he's gonna. I mean, he doesn't have to do this. He can also play 13-2, which leaves that checker out there. But you really don't want to put another checker on the deuce here. If he brings that guy down, the 9 is catastrophic, though. Okay, so he elects to bury another checker, moving the cargo in the race in order to have the shot. Finally, Gus gets out, and now Richard will, in most cases, either hit him or go by. Okay, he hits them. Okay, not a big enough lead in the race to eschew the hits. You know, despite the small risk that Richard has trouble now bringing this home with the racing lead. And Gus should come in with the 4, the ace. Okay, just 8-3, 7-5. Just play for the race now. It's 81 to 90, so it's 9, and Richard's going to be up 16 after this. So I just play for the race, 8-3, 6-5. I don't like this at all. Just play 8-3, 6-5. You're up 16 pips in the race. I think if he focuses on the fact he's up 16, this is an easy play. Okay, there you go. Nice play, Richard. And Gus is finally out. He's now down 9 pips. So Richard is likely to have a little bit of an awkward distribution here. Get a checker on the 4. Good. 14 pips, I think. Pretty good shot for Gus. Swing the 6 around, 3 in. What's he gonna do here? You really don't want to play this. You'd like to put a checker on the 4, but you really don't want to play the 6 to the deuce. All right, he elects to play another one to the deuce. Okay. Oh, Gus is back in it. That's very close now. Wow, he played that quickly. 6-3, 2-1 might have been right, but would have spent a little bit longer on that. 29. So Gus is down 1 pip. And 1 checker, but he has a far better distribution. I'd hold the cube here, especially with the lead in the match. Rolls double 4 is excellent shot, and Gus is probably going to have a redouble next roll. Wow, interesting position. He waits with the lead. It's a few bad numbers, the 4s, 4-1, 4-2, 4-3. Oh, all right. Well, that's it. All right, redouble pass, obviously. Okay. Yeah, it's 4-0. David Wynn, which play are you talking about? David Wynn, which was the bad play? Okay, 4-0, Gus. Okay. Gus rolls a nice double 5s there, establishing a strong early lead. And that'll hit long distance. Wow, Richard fans. Gus can think about doubling here. He's got the lead, but Richard has a really awful position. I would have thought about that a little longer. He could have doubled Richard in. At this point, he's probably going to be playing it too good next roll. I'd make the 10-point here. Okay, there we go. Gus may be continuing too good next roll, depending on what Richard does. Okay. I think Gus can continue too good here. And now he'll just go, probably. Yep. Oh, all right. Gus was playing it not good enough. This, even at this score, this is a clear double pass for Richard. Gus is winning by 29 pips here. The position speaks for itself, and Richard just has an undertimed ace point game with no forward position. This is just a clear pass. Okay. Okay. All right, so we've got a sort of standard holding game, bar point versus 5 point. Relatively 50-50-ish game. Not too much happens here until somebody rolls a high double. All right, Ken, thank you for the analysis on that game with the 4. Obviously, I had Gus's position a little stronger. I thought he had the redouble with the 3 checkers back and a take at that point for Gus, but a redouble and a pass after the 5-4 where he sprung the checker out to the corner, the 13 to 12 point. Okay, and Richard rolls a great shot to get off of the 18 and consolidate a racing lead. Assume he'll just play 6-1 with the last one. Okay, 69, 78. Richard has 104, and Gus has 106. No double. Richard's only up 2 pips here. It's not a double. It's not a double. All right. Okay. All right. Now he'll double next roll unless Gus responds in kind with at least 5s. All right, that's good, but not enough. All right, and Richard will get on the board here.
Oh, I'll come with you.
I think Gus is just double counting the race here based on the pip count. It's a clear pass. $80 to $95. All right. Gus is spending a long time on this. He's got 95. Richard's got 80 to 95. I think that's too much, even with the 5-hole and Richard coming in deep with his larger numbers. I mean, Gus has the 4-hole of his own, which he may not always feel naturally, usually will, but won't. Okay. Still thinking about it. Okay, finally he passes. $5-1, Gus. Okay, looks like they're taking a short break.
Is this exciting? You're not falling asleep up here, are you?
No.
Although they're on break? No. What's going on? You're just checking out your phone? Okay. So is this the undefeated final or the final final? No, Stubby. This is the final final. No, fighters final. Oh, Stubby lost. Okay. Well, go Gus. Pretty exciting. Well, both and Stubby. I think none of these guys have won an ABT, right? Gus might have in the past.
Richard hasn't. I'm not sure about Gus.
I don't know about Gus. Gus may have in the past. I know Steve would know if he'd won or not. I'm not sure. But this is a pretty exciting match here. There's been a lot of blowouts on stream. Hopefully we can get something else. Stubby makes a quick point. Very happy about that. 6-3 clearly steps out. Gets a good bar. Yeah, he was thinking bar or 3-point himself. But bar kind of fits like the ball right in the glove, I think. It feels right. 6-4 fly shot. Wild. Ooh, wicked dance. If he didn't have that bar point hanker, I could be cubing this, but it's a little too little.
A little too early.
Yeah, a little too early for this.
6 across, 2 up. Yep.
Now, if there was another dance, I'd probably cube this for the score. No dance.
No, I wouldn't. It's too early.
Well, I like cubing early when you have a strong advantage. You're down by 2 notches like this. 4 points is kind of significant because the other people have really hard recubes in that, and they can really mess it up.
Well,
so
that's
you're
true.
playing strong to get the big advantage, and the odds are they're going to screw up the recube. I mean, they could send something back, which is just horrendous, or they could pass. So I like being aggressive when I'm down. Look at that! He came right back and hit. 52. I'm conservative here. I come in on the 2 and come down. I like having more in the zone, but this is generally right. That's actually one of my weaknesses is coming in too low. It says make the point now or I'm going to run. This is the decision. He's going to hit. 3 was for sure. I'm not sure about the 2. I would have hit first and then done it, but that may be fine. And he comes back and hits. What about here? If he doesn't hit back, or if he dances, let's see what's going on here. Exciting. Ooh, boom. Perfect. Hits back, and I would go to the mid here. I like that mid repopulated just because I know how to play the game more when I'm on the mid. This, I'm kind of obligated to run that checker around nonstop. I'm used to having a spare on the mid, but it could very well be right, and it's reasonable in any case. Yeah. 3 over for flexibility. No reason to leave a shot. 32. Okay, he's doing the 2 and the 3. Interesting. You're far enough behind to kind of play this 3 points in the outfield game, kind of this deep mid-game position or something like that. Interesting. Stubby said, I don't really care about this. Go ahead and hit me with that ace, and I'll come right back at you and cube you if you hit me with a 1-6 or something. What is it? 4 what? I can't see. Oh, double 4s. Yeah, the die landed right in the middle there. I lost it for a second. Did you see it? But he's running, but is he ahead? He's not ahead to run from the back.
Well, he's got to move. He's got to make some point at his outer board here.
Yeah, but
But you should probably just make the 9 and the 4 probably.
The 9 and the 4 look solid. There's no way I'm giving up my back anchor. I'm making the 4 point, and I'd come down to the 9. That's just,
You're probably not going to be able to hold the.
yeah, this makes it really easy. You're not leading.
Well, not really easy, but I think it's a mistake.
Of course, I'm saying this without a raise. We have 105, 135, plus 14, so 149 for blue, minus 6. It might have had the illusion that he was leading, and I don't think he was.
Just slot the 4 here. Yeah.
140, 150, 160, 170, 175, 105, 107, 133 for white. When I'm playing, I can keep both pip counts with my fingers. When I'm actually commentating, I don't think it's worth it. People get frustrated when we're doing the count. I will count 1 and then I'll talk and I'll forget it. I mean, I can keep it with my hands.
I think just 13-6 here.
They're fun. These are basically mutual holding games like this. It's not a classic holding game in any sense because Stubby still Gus still has the deep point.
Yeah, this is more like a 2-way holding game, 5 versus the bar. Though Gus's anchor is a little.
And they're all kind of getting stripped. Stubby's got a little bit more time now. With an extra spare on the mid.
Yeah, Gus has got a little bit of the too many.
That's not good. But
Gus has got a little bit of the too many points problem. Okay, if his next roll has an ace in it, it's going to be very uncomfortable.
This plays perfectly. Just slots the next point. Exactly kind of what he wants. He would prefer to bring a checker down, but he didn't.
There's your
6
bad ace.
1's a shot.
There's your bad ace.
So this, if he's ahead, he breaks the back, and if he's not, he goes 13-7.
13-6.
It's us. Let's do it. Well, I'm going to go play a cancel gammon,
All right.
and I'll see you later.
All right. Thank you for stopping in. 65, 91. Gus has 123. The race was very, very close. So I don't have a feel for whether this was right or 10 and 15. Normally you want to make the play that gives you the most upside if it works, but it's not like Gus has a big lead in the race, so I think this was fine. Richard doubles. Little action double. He delivers with the dice. Rolling 1-6. It's going to come in, and if Gus fans here, he's going to be in a little trouble. Since he's got more than enough outside to get gammon. All right, 1-3. Good news is he enters. Bad news is the 3 buries another checker. And Gus is going to be very unhappy if he doesn't roll 6 next roll. Oh, but Richard does not make it. Don't think he's coming off the anchor, so that means 13-7 is our 6. And I don't think you play 13-11 because then you're leaving 6s and 2s. And 1s. So you probably just play 13-5 and leave 1s and 4s. And if Gus rolls a 6, Richard's got coverage with that back checker except for 6-2 and 6-6.
Hit.
Oh, there's hitting also, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, but but there's a lot of but if he comes in with a 1-3 or 2-3, that's ugly. And the 1-5 is also ugly. I do like the hit. I think he should.
The other way is 2 shots and 2 blocks. So
I think he should hit.
yeah, so too.
Yeah, I agree. If Gus rolls a 3 here, the 3 is very bad, and if he rolls a 1-5, that's a bad 5 also. Okay. Well, anything. Okay. All right. It's logical play. Bring the 3 down. You got 2 numbers to make a 6 prime, 6 and 3. And you got deuces and 4s to come out on the other side, so you're fairly well diversified. Gus fans again. Richard's got a chance to close this out here and come home. Ooh, the 4-1, not a great shot. Probably he does that. I think he has to do that, even though now he's fully duplicated. His even numbers work, his odd numbers don't. Oh, what a joker by Gus. He hits the ace. He's going to put those 2 checkers back into play, and he'll just split on the outside. And Richard desperately needs one of the 8 numbers that allow him to hit back. That's the 5, but he doesn't come up with the 6 or the 4. I think he's got to just play 7-5 now. He doesn't want to get another checker sent back, because then he'll lose all race equity. Okay, what does Gus do now? He cannot play with no blots here. All right, he's not going to do 4-1 here, because then he has no defenses at all. This is a very interesting play. What does Gus do here? Wow. I mean, I don't think he can't tie those 2 blots up and play 4-1, because then he just has no defense if Richard hits him. And Richard, if he doesn't roll a 4, will roll a 2 or a 6 and just come out and challenge him in the outfield with impunity.
5-3 is blocked. Like double 3s.
I think that's a play right there.
Maybe he takes it all the way and gives him the 7 shot to dupe the 4-6 on the rear guy. If he now plays 15-14, he's giving him 6-3.
Double
Well, actually,
fives
but-
is blocked here, and 5-3 is blocked.
You know, 5-3 is just an awful number.
I think this is
5-3 and 5-1 are the worst numbers for Richard. But if he gives him the 7s, that's 2-5 and 6-1. In addition to 4-3, but anything with 4 is duped. If he comes up, I guess he should play to the 14. That just gives him one extra. That just gives him one extra hitting number that doesn't have a 4 in it. Yep, that's it. Bad shake for Gus. There's the 4-5 hits long distance. Wow. Closes him out. That's his best.
that's a roll.
And then he hit the third guy. I think he should hit him now, not bring them both out, because he may not roll a 4 for a few rolls, and his chance of getting stuck back there is so small. Okay, 6 comes out. And this should be an easy gammon for Richard, and have the match will be tied.
What are backhand feel like 3-4% maybe?
3 checkers, 10 maybe.
As much?
Richard right now has the position that I couldn't bring home against Mario.
That's brutal. You cleared the 5s here.
Except I had 2 on the 3-point. Yeah, you clear the 5 here. But it doesn't make much difference. This is 5. Richard's got 6 shot leaving numbers here. And that's one of them.
Wow.
This is exactly how I lost the DMP to Mario spot.
Yeah, it happens more than you think it would be. Even the shots after it slows down.
All right, now Richard should be home free. Yep. Okay, Gus has got 11 crossovers, and Richard's only got 10 checkers now, so he's going to need at least one set of high doubles. I think he should just take that. I think he should just play 19-12 here. Oh yeah, or that too is fine also. And that should wrap it up. I think we can score this one up. If he's playing for the PR, he's just leave that checker there for one more roll, so then he can get a correct decision next roll to get off the backgammon. And we are 5-5. Okay, Richard needs to hit the ace here. He's too far behind in the race, and he could double hit here. That will allow him to pick up the blots on the bar. In fact, I think I would double hit here because you don't want Gus to come in with a 6 or an ace and make the bar. Now Richard, whatever happens, Richard's a huge favorite to pick up the blot on the 18 and the melee here. Okay, and Gus obliges him with a 6. Alright, and this is a great shot. Richard can hit 2 more and make a point, which is what he's on his way to doing. And Richard may have a cube next roll, depending on what Gus rolls. Alright, Richard should double this. I don't think it's too good with the 3 guys back and the blot on the ace, but I do think he should double. And he should just proceed ignoring the blot on the ace, just hitting loose on the 5-point next roll. And I would be inclined to pass for Gus, but alright, I'm assuming Richard's playing it too good, and now it is, because he made the 5-point on Gus's head. A great shot, of course. Okay, Gus anchors up on the deuce. 2 on the roof. Richard could still play that. 4-2. I would just slot the bar right here. Play for the prime if Gus hits the ace. There we go. Nice play, Richard. Okay, Gus finally hits the ace. Still too good. No reason for Richard to double here, I don't think. Okay, 4-1, come in, make the 21 and play 8-7. So you've got the solid 4 prime, 5 prime, there we go. Nice shot by Gus. He should hit in the rear, yep. Alright, and now that's a huge shot by Gus. Richard decided he's not good enough now. I guess there's a real question as to whether Richard missed a double there, because I was playing on, but clearly now it's not good enough, and Gus is making some nice progress moving forward himself. Wow. This is a big turnaround. I think we swing at 24-17 all the way from the back here. And now 24-23 with the ace. Yep. Yeah. Okay, he's got 3 more to deuces. I think he comes up and then moves to the 16 point. Now, why that instead of the 16? There's going to be a lot of action in Richard's outer board here. Double ones. He'd like to make the rear anchor, but then that makes the remaining 3 awkward. I think Gus has to move them all down to the 12 or make the 11 point. Okay, now what are you doing? There's no follow through here. He's got to create another blot or just completely trash his inner board. So I think he's going to put that back and then either move them all to the 12 or make the 11 point. I don't think the 11 point's going to help him much. All right, and where's the last one, Gus? You're going to do that? I don't like this play. I don't like this play at all because Richard's a slight favorite to hit that blot on the 8 point, and Gus is going to wind up with a position in which he has no board and too many points in the outfield. So I think he's got to go back now. The question is, do you slide them all to the 12 or make the 11 point? I guess I'd make the 11 point if only because there's going to be some hitting on the next roll. If Richard hits on the next roll, or just if he swings a checker off the 21, Gus having the 11 point is going to create some number of more awkward numbers. For example, if Richard rolls a 4-3 or a 6-1 here. All right, so he decides to play for flexibility and make the 12. I really don't have any idea whether this or making the 11 was correct. I could see arguments for both. Okay. All right. Richard's going to hit with the ace for sure. And then he's got to play the 5 out or just go to the corner. I don't see why you would want to play out and create more blots. So this is what makes sense to me. Gus rolls 1-5. Is going to come in and bring the 5 out. Oh, we can hit. Yeah, I think he should hit. Okay, so Gus does hit. I think that's correct. Richard enters with a 4-6. He'll probably bring that 6 in. All right, nice shot by Gus. And so now if Richard doesn't jump the 3 prime, it's going to be awkward. Or if he rolls an 8, he does none of the above, so that's good. So the 4 is out. It doesn't look to me like either 4s or 3s are good numbers for Gus, so I don't see any reason to play 6-5 instead of 17-16. So I think you just play 21-16 here. Really?
You don't like it.
I don't like this. I think you're trying to do too much with too little ammunition here. And your position falls apart if Gus rolls the 2 here. Or the double 1s, the double 3s. I did not like that at all. And now 5. Oh, you got no 3 after the 5. You got to play 6-3. Guess what's he going to do? He's either going to slot the 3 or he can play the 5 out and 7-4. But I think I just would have. I think this was just a strategic overplay in the position. I just would have brought the 21-16 the previous roll. Now I'm just playing 5 out and 7-4.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be very interested to see what that 4-1 was, whether that 4-1 by Richard was correct. I just don't think so. I think it's just an overplay in the position. 6-1. All right, at this point, might as well hit the ace and then swing that 6 around. All right. He's committing to the blitz here. And Gus is helping him by fanning. All right, so now Richard's in good shape. Cover the 3 and swing the 6 around to the 10 point. All right, he chooses to bring another one out. I would have brought that guy into to the 10 point. All right, Richard's clearly got the mobility now, so now he wants to bring one of those checkers into range. So I think you want to play 15-7 now. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Gus finally brings a checker in. Richard will hit him with anything he can next roll. It's the 4. Seems like a clear play, 16-10, and then hit 7-3. Yep. And Gus has got to perform soon. Oh, wow, and that is a perform. Wow. Now Richard's under some pressure himself to come in quickly, which he does not do. He fans. Wow, Gus can turn this game right here if he comes in. Ooh, doesn't. And Richard comes in with the 4. He doesn't hit. What's he going to do with the 5? He could bring the 5 out because Gus needs 2s and 3s to enter, 2s and 3s to hit in Richard's outer board, and if he comes out with the 5, that's 3. So, so Gus is very, very duplicated. Though if he rolls one of these numbers, Richard's position can fall apart quickly. All right, he fans again, and Richard's in a position now to resume the attack. 6-4. Do we play 10-4, 6-2? I think so. We got to just go for it here. Yep. Okay. All right, Richard's back on the attack. No, that's not legal. Was it 4-6 or 4-5? That was not legal, right?
No, he played it was a 6-4.
All right, so it had to be illegal because he played a 4-5. This wouldn't be, yeah. All right.
Once he
Okay, 10 point. And now this, just about anything could happen at this point. Gus stabilized. I think he's just going to play 22-13 here. He's got no safe play other than to bring in the bar, which you really don't want to do here. That's my play. Yeah.
You talk to microphone.
Amazingly, no one has doubled here. Richard is still playing this as too good, and I guess it is at this point, but I'd play 10-7 now. You want to get off that, yeah, you want to get off the 10 point. 7 is a nice landing spot. Okay. It's interesting. Richard never doubled. I'm sure there was some point during that blitz in which Richard had a double because it was good enough but not too good. Okay, Richard decides to spread out. That'll avoid any awkward doubles at the cost of taking some extra risk. Okay. Good news for Gus is he comes in with the 3. The bad news is this 6 is not good. He's going to have to play 7-1, I think. Anything else leaves too many shots. If he were to not do this, he would play out 22-16. And now the question is, Richard decides he's willing to settle for a point, and Gus scoops it quickly. Wow. That is not a trivial take with the blot on the ace point. That is just not a trivial take. I mean, it's not easy for Gus to make that point without leaving another blot unless he rolls a soft 6 right here. All right, 5 out, 3 in. All right, Richard needs a 7. Okay, 4-2, he'll just swing that around. It's giving Gus a 3 shot, but Gus has got 2 blots in his board. All right, he's got to make the board and just play 17-13 now, and they'll play against Richard's last 2 checkers. I think you could hit him with 3 blots. Yeah. Ooh, interesting. Gus has got to, Richard's got to do it right now. He plays 11-5, and then he's got no 2. So he's going to have to stack 2 checkers on the 5 point, 11-5, 7-5. I don't think anything else makes sense here. And he can't play 10-4 because then there's 2 blots outside. So it's got to be 11-5, 7-5. And Gus can now hit him with the 4. I know even if Gus hits here, he's got a long way home, and he's got to fill on a broken board. You guys, Dimitri's job is on the line here. You got to like this, so let's smash the like button. We need to get to 100, and we're at 11. Gets the 4. Okay. That 3 is clear. I think this 3 is clear. I don't know what other 3 you would play here. 12-9 creates as many builders with the same, with more risk. Gus has got to hit here. Gus has got to hit here. I mean, to be Richard could clear this on the shake with double 3s, 3-4, 3-5, and 3-6. Along with double 1s is pretty good. This now, if he's going to play this way, you shouldn't have taken the cube, because where we got here after Gus broke his board was a fairly, I think, typical, most likely variant run out type of this situation. So Gus has just got to hit here. I mean, he signed himself up to bring it home after a hit with a messy board, and he got what he took for. So he's just got to hit here and play 13-10. Yeah, I don't like this. Somebody out there could put this in and tell us if this is an error, but I don't like it. All right, now he's just going to have to hit with the 4 next time, and meanwhile Richard has cleared everything. Or now Richard could just leave him the 4 right now, or he can, by clearing the 10 point, or he can play safe and try to clear the 10 safely next roll. I don't know about this because if he volunteered the 4 now, it's only 11 shots, and Richard's builders would be very well distributed to return hit off the roof with 1 spare in each of the points. Now there's a risk that Richard leaves the shot under less favorable terms. Okay, he's going to do it now, but he's buried an extra checker, so this is a worse position for Richard if he now gets hit than he would have had last roll. All right, Gus does get the 4 again, and now he hits. Brings in the 2. The problem with playing safe like this and leaving no shots is you can only make points with doubles. So he's just going to try to scramble home and win the race. 5 is out, obviously. Yet I would think you would go to the midpoint. There's no point going to the 12 because then you get hit on double 4s. Okay, good. Make the 9 maybe? All right, well now he does get hit on double 4s. Gus is going to want to make an outfield point, the 10, 9, or 8 point if he can. Okay. Actually, making the 9 point would have broken Richard's board. Okay. Gus has got 30 plus numbers here. 5. I take a chance and give him the 4-5. Nice. Versus the 4-4. Okay. Richard keeps coming out. He does not want to get pointed on. Gus has to hit there. Okay, Richard's got 6 hitters here. And he got one of them. Wow. That could be a match swinging shot. And Gus is facing an uphill battle to get off the gammon now if Richard hits one more checker. He's got 2s or 10s. No, didn't get it this time. 18-11 forced. All right. That probably saves the gammon for Gus. Unless Richard rolls a joker to point on him here. That's not it, okay. So now Gus will get close enough that he can stay back and not risk getting gammoned. I'd move those checkers closer, yep. In case Richard rolls a small joker. Interesting play. I think Richard hits him here, 5-3 and off, because Gus has got those 4 long crossovers. I'd go for the gammon here. Hit him from the 5 point and take it off. I mean, if you don't do that, you're just taking it off without hitting. Yep. No reason not to pick it up here. You're not safer with that guy in the 3 point than on the roof. Oh no, Richard. Yeah, now I think he hasn't. He's just let some gammons go at the cost of not picking up many wins for it. All right. Yeah, I don't like that play by Richard. I think he could just make the 4 point here. Oh, there's 72 likes. Maybe I need to refresh the browser here. Did somebody confirm Gus not hitting with the first 4 was a big error? I'm assuming it was. Anybody watching the stream? Okay. All right, and that's going to be it. And Richard will win 2 points. Exciting game. Very, very exciting game. So a couple of interesting strategic decisions there. Richard decided to go for the blitz with the 4-1, which I didn't like. Dave Kedler sitting with me here didn't like, but it worked out because Gus was very accommodating, to put it mildly, with the roll. But I think there was a big strategic question as to whether that was the right approach rather than just swinging a checker from the back when he had 3 checkers and Gus's board. And then Gus had the important strategic decision as to whether it was too risky to hit with the first 4. I would have hit with the first 4. Gus was fortunate to roll a second 4, but obviously that couldn't be taken for granted. And I think that's basically what he signed up for when he took the cube in the first place. But be interested to get the match file for this one and see about those plays. Anyway, we got 4 away, 6 away, so Richard's 64-ish, 63, 64-ish in the match now.
BNP finals or winners? BNP finals. Switch to commentary?
When do you guys want to step in? I could use a break.
No.
You're going to do the other match?
The other match is at BNP.
Okay, but the people listening to me are watching Gus and Richard, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you, Wizard C, for Wizard C 2301 for confirming that. Okay. All right.
You make a good point, but I think it's better for the future to get a couple of people to keep it going.
Just keep mentioning people who want to see it.
If they want to see that you can actually go.
Richard needs to make the 4-point here in any variation. Those are the first 2 you should play. That 6-point is just begging to be unstacked, and you should be grabbing those top 2 checkers like a kid in a candy store. Okay, nice shot, Gus. And beautiful shot, Richard. Gets off the anchor with tempo, hitting, establishing a nice lead in the race. Richard's going to have a solid edge now. Does Gus come in? I think Gus comes in and hits him with the 5. Yeah, there we go. VDG, you want Jonah to help me? I can't. There's only one Jonah. I don't know if I like that play. Do we really care if he makes the ace point? He doesn't have enough timing for a 1-3 game. I think Richard should just focus on coming home here. If you do that, you're coming up with the last one to connect the 2 blots. Yep. All right. Whoa, interesting choice here. Does Gus do this, or does he double hit and try and go back forward again, hitting on the 4? He played that awfully quick. And I kind of favor aggression down in the match. I don't know if I want to commit to a 2-3 back game here. Especially, I didn't get a chance to count the race and see if we have the timing for that. I would have strongly considered double hitting. Okay. I think Richard hits the 6 and slots the 8 point. The idea now is we're going to make the 8 point, and hopefully Gus will help us out hitting the ace to recirculate that checker for the timing. Just slot the 8 here. If you want to win the timing battle, you can't let Richard just... you can't let Gus just come in and circulate those checkers out without putting up any resistance. I was clearly... I think it was clear to slot the 8 last roll. I don't like that. I would have, again, just, I would have cleared the midpoint, brought him down, and let him hit the ace if he wanted. See, now Richard's put 2 checkers out of play, and he's not going to be able to win the timing battle because Gus is going to be able to bring those 2 stragglers out with a 5 or a 6. He may even be, if Gus hits a fly shot with from the 22, he may be able to play a 2-way game where he could try and go forward and then fall back on the back game if it doesn't work out. Hi, Gigi. I think Richard misplayed this. I think he should have slotted the 8 and not worried about covering on the ace and hoped that that checker was hit at some point. I just give it to him now. I put them both on the 7. I mean, if you wait now, you're only going to be able to clear the midpoint safely with a double, and by next roll, Richard may have made the 4 of the bar. I just put them now. I would just put them both on the 7 here. All right, there's the 4 point. And now Richard's most likely going to be volunteering an ace shot on the midpoint here. Where he's going to stack up. Okay. All right, nice shot by Gus. He can spring that checker. Absolutely does not leave it there. He does not. No, no, no. Now Richard can get home with a 4 much more easily. He doesn't, but he could have. I think that was a big error by Gus to leave that there. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but again, I would not leave that checker there because Richard has no flexibility. You're just letting him get home easy with a hit. Yeah, with Richard not having a 7 and 8 point anymore, you've lost a lot of your hit equity. Wow. That is a joker for Richard. Double 6 is super joker.
We got you. I'm going to get my schedule.
All right. Now, if Richard was behind in the match, or this was money, I think he has a double here with just 3 points in front, because a key piece of the 2-3 game is your shot equity against the outside points, the 8 and 7. But obviously, here at the match with the lead, it's not appropriate to double. All right. Whoa, that was not forced. He could have taken the 5 off. Oh my God, he didn't see taking the 5 off. Wow. And Gus hits him. Richard's played really well this match up to this game. I think he just needs a short break here, because that was a colossal oversight. All right. Obviously pick up all the checkers on the 5. Yep. I mean, you can see how exhausted he is. I mean, that was basically a forced play, and he looked at it for a while. Richard's not getting gammoned. He does have a checker off, so we can think about taking this. But I would just let it go. I think he's got to perform too well. Oh, all right, he takes. Somebody tell us if this was a take or a drop. I'm dropping. Do we play 14-12 with the 2 to block 6-5? Yeah, there we go. I think I would play 22-17 and then 14-12, block the 6-5. I think it's safe to come off the rear anchor now, even though double aces kills us. I'd just pay the double aces. Don't worry about him escaping with the 6s. Yeah, there we go. Nah. I'd leave it there. I would have played 22-17 with the 5. Yeah, this would have made it. Maybe just get off of the... Bring them both out from the 22. There's no reason to hold the 3 anchor at this point. Richard's got an ace. Or rather, yeah, Richard's got an ace and Gus is bored. And if he leaves 1 checker there, then he's at risk of getting killed on the double aces. Yeah, this is my play. And it's really the checker on the 23 that's doing the work because you pick up a shot on a deuce. Yep, alright. That's why we blocked the 6-5. Ooh. All right, Richard's got a chance to escape into his outer board and leave just... Oh, wow, look at this. He's got to move up and hit him loose. So Gus can hit with deuces and most aces. Yeah, just deuces and most aces. So he's a slight underdog to hit. That misses. So I think you've got to play 5-2 and move one of those points because you're not touching either of the rear checkers. Or you don't have to play 5-2. You could just like give up the 12 point and then play 9-6 with the last one. But you're not touching either of the rear checkers, clearly. Yeah, this has to be the play, and then just play 9-6 or 5-2 with the last play. Oh, not good for Richard. He rolled one of the numbers to leave a double shot. So 5 comes around, and I guess he just goes all the way and leaves 5s and aces. It's 22 numbers. All right, so Gus obviously needs to hit these 22 numbers here. And he does do it. I think with the blot on the deuce, I think it's time to slot the ace. I would have just slotted the ace here. Rather slotted the bar. I think Gus is being a little bit too careful in building this prime. $13-10. I think he should play 12-7. He's got so many returns. All right, but again, he wants to build it naturally rather than slot it. Okay, Richard fans again. That'll make the 8 at least, which he does. All right, Richard should come in on the ace and cover the point. Just hope that Gus doesn't make the bar point here. And he does not make the bar point. Nor does he hit, so Richard's going to have some winning 6s here. I think you play 10-4, 5-3 for maximum coverage here. You want to keep those 2 rear checkers in place. Does that accomplish anything? I don't think I would slot because that just lets him hit with tempo. That just lets him hit with tempo on. I mean, maybe, but it's a disaster on 1-5 and not great on 1-2 and 1-3.
Richard Stubbe in the first round. I put him in the Fighters Tournament. Did anything for that?
No, you do not.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
Oh, he's right behind it, so he's doing
why is he
great.
doing that now? He didn't want to slot it when Richard was on the bar. Why would he look at that now? What is this? Oh, Gus, come on. I don't get it. He didn't want to slot a million times when Richard was on the bar, and now he does it when Richard's not on the bar. I don't understand why he didn't just play for coverage and then just hit him next roll. What the hell was that? Okay, this would obviously be a redouble for money in a cops versus robbers, but not with the match on the line. And now Richard will, I think he plays to the 7, or he leaves him the 7. I would have left the 7. Now Gus is just going to stay back, and Richard's plays force next time. The second checker didn't matter because there's no gammons. I would have left him the 7 last time, but we'll see if it works out. And it works out. I gotta go to the bathroom. One of you guys want to step in for 1 second? All right. I'm gonna take a short break. I don't think it's good much to be said about the rest of this game, but Phil's gonna step in.
Nice job, Chris. Really very interesting commentary.
Thank you.
Disagree with everything you said.
I would expect nothing less.
So this is a cube that I would have dropped, Chris would have dropped, most people would have dropped, and he's very happy he took it. And one reason to take it, the computer might even say it was a pass, but how many humans play containment games properly? And Chris disagreed with several of Gus's plays. And by the way, if you put him in the computer, a lot of the computer plays would not be right. This is one of the areas where the computer has not really got it down pat. You have to roll it out. I still would bet on the computer over most humans, but playing a containment game is very tough. And Gus had at least 7 or 8 questionable plays that lots of people might have gotten wrong, and maybe he got wrong or maybe he got right. We don't know. So I think that's a lesson here that regardless of what the computer says, by the way, this is a lesson I learned long ago from Howard Ring. One of the things you should consider when you're taking the cube, who has the more complicated position to play? Who has more difficult position to play? For example, in a blitz, the person who's being blitzed has a very easy game to play. So even if the computer says it's a slight pass against a human being, it's probably a take, because very few human beings are going to play a blitz perfectly. And the same thing is true of a containment game. So that's a really interesting lesson. I have a rule of thumb, by the way. I generally don't slot the back of a 4 prime, which is what Chris was saying was right. But it was right, I think, because of the blot on the other side of the board. Normally I wouldn't slot, I usually slot the back of a 5 prime, but not the back of a 4 prime. But when your opponent has a blot in his inner board, the penalty for getting hit isn't that bad. In fact, getting hit might even be good. So that's why Chris was so strong on the slotting plays for slotting the back of the prime. And Gus really got punished for not doing it, and then he got punished for doing it when he did. So Gus, by the way, has won, I forgot which tournament, one of the LA tournaments and a couple of other tournaments. I don't know if Richard's won some tournaments. I know he's a very fine player. They're both very fine players. But I have a tremendous amount of respect for Gus's game. One of the smartest guys I know. He's really great with numbers, too. He's a very, very strong mathematical guy. Well, 2 away, 6 away. By the way, this is Phil Simborg stepping in for Chris. I will be doing the finals with Kara after this match. Give him a time to rest and try and get the finals done. Turn off their phone, Phil. Okay. I mentioned this in an earlier match. one of the big faults that people make when they're losing at this score, or when your opponent is 2 away, is they're afraid to double, because if you double and it doesn't work out, you lose the match. But if you don't double and it doesn't work out, you're in pretty bad shape anyway. And also, if you do double somebody who's 2 away, it's a dead cube. The cube isn't going to come back in your face, so you can actually double faster. So before the game starts, Gus should be thinking of doubling much faster. And of course, Richard should take most cubes that are not gammonish. Oh, Chris is back. There we go. I'll stick
Well,
with
after
it.
that game, they took a break, which I think was an excellent decision, because both of these guys are much better players than they showed in that last game. I don't mean to be harsh, but we do have to be honest.
No, I would. But I mentioned while you were gone that nobody plays containment games perfectly, and it's a hard thing to play. So in Gus's defense, those were not easy plays. They were obvious. Some of them were obvious to you. I don't slot the back of a 4 prime, but normally I wouldn't. But I see it then because there was a blot in the inner board, so the penalty for getting hit wasn't bad. So I totally agree with you about the slot.
Richard volunteered a shot with a 5, and Gus refused to slot the bar on numerous occasions, yielding 4 numbers when Richard had a blot in his board, and then volunteered 13 numbers when Richard had no blot in his board at the end. So that just conceptually makes no sense. I think in that 6-2 we should have just played 10-4, 5-3.
Pardon me?
Who won the undefeated record, do we know?
This is
it right here, Gus and Richard.
Huh?
Oh, this is the fighters final.
Oh, the undefeated was Charlie Rakel, I think.
Yeah, Charlie Rakel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, and off they go. 2 away, 6 away, which is about 80%.
I don't know. Let's ask Kit Woolsey. What's the equity at 2 away, 6 away?
79-80, I think.
79.
6 away, 81. I think.
81.
81,
See, you're way off. 80.
All right.
You're way off.
All right, anything within 2 is close enough for me.
I'm sorry, it's 80.
All right, that was 80. All right, Trencher hits it on the nose, but broken clock is right. Broken clock is right twice a day.
I was thinking about a different sequence.
Do you use Neil's numbers to figure that out, Kit, or you just know it?
I know in patterns the 7-point match.
I see.
I don't know the higher ones.
Want to sit down? Have a seat.
No, it's all right.
No,
Okay,
Chris, 'cause I'm doing another one later. Let's have Kit join you. When you have one of the best players in the world sitting here, he's going to take off.
All right.
Well, I got rid of him anyway.
All right. We teased you with Kit, but now Phil is back.
I got rid of him. That was main
We
thing.
teased you with Kit, and now Phil is back. That was a baited switch if I ever saw one. If you want to change things up, I can do color, commentary, and humor, and you can do backgammon.
Okay, I can stay for it.
All right, now Kit is back for real. All right.
You have a question about the women's finals. Unfortunately, it's going to be about the same time as the men's finals. So we'll be streaming both, but we can't do commentary on both because it's not set up that way.
All right. Five, 3, that makes the 3-point, of course. All right. Richard does what he needs to do, make the 20. Now he's locked himself in for a long game. He won't be seeing the cube anytime soon. That should run 22-13. Yeah.
It's the old problem. Offense or defense? I think he makes the right choice because the 8 and 6 points were heavily stacked.
Oh, you mean versus the hit the other?
Huh?
You mean on the 2-3 versus
The
hitting on the 5?
4-2. Oh, did I miss see the roll?
It was 2-3. when Richard came in, he came in on the 23, and then he made the 20.
Oh,
he could have hit on his own 5-point, but that would have been obviously inappropriate.
Oh, okay.
To leave all those points
Okay,
in this
yeah.
score. Okay. So just so if we get to it, and Kit, correct me if I'm wrong, if Richard gets to a position where he is leading and there's no gammons either way, Gus's take point is going to be about 26%. So a little bit higher than...
What are we talking about? The take point here?
Yes, what would Gus's take point be at a position where Richard was doubling and there were clearly no gammons for either side? Or probably very, very close to 0% gammons. It would be 26%, right? Because the other...
So his choice would be...
Because 1 away, 6 away is about...
1 away, 6 away, or...
Is about 13%, so if Richard doubles and there's no gammons in the queue, cutbacks
Or, well, or he gets even money, right?
What do you mean even money? If Richard doubles, Gus immediately sends it back, and there's a 4 cube. And then if Gus wins, it's DMP. That's fit.
I don't know if it. I'd have to look at his gain loss. I don't know that number.
Gus is doubling here. This is an easy take for Richard.
It's not likely to happen.
No, not at this point. So you just take some.
It's more interesting if Gus gets an advantage. Well, Gus is getting very close to a cube here.
25, that's what, okay, that's what, 26, okay.
Richard was supposed to get up to mid.
All right, so that means 87.5% is the 1 away, 6 away equity.
I think Gus is supposed to double here, but I'm not sure.
Well, Gus has already doubled, but yeah. I mean, it was
Oh, I'm sorry, he's already doubled? Oh, never mind.
He doubled a few rolls ago, but...
Oh, okay, I missed it.
It's okay. All right, so he's leaving a shot, so we just bring the 13 home here. We play 13-7, 13-10. This is clearly the best way to leave the shot. Right? It's nothing to think about here.
Oh, no, he is doubling now, yeah.
No, Gus already doubled a couple of rolls ago. And what I'm saying is with the 6-3, he's forced to leave a shot, and clearly the best way to do that is just to play 13-7, 13-10, because that's the easiest thing to clean up afterwards.
It's a routine 5-point holding game, which is probably not going to have much importance to the actual plays.
Well, Richard just hit the shot, so he's in command now. That goes to the 11.
I would keep this put the extra spare on the 6-point here, like this.
No, good. Gus is on the bar. Richard hit him after the 13-7, 13-10.
Am I looking at the wrong thing?
No, you're...
Oh, I'm
Richard
looking.
has a,
I was looking at this.
No, look
screen.
up at the screen. This is
Oh,
what we're
okay.
talking
Oh, never
Okay.
mind. Okay.
That's what they're seeing. They're
Yeah.
on
All
the
right. All right. All right.
Okay. Richard just needs to slot the bar here to wrap it up. I think Richard should just take a chance and slot the bar here. He should have done it several rolls ago. I mean, I know he wants to play conservatively, but to get hit with a 1-6, to miss the 3, and then get gammon is so remote. I think he's gonna have a bigger problem where Gus rolls the ace, and now he's got to scramble. I think the bar should have been slotted somewhere along the line there, probably as soon as he could with the 4-2. All right, now he gets it. No, Richard, look at the position. Oh my God. He can make the bar point, and the game is over. These guys are just, I'm sorry to be harsh, but these guys are just totally exhausted after a long weekend. And
You can make the bar point.
yeah, and that will be 6 in a row. That'll be the game.
With what?
With the midpoint and the blot on the 9.
What's the roll then?
It's double 2s.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right, the game is over now, unless there's some crazy event. Richard should just calmly come around, close him out, and get to his 97.5% without any drama. But I think, look, this has been a tough match, but both of these guys are better than this. It's just the end of a very long weekend, and it's showing a little bit.
He should certainly get off the 20 point, shouldn't he?
I don't know. I guess he's waiting to get another checker on a number like 6-1, but the reality
He
is
doesn't.
he doesn't need it.
He does not want another
because
checker.
Yeah.
That's bad for him.
Yeah, if he hitting another checker's overkill, because you don't need to close out 2 guys when a single wins you the match.
Well, if the other guy anchors with decent timing.
Actually, Gus should consider just hitting with the ace here and playing the 6 in to try to force Richard to give him a chance to anchor.
Absolutely.
No, this is not going to ever get you the game. I guess the double 5s is bad. Just go before you roll double 5s. Just hit him. Just hit him. Close him out. Get to your 97.5%. You'd hope that that's good enough.
Oh, he could get in trouble here.
There's also some value seeing the board collapse.
Yeah, maybe, but I don't know if the board's going to fully collapse. All right, fine. 7-6 and then 13-11. Not sure why he did that instead of 13-11, but probably not a huge deal. All right. All right. Okay. Richard already picked up the dice before Kit hit the clock. Or rather, Gus hit the clock. Kit's sitting right here next to me. Gus is thinking about whether he wants to try to get hit here, but he should have done that several rolls ago on the 6-1. All right, so now he's just going to try to stack up all his checkers in speedboard formation, which is probably all he can do at this point. All right, clears the 6. Now he's just going to wait to get closed out and hope to roll some big numbers very quickly. Just hit him. Hit him. There's no reason to screw around. Just hit him. Close him out. Good. No, we should play 7-5 now. Two checkers on the bar board is never good in these types of situations. Yeah, now if he rolls like a 6-5, 6-4, he's got a few shot leaving numbers after that. All right, that'll clean it up. Bring the other one to the ace point, so you're even on top. Yep. Okay. That should be the final comment that anybody needs to make in this game.
Oh, he's in a bad bear off. He could easily lose now. If
Not easily.
if there were some sexes came out.
Not easily. I think Richard's more likely to lose by leaving a shot than losing the match here, than losing the race. Well, that ends the race equity, so Gus has got to roll the 4 here. All right, that's it.
Okay.
All right, good match, guys. Thanks everybody for watching. All right, thank you everybody. And we're gonna have a new team and a new match on here shortly. And
Good work.
be sure
Good
to hit
job.
that. Be sure to hit that like button because Dimitri's job is on the line here. And nobody else knows how to do what Dimitri's doing, so we need to keep Dimitri gainfully employed with us.
Very true.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
What are the dates of the October tournament? What are the dates of the October tournament?
Which one? We have October one. It's on
Isn't it?
October 7th. I'm going through it next week.
Oh, I'm sorry.
October 7th, probably.
Okay, thank you. That's a Wednesday. Whatever. sorry.
No, she wanted a hint.
Oh, I didn't hear.
So they're going to do the women.
It's when you go to Africa looking at animals.
I told you, take photographs and see a lot of animals on a large continent.
They're going to do the women first,
Yeah.
which is nice.
Melissa. Oh, they're doing summer cases.
No, they're going to do the women, and then we're going to do the open final after the women are done.
We should see that here, right?
She doesn't want to.
She didn't want to, but she had to do it.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
they've already
Well, we'll get the
replaced
audio.
her with Jonah.
Did you say they're going to do the final after?
So let's look
After
at the.
this.
See, I heard you wanna go do
Can you turn the
to-
sound up?
To turn the sound up. And I guess I need to shut the sound on the first channel, right? So they don't get a sound from there.
Yeah, or just, unplug this.
Just make sure the stream 2 is they're getting what we want, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Kara Schultz.
Yeah, and then
Funny
of course,
thing,
Jason
probably
is
the two best in the
another
field,
top
and
player,
they're in the finals.
and also recently one of my study partners.
Funny thing how that happens. It doesn't happen too often.
I've been learning a lot.
You know how many
Ben, how many women were in the field?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I. Definitely is working. I'm just trying to figure out how to get louder volume. Oh yeah, that should work, right? Run that to the computer, to the TV, and just put it on channel 2.
I think it should work.
Yeah, I think it'll work. That doesn't have enough power, huh?
I don't like it very much. But this one is good actually. Well, maybe I wonder if maybe the time. It's the surface, not the. It's both, but if you have, I don't have like a checker, but it is. Oh, on here. But they do it for the.
Yeah. You look like Candyland, like.
What I like about it is the contrast. I need contrast.
Mm. Yeah, same that myself. It's the quietest we've been with each other.
Hello, friends.
Welcome to our table. I like this.
Thank you. It's pretty heavy. I often like, I don't know, it's so soft. Gloves.
Yeah. So you guys are going to the hot springs? Or are you going tomorrow? Yeah.
2 days. The first day we do the we're light, right? I don't like too much.
I would just be careful.
Get in there.
It's okay. It's okay.
Let me study while I'm waiting.
Another match gonna be played. Which other match is gonna be played in the other table? Do you know, Phil?
Nothing. We're gonna let you play, and then we'll do the other things.
Okay. So can we put music? We actually don't know what's playing.
I think this will mask the audio pretty well. I just don't have a plug over there. Did you want this unplugged, Dimitri? I just plugged it back in. I think it's your charger for